and here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
RCPA chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roger, planet.
Water towers, fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside SPD off. Bring in SPD off. Off. It's orange! 145!
Oh my god!
Decollage. Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This methane would be igniting the flare, correct?
Yikes. You dead? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Well, we're back again. It's New Glenn, launch attempt, second launch attempt, I should say. And we're looking good. Look at the countdown clock. We're at 2 hours and 55 minutes to go. So far, this is proceeding well. They're into propellant loading, we know that because Blue Origin said it. And we're all being well. We will get the maiden flight of this large rocket. So, with fingers crossed, again, set expectations accordingly. It's a brand new rocket. You can be completely forgiven. If you're at Blue Origin for thinking, well, hang on a minute, we're not going to get off first time, we're going to take several attempts, that would be completely natural. So if they do launch it tonight, that would be a very good result overall. Let's see what happens. But luckily, we have people who can take your questions and give you answers. Starting with not only, but the only, Alex. Hello, Alex.
Hello, everyone. That's going to be another stream, I guess, that I'm going to be on, but definitely an exciting one because this might be an epic one. Just like, you know, we're also waiting on Starship and whatnot, but New Glenn, that first launch is, of course, quite a big deal as well. So happy to be here.
Indeed. I had a bigger build-up for you, Alex. It kind of went wrong. I was going to, the one and only Alex. I did plan something better than that, but there we go. It didn't work. My brain just went. Luckily, we're also joined by Sawyer. Hello, Sawyer.
Hello, Chris. I am glad to be here. As the guard said at the Kennedy Space Center yesterday, I'm about as happy as the hair on the back of a frog. I couldn't tell you what that means, but that's what he said, so it's good to be here.
I read chat at the same time as I'm doing commentary, and I've just got to correct Space Junk, saying I'm from Leeds. No, I'm from York. So, right. Yeah, let's just not go down that route straight away. Okay, I know that's probably someone who knows I'm from York and not from Leeds, but there we go. The Americans and such in chat will not understand the references there, but we'll move quickly on by saying we do have these amazing views from the field. These are our cameras with our folks out there, and I'm going to introduce them. Let me see who we can start. We're going to start with D. Say hello, D.
Hello. This is a great day to be out here. Really looking forward to seeing this thing launch, and it's a beautiful, beautiful night. There's some clouds in the sky that are not ideal, but you know, I see flare stacks going. I'm happy. I want to see a launch.
Don't we all, D? Don't we all? We're also joined by Julia. Hello, Julia.
Why, hello there, Chris. I, as well as Dee, are very excited to see flare stacks and a rocket lit up bright on the pad. And as Dee said, yes, there are clouds, and that's not ideal for us photographers, but we do have clear views of the pad and pretty darn calm waters in front of me, which means less wind, and I'm not as cold. So I'm excited for tonight.
Speaking of someone who will be cold regardless if it's 90 degrees temperatures or not, we've got Max as well. Hello, Max.
I knew that was coming, Chris. But good evening, everybody, and welcome to, I will say it again, a frigid evening here, or night now, here on the Space Coast of Florida, where LC-36 is alive and well. The maiden launch of New Glenn is growing closer by the second.
Indeed. Now, you know the routine by now, the regulars. We might have some new people who join us for these launches, for these big events, these milestone launches, which is what this one is. So if you don't know the routine by now, what we do is we can take any question. It doesn't have to be a super chat. You don't have to be a member. You could have just turned up here first day and gone, oh, this is interesting, rocket launch. I do have questions, though. What you do is you do NASA space flight, then you question. And what happens then, it gets put into our panel. And the panel is where we can take the questions and we'll try and answer them the best we can. So feel free to ask a question. It could be your first time here. There's no ranking with this. You can literally just turn up and ask a question, and we'll go through as many as we can. We will miss some questions because we do always get a lot of them, but we try and pick out the best ones. So don't feel bad if we don't answer your question. But that is the best way of doing it, because that goes into a special panel we have, and we can click on it. It'll go on screen at the same time as we're answering it as well. I think what we'll do is we can start off by talking, especially for the new people, what this rocket's about. Alex, would you like to give a summary of what New Glenn is?
Yeah, so New Glenn is Blue Origin's first orbital rocket, right? They've been doing a lot of research for many, many years on suborbital tourism rockets, and also, recovery, launch and recovery of rockets from space, essentially, up and down and whatnot. They've had, from very early designs like the Golden rocket, then the New Shepard rocket recently, which now has been launching humans on board and things like that. But of course, those were all suborbital rockets. This is New Glenn, Blue Origin's new first orbital rocket, New Glenn. And in fact, it's named after the first American that went into orbit, John Glenn. And one of the things that separates this is that now it's two stages, right? All of the other rockets they built, those were one single stage. This has two stages. Big reusable stage, which is the first stage. That's going to be landing on a drone ship, Jacklyn, called, Blue Origin called it Jacklyn because of Jeff's mom, right? That's her name. And they're going to be landing that on this first mission. So this is quite exciting because this is going to be pretty much the first time they're going to be trying to land, not just launch, but also land the booster as well. So that's going to be quite an exciting thing. It runs on methane fuel, which is also a new thing for Blue Origin as well, because all of the other rockets have used other types of fuel. The second stage, though, they are familiar with that because it's using hydrogen as its fuel. And it uses a variant of the B3 engine that they use on New Shepard called the B3U. It runs on a slightly different cycle and whatnot, and a bit more powerful. But other than that, it's essentially like an evolution of that engine, and also using hydrogen, which they already know and love. And so this is a big rocket, by the way. So this is a 98-meter tall, 7-meter wide rocket. This is not like, some people may think about Falcon 9 size. Falcon 9 is still big, like, don't get me wrong. It's still a big rocket, but you got to think something closer to Saturn V, for example. Saturn V was about 110 meters tall, about 10 meters wide. This is sort of, much more closer to a Saturn V than a Falcon 9 in terms of the size. So this is quite a big step up for the company, going from New Shepard, which is very stubby, to be fair, and not that big, to this big, huge rocket. Again, Methalox fueled first stage, Hydrolox fueled second stage. First stage, they're going to be trying to land that thing on the drone ship Jacklyn. I cannot wait to see this thing fly, because this is another rocket joining the ranks, I guess. There we go. That's the overlay. There you can see the comparisons to other rockets. You can see Falcon 9 it's very tall. It's 17 meters tall, but its diameter is only 3.6 meters in diameter, whereas New Glenn is twice that. It's 7 meters wide, so it's quite more massive in that sense. And so it's actually as tall as the SLS as well, as you can see there. And this thing, once it's operational, it'll be able to launch 45 tons to low Earth orbit in reusable configuration. That's very similar to Falcon Heavy, but for Falcon Heavy, you need extra boosters on the sides to be able to accomplish that. This accomplishes that with just one single reusable stage as the first stage, and in the future, maybe we'll get also a reusable second stage for New Glenn as well. But definitely lots of exciting things in the future, of course. That won't be happening, though, unless they get this off the ground today, hopefully in 2 hours and 47 minutes.
Alex, ladies and gentlemen, that is not easy to do. That's 4:11 in the morning his time, right? And Alex, I know for a fact, just did that off the top of his head. He didn't write it. That's not scripted. Alex did that off the top of his head. I could not do that. That's some skill to give that level of overview. That was really good. I really enjoyed that, Alex. Thank you. I wanted to go back. When you mentioned the drone ship, Jacklyn, I wanted to bring back a kind of fun thing that a lot of people might not have realised. But the original design, and sorry, I'll bring you in on this one. The original design of the Jacklyn recovery ship was an actual ship, wasn't it? And they named it Jacklyn, and they took it out to the port of Brownsville and got it scrapped. So the joke was that Jeff was scrapping his mum next to Starbase, which is where it was rolled in. And then they went to the landing barge configuration, which is more, it's not the same, but it's more like what Falcon 9s use, the ADSSs, which is their drone ships. But they've had a big change of design mid-course, haven't they, during the development on how they're going to land this rocket?
Oh, this thing was absolutely massive. We're talking like, shipping type of ship deck. And they figured, with this big of a rocket, we'll need a huge surface area to be able to land it safely and bring it back. Plus, it's a whole big showpiece in a way as well. And they realized, this isn't the most practical. And yes, ironically, it was scrapped at Brownsville, right next to SpaceX. And instead, they went for the Jacklyn that we have today. So it's about 116 by 46 meters, the one that there is currently. And it has about the same amount of landing area as SpaceX's drone ship. Just read the instructions. So they're very similar in terms of the amount of actual landing spot, despite this one being wider.
It really is interesting. I mean, chat, I want to bring you in on this one. I've got a poll up already. Let's read out the poll I've got up already, because I did this before we started the stream. New Glenn launch in this window, so this attempt, because it's a window, so they've got plenty of opportunity to do it. Yes is currently 57%. That's quite optimistic, because I know the natural way to use a poll on the internet these days is to be negative, just to be different. But 57% believe it will launch in this attempt. But of course, recovery weather is going to be the big issue here, according to Blue Origin themselves, saying that everything's going well with the systems, but they are watching the weather for recovery. We're thinking about things like wave height and things like that. So it's going to be questionable if that becomes the issue for the launch, but we'll see when we get close to the time. I want to ask chat, without doing a poll, if you think that if they launch it during this window, that they will successfully land the booster on Jacklyn. Just go for it. Just do yes and no's in chat. We'd have to do a poll for this. We're going to just do interactive, and I'll just watch you scroll through in the chat. Here we go. I'm going to see if it's a split, you see. It is a split. It's a big split. We've got lots of yeses and lots of no's. I'm always very curious, because sometimes when you ask a question on Starship streams, it tends to be it gravitates towards one answer most of the time. It really does. And we have got you know what? You're right, chat. I'm going to do a poll. That is a bigger split than I thought it would be. So I'm going to do a poll after I get the next question into the queue. I want to bring in Julia, how is the weather looking? Because I know you've been with us for years, and you must be so experienced with the Florida weather, the way it changes on a dime and stuff. But how is it looking for tonight as far as the launch weather?
As far as launch weather goes, I know that the 45th did say we have a 40% chance of weather behaving, but currently, the only constraint I could see making an issue would be thick clouds. So that is something we'd want to keep an eye on, that thick cloud rule. I don't feel like we're going to have thunderstorms. Wind is not a problem today. In fact, the water is glassy. So, yeah. My hope is that we go earlier in the window, because I'm talking about the weather I'm currently seeing right this moment. And Florida, weather can change quickly.
Indeed, and thanks, Julie, because I've just noticed there's a lot of questions asking that very question. So the one I've put into chat from Charlie Reynolds right now, that's covering all the bases there, because a lot of people are asking, and thanks for your answer, Julie, because, yeah, we do need good, acceptable launch weather before we can even start thinking about the recovery weather. That's the one thing we need. We need a thing to launch. And Blue Origin have said, Alex, I'm correct in saying, that they just want to get this rocket into space. I don't know what the terminology did. Did they say orbit? They want to get to orbit and everything else after that's a bonus?
Exactly. They wanted to get into orbit, and everything else is a bonus. One of the things that this mission is going to, so this is quite a departure from some of the other rockets when they do the first launches, right? There's obviously many exceptions there, like Falcon Heavy when it first launched. It launched a Tesla Roadster all the way out to heliocentric orbit and whatnot. So that was kind of one off. But usually you see these rockets like Ariane 6, for example, launched into low Earth orbit, right? So you see something that it's very easy. You just get into orbit, just get there, drop off your satellite, your demo satellite or whatnot, and that's it. For New Glenn, though, it's going to a medium Earth orbit. So it's going to do a couple of burns to get into that orbit. So it's a bit more complex, right? It's not just let's get out there and do the thing and that's it, right? Like, and that's it. We demonstrated that the rocket can do this. Now they're trying to get a little bit more beyond that. And so, but their main target is get to orbit. Everything after that, it's going to be icing on the cake. And so that's going to be essentially what they're going to be doing. If they get to that final orbit, that medium Earth orbit, that's going to be, again, icing on the cake. And if they land the booster, that as well. So, of course, you know, as they say, the booster landing is a lot more riskier because they haven't really tried that before. Of course, also orbit, but they have a lot of experience launching rockets and whatnot, right? So hopefully that gets done. But landing is a bit more, you know, so in terms of the landing chances. It's a lot more complicated. So, but you know, there's still a chance, right? And that's why the booster is called. You're telling me there's a chance, and so that's precisely why that name for the booster.
You ruined my joke. I was waiting for you to say about chances. I was going to go, funny you should say that, because, never mind. You beat me to it. I want to thank some people, by the way. We have a lot of support. Again, we do these streams because we like to answer questions. We like to make it interactive. And you're all watching our stream and you're all supporting us, which makes it viable for us to spend what is a lot of money on these streams, both in the East Coast, the South Texas streams, which is obviously Starbase and what have you. We have McGregor Live in Texas. We have coverage all over the place, including not just in that country, in America, but also around the world. So we've done an Ariane space launch, remember that one? We did the James Webb Space Telescope. That was amazing. We want to do some more of those kind of crew launches in the future as well, especially with Ariane 6 and the potential, Alex, of your friends at PLD launching from there. That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
I mean,
would you like
a work in progress.
Would you like a trip to South America, Alex?
The only problem is you got to go through Paris. There's not a direct flight.
Oh, never mind. We'll come to that problem when we get to it.
It's a mess to get there. Yeah.
But speaking of which, I want to thank the support that allows us to even have that conversation, the possibility of that conversation. I'm going to run through these people because the amazing support we get on these streams is just incredible. And I can personally say how much we appreciate it because I'm the fool who started the site in 2005 and thought, how about some kind of specialist hobby kind of like news site for shuttle? And look where we are now. It's bonkers. I do not lack appreciation for where we've come and the fact that you've all enabled us to get here. It literally is that. There's no way it could have been self-funded or we could have got a bank loan and gone for it. We have done this by reinvesting your support. Literally done it that way. Chieftain Delmeltion has become a Padrep member. Dalton Hardison has become a Red Team member. Pesky Girl, on a serious note, be nice in chat. We all love our mods. A super chat backing up our moderators. That's amazing. Thank you. And then you gifted a Red Team membership. Bacon Warrior, friend of Jack, became upgraded to a launch director. He's one of our highest levels. That's amazing. Thank you. Craig went crazy in the store and got lots of things. I'm going to click on one of them and it should hopefully come up on the screen. In fact, I'm going to click on all four of them and they'll just scroll across because you went bonkers. But that is very much appreciated because the store is one of our best ways of supporting us because I like that. We don't get, as far as a business, if I can say that. So, but, you know, obviously the store means we have like a slight profit margin on it. But I like the idea of you getting something in the purse from us in return for your support. I've always liked that. I've always liked, when I've actually got stuff from the store myself, just it turning up in the package with NSF on the front of it, it's just like so cool to me. So I like the idea of supporters getting stuff in the purse as well. Rashvan has gone, apologies, this is all I can give. You don't have to ever apologise for that. Go NSF, go Bill Origin. Never apologise for whatever level of support you do. And you don't have to support us as well. Liking videos, passing these streams on to your friends and stuff. That is supporting us as well. Literally, and that's free. And I really do say that because the likes, I'm going long-winded here, Alex. I'm the worst offender for going long-winded. The way of supporting streams like us and other channels, not just us, who are legitimate space channels, is to like the videos, because there's a lot of those silly channels out there, those AI channels, which try and, put an Elon face on a thumbnail and go, click on us, and it's a crypto spam or something like that. If you like the legitimate channels, not just us, all the legitimate channels, it helps us beat them in the rankings. So when you search for something, we're higher than those scam channels. There we go. Bacon Warriors back again. New Glenn, take 2, Electric Boogaloo. I'm surprised no one's thought of that one already. That's amazing.
We're gonna launch it higher anyway.
Oh no, you've invoked Sawyer. 2 hours, 36 minutes to launch. Here we go. Well, they opened the window at least. We're hoping it's going to launch at the start of the window. Sculdry, hi from North. No, not there. True North. Scotland. There we go. Mark Lamb, let's start this off right with 10 pun. Oh my God. 10 pun tokens for Sawyer. Are there additional versions of New Glenn planned for different type missions, or does Blue Origin have a different rocket family? Right, Alex. Different versions or variants of New Glenn. Have they got anything out there planned for variants of New Glenn?
So this is one of the times where we kind of think they might be having improvements to the rocket down the line. They have not really given any, any specification of what those may look like, right? We know there's been talks about making the second stage reusable as well, not just the first stage, which will make it quite a nice, another fully reusable rocket in the market. Everybody loves those, right? And so, but other than that, we really, there's been another thing, I guess, lately. There's been hints of maybe upgrading the first stage to have 9 B4 engines as well, instead of 7, because this is one of the things, right? First stage only has 7 engines instead of 9 that we see, for example, on Falcon 9. But if you add 2 more engines, that means you can make the rocket a little bit bigger, because you can load more fuel and have more performance, and maybe do more interesting things with the rocket, I guess.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Oh, look, behind
we
the
don't know
scenes.
the specifics, but yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Behind the scenes, I do have a follow-up for Alex on this one, but I just love this. This is great. This is our team out there. There's our D waving. D's waving. Hello, D. Say hello, D, so we can know it's you. Come on, D.
Hello, that is me. Yes.
Yay! That's amazing. You see what I mean, though? This is not like we're not out there with iPhones and just sending it through to the internet and then streaming it that way. This is hardcore equipment. This is a lot of equipment they go out there. They need desks and chairs. Now, what mentioning what to Max? What about chairs?
Oh, you know what?
Oh, dear. Yes, Alex.
Can I make a question to the field? Do we have the thing that we used yesterday?
Yeah, if you look on the left side of the screen right here, the same rig that I used last night for tracking, I will be using once again tonight. So fingers crossed for everything. But I've got 3 cameras on there sending feeds, and this behind the scenes camera you're looking at. The video and audio aren't quite matched up because we've got really low latency audio here. I'll get a good photo of the rig that we can share on stream for you all, because I really am enjoying getting to use this setup.
Very good.
That's
Yes.
so exciting. Chris, you remember yesterday when the dual lender launched? It's the new toy we're gonna use.
Oh, this is You see, I'm rubbish at cameras. I'm terrible. I can't even take a good photograph of my iPhone. And apparently, the iPhone that any idiot can take a good photograph with. No, it still don't work for me. I just can't take a good photograph. I've never been good at photography. So when I see all behind the scenes where they're all working with these fancy rigs and these new cameras and stuff, and I'm like just taking notes, going, yeah, I've got no clue what they're doing, but it sounds very impressive. And then you start seeing it, and you're thinking, this is really cool. So yeah. We did have a question, by the way, about Jetty's Park. Julia, can you bring us up to date on viewing situations?
All right. Well, tonight's a little bit different than when we had weekend opportunities during the first time we attempted the launch of New Glenn. So tonight, Jetty Park is unfortunately unavailable for public viewing due to staffing. If people have a campsite there, then they are allowed to be on the pier. But the gate is now closed at Jetty Park. You cannot come over from the beaches. Now, with that being said, there are still great views, including our live stream of this rocket. The public can very easily access Cherry Down Park, which is just south of Jetty, and any of the other public access points along the coast there, all the way down to Cocoa Beach. Another viewing option would be Port Canaveral. You can go to Port Canaveral near the restaurants. You might not have exactly a direct view of the pad, but as soon as it clears that little bit of a tree line, you're going to have a great view of launch. And you can view from Highway 528. Those would be your best southern views. Another option is Titusville. Again, are you going to have a direct view of the pad? No, but will you have a spectacular view in flight if the clouds dissipate? Absolutely. So please don't feel like there aren't options. This is just a difficult one to watch because this rocket's at the tip of the Cape and there aren't a lot of very close places, even for media. So if you're feeling like you're struggling in the public, so is the media to cover this launch. We've had to get very creative in order to bring views and coverage, and photographers have had to find unique places. So stay tuned to us, though, for updates, and go find your spot and be safe about doing that, okay?
Thank you, Julia. You know what, Alex, when you were talking about the variants and how New Glenn may evolve, I was thinking in the back of my head, wasn't there a concept called New Armstrong? And in chat, Dunthria21, I'm butchering your name there, goes, is New Armstrong a real concept? So, New Armstrong, is that basically a New Glenn, but with an extra stage?
We really don't know. This is one of those things that, Jeff has even talked about it by name. Like, he has talked about New Armstrong in the future, things like that. Like, I've seen him talk about this in interviews and whatnot. But it's been a while since we've really had any mention of that. And also at the same time, at no point there was a specific answer on what New Armstrong was also going to be, right? Only that it was going to be larger than New Glenn. And of course, larger can be, it's another stage on top of this. It can be that the existing stages will be bigger and more powerful and will have more capabilities, right? So we really don't know, and that's one of the problems. But you know what? With Blue Origin, what usually happens is that you got to keep your eye close to them, right? Because whenever you least expect it, they release this information and you're like, whoa, what are you doing? You're doing this, really? Right? And so similarly with New Glenn, right? They announced New Glenn a long time ago. They went quiet for a while. They started building their factory. They were building their launch pad. And suddenly, last year, they were like, hey, we have here New Glenn, right? And they started doing a lot of launch pad testing and whatnot. And now, boom, here you go. A full rocket ready on the pad to launch and, just waiting on the weather to clear. And as usual for the first flights, there's usually a few technical issues here and there, but hopefully we'll get that launch in 2.5 hours. And as I say, maybe in a few years, we'll see some of these, future concepts actually being publicly talked about. So, yeah.
Indeed, exciting times. I keep saying it. It's exciting times. We're in an era of big rockets now. And if you're any of my, and I'm not exactly young, if you're of my age onwards, you've not lived through Saturn V. These are the first big rockets that we're getting to see live. And luckily, with the internet being around these days, we get to watch it literally live. And that is a real privilege. And thanks to you all for allowing us to do that, because I'm benefit from it myself by watching it as well. So it's really kind of like circular in that way. We're under 2 hours and 30 minutes to the opening of the window. It'd be amazing if this thing launches on the opening of the window. That'd be a real flex from Blue Origin, and there's every potential it could do, so let's all keep our fingers crossed. But we do get a lot of crossover questions, and I don't blame people, because a lot of people are interested in the other rockets and maybe just finding their feet with Blue Origin right now. And one for you, Cyrus, from Starship 32, who asks, not exactly New Glenn, but how does Falcon 9 booster get back to wherever they go once it lands at the landing zone? So I would probably expand that by saying, how did they get the Falcons back ready for their next launch when they've landed at LZ and also on the drone ships?
That's a great question. So for the LZ, they have a crane that they roll out. So they'll take the crane, they'll roll it out, they'll lower it horizontal, And then they will just drive it through the roads of Cape Canaveral Space Force Station and the Kennedy Space Center to wherever it needs to go, typically to Roberts Road, where it will then be refurbished. If it lands on a barge, that is when it gets really fun. So that it lands on the barge and then they tow it all the way back to port. Once it's there, they have a special crane that they attach a little cap to at the port once it's docked. And then they lift it and then they move it over to the pier. Same thing. The landing legs are folded up, they lay it flat, and then it is rolled through the gates of the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. The same gates that the normal military people go through, show their badge, go in. They also let SpaceX boosters go through. And in fact, we actually had one of the boosters, B-1080, come back this morning. So there is one in port right now as we speak.
I'm going to spam your very photograph that you put on X, everything up in chat because I've gone mad with power. It doesn't stop me. I could post every second, and Nightbot does nothing. Nightbot goes, Chris, go ahead. You can spam away. I've got no problem with that at all whatsoever. So I've gone mad with power, and I've just spammed the link because it was a great. I said at the time, didn't I? Sorry, when I saw it, it was a great photograph, and it really is. It shows where we are right now. We've got what seems like a regular and routine. Routine's a horrible word in spaceflight, by the way, but it feels like a routine thing now of Falcon 9 boosters returning to port after launching, and now we've had one that's launched 25 times and been recovered, which is bonkers, because I don't think we even expected that. I thought we were thinking 20 is a life cycle, but now they've got one for 25, so they're pushing the limits again, and it was going past New Glenn, which is going to be a reusable rocket as well. So, I mean, it's a new era. And I might sound a little bit overexcited about that, but I don't care because I am. I really am. And I think everyone should be because this will bring down the costs. It'll make things a lot more economical. And that means more payloads. It means more missions. It means more capability in space. And you never know where that may take us. You never know where that may take us. What we're showing on screen right now. Interesting.
Yeah. That is the pilot of the WB-57 from NASA. A lot of people were asking about this for Starship, but unfortunately the only available WB-57 from NASA that is currently at KSC, it's going to go and image the landing of the booster for New Glenn. It's actually being sort of allotted to this launch instead. Or I guess the landing, because it's technically going out to capture the landing at sea, so that's gonna be quite interesting. I really hope Blue Origin shows that live if they have that feed from the plane live as well, because that could be quite an interesting show.
Yeah, it's Tony Casey. He's really cool. He actually follows on X, and he's very interactive on X as well. So all the best to him in his crazy plane. Yeah, WB-57s are absolutely bonkers. They really are. If anyone from the UK remembers, there's a Top Gear episode where I forget his name now. I've completely forgotten his name. Went up in one, and he had to do so much training for it. And they were literally, really on the edge of the atmosphere. It was very impressive. So, yeah, we're going to move on to hopefully seeing some amazing footage from that WB-57 of potentially a booster landing. I mean, again, we're asking a lot here for the first attempt. Even SpaceX, who everyone thinks is like nothing, butter wouldn't melt in their mouth, because they've done so many amazing, achievable things. They took plenty of goes before they successfully landed a booster. So it's not easy. James May, thank you, Top Banana. I completely forgot his name. It's just too early in the morning for me to think. More thanks, by the way. NF, what do you guys think the space sector looking like in 5-10 years from now? SpaceX Blue Origin partnership in space, moon tourism? What a great question. I don't know if SpaceX and Blue Origin will merge in any way. I think there'll be some crossover, such as HLS, where HLS has got a contract out, Artemis contracts out to both SpaceX and Blue Origin for lunar landers. But I can't see companies, because companies are companies. They have to work for their own margins and what have you. I can't see any merging or crossover as such, but taking that question and expanding on it, where do you think we're going to move? Where will we be in 5-10 years from now?
Well, in 5 years from now will be the end of the International Space Station, the planned end of it when they plan to, as of right now, deorbit it with the SpaceX vehicle. So 5 years, I think the plan is going to be replacing things in low Earth orbit, taking the International Space Station's legacy, continuing it. And I think a lot of that is going to be private companies, of which Blue Origin, I believe, has their reef concept, orbital reef, for an orbital space station as well. Could there potentially be a time when someone contracts a SpaceX Crew Dragon to dock at orbital reef? Potentially, but that would probably be one of the few points of collaboration. As for continuing outward beyond that, I mean, I think low Earth orbit is all about the commercialization next, and then the exploration portion is all going to be lunar orbit and lunar surface missions, like the mission that we had launched last night with Blue Ghost, which is not Blue Origin. It's different. That was Firefly. And Okuto R. Those are private companies landing on the moon with some NASA contracts.
Indeed. I think, I'm going to take, I tend to give the questions away, but I want to answer this one myself as well. I think the way it'll work now is NASA will continue to move, especially under the leadership of we assume will be Jared Isaacman. I think it's a safe bet right now. I know he's got to go through the full process before it's confirmed, but I think we all agree. I'd find it very hard for a hardcore audience like we have in our channel to disagree with this, that Jared would be amazing as NASA administrator. I think under his tenure and the way things are going with commercial space, I think we'll see an expansion on the way that NASA purchases services. And if you're purchasing services from the likes of reusable rockets, like Falcon, like New Glenn, like relativity-based Terranar, like Starship, obviously, then you're going to have a lot more things to do with your NASA funding. So I'm very excited about the next 5 to 10 years because I think we'll have a lot more leeway with the funding NASA gets to do a lot more things in space. That's the way I see things, without being too focused on any one thing, such as the moon and Mars. I do think that Mars will become a target anyway because SpaceX want to do that regardless. I think that's an Elon thing. I think that's a SpaceX thing. I think they'll go for it regardless of what NASA's plans are. So that'll be very fascinating to see how this all plays out. I'm looking forward to it because it's exciting. Chris got things from the store. I saw one of them. There's a calendar. Let's click on the other thing and see what comes up. Is it? No, the patch was something separate that came up differently on its own. Let's see what else comes up on the screen. Maybe it was patched. There we go. Maybe I clicked on it too fast. Alex is bad. I'm sure that's not a reference to you, Alex. That's the username of a person. Has become a Capcom member. So you'll get access to our Discord, which, remember Discord, it's very much fun. I spend way too much time in there myself. So welcome to the Capcom level of membership. Mark Lamb, any chance to VAB squeal? Any chance of a VAB squeal? Given the launch complex NG uses, I've not heard a good VAB squeal in a long time. Max, are you still with us? Because I know you like your VAB squeals.
I mean, I sure hope so. So based on where LC-36 is in comparison to the vehicle assembly building, which is up at the Kennedy Space Center, they are about as far apart as they can get, as two facilities can be on Cape Canaveral and the Kennedy Space Center. Oh, I'm sorry, the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, excuse me. So maybe some VAB squeal, but of course we are not over there, and we will not be able to verify unless we pull the mics up from the hut cameras. But the audio is going to be more focused in this direction, I think. And also, it's worth noting that the wind is currently blowing from the north, which is going to suppress the sound going in the direction of the Kennedy Space Center. So while I have no doubt they will hear it up there, I can't really speak on if there's going to be any VAB squeal or not. I guess we will have to tune back into the audio afterwards and find out.
Indeed.
The other potential caveat to that is the fact that we typically only hear the squeal with the Merlin engines, the Merlin 1Ds. These are different, obviously, with the BE-4 engines. And we have seen 2 launches involving BE-4s, both of them ULA's Vulcan rocket. During those, yes, they also have the SRBs, but I did not hear any VAB squeal for either of those launches, although I was only at the VAB for one of the 2. But I think that's the other issue, is different engine too.
Indeed, and we just had Max on. We always got to ask the question of D here because the question is aimed at both Max and D. Are you rushing to Starbase for Flight 7 after this launch? I'm not sure point to point's a thing just yet, but I think with Starship potentially launching hours after New Glenn coverage finishes, I don't think it's possible, is it, D? But maybe for Flight 8, yeah?
Well, let's just say there is a flight that I have currently booked out to Texas. I am not expecting that I will actually end up getting on that flight. I will most likely cancel it, especially like it's been up in the air. So I've constantly been just pushing this flight and pushing this flight to see if maybe it'll work out. It really doesn't look like it will, but theoretically, there is a flight that would make it that I could get on if I'm lucky.
For the
No, see, the
record,
problem
you and I are booked on the exact same flight in the morning.
The problem is it's not up in the air; it's still on the ground. That's our problem.
Oh, geez, Sawyer.
Oh, Sawyer. He's got his punt tokens. I did read out a super chat saying he got punt
9
tokens.
remaining.
Oh my god, he's keeping count. Oh no! Right. The fun thing is, this is where we are right now. I mean, there's some people. I'm sure most people know this, but we've got New Glenn coverage tonight, and then tomorrow is the current target for Flight 7 of Starship. This is some era in right now where we've got these two massive rockets, because let's face it, as we described earlier, New Glenn is not a small rocket, it is a massive rocket, the same size of SLS. This launches, we could have a scenario where this launches tonight, and then hours later, literally hours later, before the 24-hour clock finishes, we've got the flight of Starship Flight 7. Which is amazing to me. And we're going to cover both of them because we've got teams out on the East Coast and at South Texas. We've got a full team at Starbase. It's crazy the amount of people we've got out there ready to cover it. So we're going to be covering both best we can. And hopefully, you never know, we might get two rockets launching without any scrubs. No scrubs. I'm going to quickly go through some more support because I want to make sure everyone who does support us just gets acknowledged because it's very important to me. Brown, become a Red Team member. Telstar, gift a Red Team membership. Ben Creasy did a $50 tip. $50 tip, Ben? That's bonkers. It says, let's go, Glenny. Thanks for the coverage, guys. Well, thank you, Ben. That's not the first one I've seen from you as well. Vivo has become a Padrat member. Cole, go New Glenn, go Starship. Rajma has done a super chat with no message, just a super chat. Which you could have put something in there, that's you right. Rick, thank you, NSF. Jay Breezy, Blue Origin landed New Shepard on the second flight. I think there's a good chance they can land New Glenn on the first try. You know what, Sawyer, let's talk about New Shepard. Because we keep forgetting that Blue Origin is not a new company. They've been around for a long, long time. And they've been quite busy with their New Shepards, which has been their space tourism, shall we call it, company to take paying customers to the edge of space, shall we say. It is above the Kármán line, to be fair.
Yep.
It's higher than Virgin Orbit, yeah. So they've been around a while, haven't they?
They have. I mean, even at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, we're talking Blue Origin taking over Pad 36. I believe it was 2015. So we're talking 10 years that they've been at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Obviously, part of that has been building up the pad and the infrastructure, but they've been going for quite a while. And yes, out in West Texas, they have their launch site there where they do launch New Glenn, which is the single-stage rocket that, as you mentioned, takes paying customers above the Kármán line, as they do like to emphasize, so I will emphasize as well. And they do land that booster back at a landing zone. Admittedly, that is a much smaller single engine compared to the 7 BE-4Us that would be for this particular landing, but they have, I believe, 28 flights under their belt with that rocket.
Absolutely. It's really important to know because that is still flight experience. It really does help. You might have some controllers who've been working on these New Shepard launches now elevated, shall we call it, to New Glenn. And that experience, the pressure of being on a launch scenario, and especially with people on board, which is even more pressure, is probably a great thing to have, experience base. So, yeah, I think that was a relevant point to bring up. Anthony, hi from, this is all in one word, hi from New Zealand. Hope New Glenn gets off the launch pad. You test me there, Anthony, with my eyesight. Brock has done an absolutely bonkers $200 tip. Wow, Brock. That is absolutely crazy. Okay, can we see Starship launch or BONG launch soon? Always the same shout out. Shout out to the mods, SBL, SCL, and everyone else in the field. Well, thank you for that. It's amazing support. I see you went with the Scott Manley approach to call him what Blue Origin New Glenn is, but I went BONG because you did it with acronyms, so well done. Space Cowboy, just want to thank you guys for the years of coverage and content, being a viewer since SN10, and this team really focused my passion for spaceflight. What a lovely message to say. You sent us some money and sent that message. That's like double the support. Really appreciate it. Thank you. More questions. Blue Creeper 930, what do you say is a landing leg size comparison between Falcon and New Glenn? Alex, that's one for you.
Haha. So that's it. That's an interesting one because it's actually, the sort of the area that the leg span of the New Glenn landing legs can occupy. Essentially, it's actually shorter than the area of the landing legs of Falcon 9 when they are deployed. I'm not sure exactly about the individual size of the landing legs though, but I believe the landing legs on Falcon 9 are longer and they deploy outwards a bit further away because of the angle and everything. Remember, these landing legs on New Glenn are different designs. So on Falcon 9, they are essentially attached to the outer side of the rocket, right? Whereas on New Glenn, they are integrated on the aft section of the booster. And so when you have that, you can play a little bit more with the geometry. And of course, there are 6 instead of 4, which means you don't need to make them as long. And so what that means is that actually the leg span of New Glenn is shorter than that of the Falcon 9. I do not have the exact numbers on the landing leg size though, but just essentially knowing that it's smaller because we've seen. So people may wonder, hang on, it hasn't landed yet. How do we know this? Well, Blue Origin has been, practicing with what we've seen this in our flyovers. It's an aft simulator. It's like this sort of truss structure kind of looking thing with landing legs attached to it, which simulates the shape and sort of structures that you see in mass of the aft section of the booster. And they even have this little toy that they call like a robotic operated vehicle, ROV. I'm not sure the exact. Yeah, it's remotely operated vehicle. Exactly. They really didn't give it a fancy name like other things they have, but they have this sort of robotic vehicle that goes out and saves the vehicle after it has landed and sort of like gives power, provides avionics and everything. Like it's a very interesting difference, I guess, compared to what SpaceX does with the Octograbber. But yeah, the landing leg size is a bit smaller on New Glenn than on Falcon, again because 6, and it's a bit of a different.
Very good. We've also got a question about the drone ships. Again, I think the fascination with not just the rocket, but the fact that it's potentially going to have a booster landing is going to be absolutely crazy. I do know that one person in our team is an absolute regular at Port Canaveral because, Julie, you take a photograph, don't you, every time a booster comes back and you got like your clipboard. I don't know what to call it. Is it a clipboard? A clipboard where you put the booster number and you sort of like, you must have like a mass of photographs of all the boosters that have come back. But the question is related to where Jacklyn is right now, downrange. It's left Port Canaveral and it's now gone downrange from the launch site. Do you know how far by? Julia?
Talking what, muted?
Oh, yep. Talking while muted. Somebody has to do that every stream.
Yep, true.
620 kilometers downrange is where she's at. Yeah, and it's really exciting to folks who have been chasing, ASDS style, drone ships, or honestly, let's just call it what it is. It's a barge. It has to be towed out there. So in my mind, she's robotic as long as she's not connected to a tug, but otherwise, but it's super exciting to wonder what all of that's going to look like when they do land a booster and bring it back to port. And 620 kilometers is kind of an average distance for a drone ship to go out. So even though this is a very large rocket, it's not going terribly much farther than a SpaceX drone ship would go.
You know what, Julie? I was going to ask you that. Sorry, Alex. I was going to ask you that, Julie, because we've seen that SpaceX have got 3 drone ships, 1 for the West Coast, 2 for the East Coast, and we keep thinking, do they need a third one on the East Coast, the launch cadence? Blue Origin's going to be... I was thinking 620 seemed like a long way to me, but if it's the same as SpaceX, then I'm sure they can cope with 1 drone ship for many years until the launch cadence gets anything close to what SpaceX is doing, right? The 1 drone ship should be enough.
1 drone ship should be enough, and I mean, even SpaceX was, there was talk about a 3rd drone ship, but that's pretty much been dropped because over time, your cadence at the launch pad your recovery cadence starts matching that. And you know what conditions you're going to be able to recover in, just like you know what conditions you can launch in. And eventually that whole system gets tightened up, and all of a sudden you find you don't need what you thought you needed. I looked at the schedule today and was kind of almost confused. It doesn't seem like after this launch we have another launch for several days. Even though I know drone ships can be out there. So customer demand, yeah. They'll be fine with one. It'll be fine.
And it's worth mentioning, so for today's mission, that is 620 kilometers. Blue Origin, though, they say that, on average, they want to get 1,000 kilometers away. So it is 620 kilometers for this first launch, but we believe they're being very conservative on that distance, that they're not pushing New Glenn to the limits of what they can do. And we've heard even Jeff on the team interviews, the Team Dot, the everyday astronaut, he went out and he had this tour of the factory with Jeff. And he mentioned that at first they're going to be trying to get that entry burn or exoatmospheric burn, as they call it, sort of like, a very conservative number. And then they're going to try and push and get it reduced to the minimum possible so that they can get as much performance out of the rocket as they can. So this is one of the things that we're going to see in the future, that 620 kilometers is for this first mission. In the future, don't be surprised if that goes up to 1,000 kilometers down. There you can see some B-roll of the Jacklyn barge is huge. That's a huge... And still, that landing zone, that landing area is very similar to that of the SpaceX drone ship. But again, New Glenn, it actually has a smaller footprint on the barge.
What would it be like? I'm giving Julie all the questions now, but I've got one for myself. But you've seen all these boosters return back on the drone ships for SpaceX Falcon 9 boosters. It's going to be a bit more bonkers seeing a New Glenn booster coming back into port on Jacklyn, isn't it? Because it's bigger. It's going to be like the most bonkers thing ever. I did not appreciate it until we start talking about it.
That's going to be quite a booster selfie, isn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, my literal photo album is going to be diversified because we get to see another booster come back to port, and it's a tall booster. Yeah. And my curiosity is absolutely piqued because just like when SpaceX started recovery, there's new things to learn. So people are going to be coming to port again to see what's new, what's different, how did they do it. I know my mind has a lot of questions. So it's nice to have things become kind of normal, shall we say, and standard and routine. But something new is such a nice thing to see. So, Chris, I'm excited for that.
I am now. I didn't even think about it until he started talking about boosters returning to port. I just suddenly realised, hang on a minute, New Glenn.
That's how you all met me, Chris. Don't you remember?
Yeah, I do. My memory's not as good as it used to be, but I do remember that. Yeah, yeah.
That was 5 years ago, more than 5 years ago, actually. But yeah, so. It's so routine now to the point where I actually have to look at our own socials to see if a booster came in when I was expecting it to, because Gavin does the tracking, and it's so regular that I wouldn't be surprised if I miss a booster or two sometimes, because they've gotten so fast at processing. I don't make it to port all the time in time. This year, we're good though. I've gotten them all.
Shout out to Gav and Gage and all our Space Coast Live team, because if something moves, either in Port Canaveral or any of the pads where we've got cameras pointed at them, that's KSC, I guarantee you there'll be a clip on X, because they've tracked it and kept a good eye on it. We have an amazing team in the background, a lot of people who you might not see or hear on streams, who are very, very great at keeping an eye on everything 24/7. We tend not to miss anything because of it. I'm just looking at what we're looking at right now on screen. What the heck are we looking at on screen right now? Does anybody know what we're looking at? That was like a green laser going across the tracking of... Is that a drone? That must be the drone. Is that Jerry? Somebody tell me.
I guess so.
I'm watching the stream like everybody else, and I'm thinking, what's that? that looked like a drone in the air, and that would be Jerry, because yes, it's Jerry's drone. It's become self-aware according to Mr. Ryan Caton. There we go. But that was a fascinating view, and that gives you an idea of what extra coverage we'll be able to bring you once we get closer to launch, because we are now coming up on 2 hours to the opening of the window. And so far, Alex, we've not heard anything bad from Blue Origin, have we? It's all proceeding to plan so far.
Yeah, still nothing, bad to update. Of course, also nothing, like they really haven't said anything new in general, right? We see those, as you can see, those flare stacks at the pad burning off excess hydrogen and methane, and the rocket is frosty. We can see it venting and condensation around the rocket in some of the views. Then, so of course, there is propellant on board, and there you can see a little bit more close up look at that rocket. Look at that.
Oh, that's nice.
That's a wide shot.
Oh, that is nice. That is very, very pretty.
By the way, I do want to point out, because I've seen questions about this in chat on all of our streams, Jerry is a licensed drone operator operating outside of the no drone zone that is around Cape Canaveral Space Force Station and the Kennedy Space Center. He's far enough out and is staying within all legal boundaries.
Yeah, and that applies to Starbase as well, because I remember Gene, South Boundary Island on X, saw somebody who probably just turned up for the first time, to be fair to them, and started flying their drone around Starship. It's a no-drone zone. No. Only SpaceX can fly their drones on Starbase, and of course, we would not, any of our people would not break any rules as far as drones go, and that is way. You could see how far away it was in that shot. I mean, that was obvious, but it's a nice little important note to mention there, Sawyer. And Sawyer, I've got a question for you, because we've got 13,000 people in right now, and we're still 2 hours to launch, or they opened the window at least. I can imagine quite a lot of people are coming in, maybe curious and not fully up to date with New Glenn. We do have a linked, in fact, it's not linked, I will definitely pin it into top of the chat, the launch article for this mission. But the question is, if I can find it, I've completely lost it. There, Tin Man asks, will New Glenn be carrying a substantial payload to space in orbit, or no payload? So we know the payload, but we'd like to talk about it, Sawyer.
I think your definition of substantial is very subjective in this case. It is substantial in what they hope to accomplish. In terms of size, is teeny tiny compared to the ginormous 7-meter fairings that we have here on New Glenn. So it is called the Blue Ring Pathfinder mission. So Blue Ring is eventually a kind of like satellite bus that they want to be able to offer, so that people can, use it, not have to worry about building the satellite part itself. Just say, hey, here's my satellite, here's the instruments I want it, here's the science I want on it, put it in this orbit for me, thanks. For this particular mission, though, it won't be doing that. This is literally just to validate all the systems that would be used on it. So that includes, are they able to actually talk to it? Can they send commands to it? Can they actually receive the telemetry from it? Can they continue to track it? As well as just testing all of their ground stations, too. Because there are 3 different ground stations that are going to be tracking this. One in Hawaii, one in Georgia, USA, I should point out, and one in Australia. So, it's comically small, but it is important for their future payload business.
Very good. I am going to do some more thanks, because I keep looking at I wish I could show the panel so people understand why I was just pausing there to say I'm looking at a different part of my screen. There's a part of my panel which shows this, and I'm like, it constantly fills up, and I'm like, this is incredible. Really is a much appreciated support again. S&A photos. No way SpaceX had to try multiple times, and Blue Origin can do it the first time. That's about the landings. Waco Jones, keep up the good reporting. Oh, thank you, Waco. That's very nice of you. Anonymous got 2 things from the store, so let me click on them and see if they come up. But thank you for your support. When you do purchase something from the store, you can put a message at the same time as you're purchasing it, so we can read it out on air, but you don't have to put your real name in there, so don't worry about that. You can put it as anonymous, just as it is. Calendars, yeah, the calendars are awesome. They really are. They didn't come out until late, because we had to make sure we stuck with a company we know is amazing. And that company really does high-quality calendars, so that's why they came out right at the end of the year, as opposed to like a month or so before. We could have gone with a cheaper option, a lesser option, and got it out earlier, but we thought, no, we'll stick with it. We know that's good quality, and just be a bit later, and that's what we've done. Mark, NSF, oh, it's a long one, this. NSF is bringing the Age of Rockets to my desktop, and I couldn't be more appreciative. I hope you guys make a book of your best photos maybe with a history of how NSF came to be and grew into the great org that it is now. Go NSF, thank you. It's a lovely message. And you know what? That's not a terrible idea. That really isn't. I mean, I could talk about its early days because that's me. But I think the way it basically grew because of the YouTube channel and basically because Mary's clips we put on YouTube and the YouTube channel grew from there, which we didn't expect. We were trying to relieve the forum from server stresses rather than sort of like thinking of some big channel. But the way it's all progressed since then and allowed us to go out and do these more things is awesome. So, you know, it really is a long story that would take forever to read out, but we could do something special for it and maybe a book's an idea. So that's a great idea. Thank you for that. We have Max shot Jerry live. This should we have shots apparently. Kevin McElreed has shots. I was trying to read, but my thing was scrolling at the same time. That Max photograph. That's awesome, isn't it? Look at the way the lights on the pad have lit up the area. That's an awesome photograph. Really is. And you know what? On that bombshell, I think we can start to introduce Jack. Jack, the one and only Jack. Jack Bayer.
We have more. Hang on.
Still wrong.
Look at that.
Yeah, it's Jack, everybody. He's going to take over hosting from me because, as you can tell from my voice, 4 o'clock in the morning is kind of like my limit, and like I am like now struggling to speak. But luckily, Jack can take over hosting, and you've been in his very capable hands. Thank you, Jack, and thank you to all who've supported us. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Goodbye, Chris. Thank you for holding the fort down for the start of the stream, and thank you for...
Is Jack talking while muted? I have to ask.
No, I'm not talking while muted. What are you talking about? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
We can all hear you.
Max, don't do that to me. You're scaring me, Max.
He did that on purpose.
Oh dear, Jack, we do not have you on comms, just so you are aware.
People are saying 5x5. Chat
Yeah,
saying
we
Jack
can.
is a little bit
We can
quiet.
all hear Jack. You cannot hear him, Max.
I have him muted in Discord. That is completely my fault. Oops.
I wonder
Max.
why.
I was about to say, what led to that?
There's only 13,000 people watching right now, Max.
Anywho.
Oh dear.
Thankfully, your job is not as a Discord technician. Your job is as a photographer and streamer for us. Journalist? I mean, I don't even know. We all do so many things, but yeah, good thing you operate cameras and not Discord for a living.
Including Jack the Influencer, yes.
We don't. That's not.
Oh dear.
We don't have to do that. You know what we do have to do? Get excited, because today is going to be hopefully the day where these 2 rockets that have been captivating all of us, New Glenn and Starship, both launch in the same day. Like this whole situation where like you launch first, no you launch first, no you launch first is it's been a ride. Max, this is a question from me. Actually, before we do a question from me, I am going to say thank you to Alex for being on, and we're going to swap Alex out for some fresh blood.
What? You were muted. Hang on.
Do you understand how little sleep I've had lately? I am so tired. I have to get up at, I don't even know, before sunrise tomorrow for remote set. Like, don't mess with me today, of all days, please. Anyways,
Well,
thanks, Alex.
It's been a pleasure, and hopefully you guys have fun on these 2 last hours of the count.
Indeed, we will. Replacing Alex is none other than Adrian Bile. Adrian, count any cars today?
No, actually, the good thing about this is no cars counting indeed, but we are once again, I would call this kind of deep in the countdown here with New Glenn, and I can only say also, it's so lovely to see that our community is very much open to cheer and hype for New Glenn, Jack. Like, I know we in the past we were like, oh, we'll see if there will be excitement, and I think at this point, we can totally say, yes, there's excitement, there's happiness that New Glenn is there, and I'm so happy that so many people are here late at night with us and cheering for this rocket.
Yeah, we should all be excited for more rockets. I know it's like cliche. I always say more blank, like that's the thing I do. But truly, like this is how you get better access to space. You have multiple providers all doing their thing, and that's the future we all want to live in, which is why tonight is so exciting. But yeah, it does feel like we're deep in the count. I'm still getting sort of used to how New Glenn. How the flow towards T0 works. It's much different than Falcon 9, obviously. The prop load starts so much earlier. And yeah, it's just like, we'll see. Also, side note, the how should I put this delicately? After the last attempt, I have my feelings on the clock that we have seen displayed on the official stream have changed. I'll put it that way. I no longer feel like that clock exists in reality and is merely notional. But we'll see how tonight goes. Hopefully it's a little bit different. Adrian, take us through where we're at in the timeline right now.
I will quickly address something there because I'm sure every Rocket fan. So what we do is if we get official streams, we zoom into the background, right? That's a thing we do. Because they sometimes have screens in the background. And what we can confirm there is, based on what we have seen, is there is a T clock next to the L clock, and that T clock is very much paused at T-4 minutes, if we saw that correctly. It was a bit hard because it was like on screens shown in the background, but it is some sort of T clock that is counting down to a T-4 and then is placed on a hold while the L clock catches up. So that is how the actual countdown works, and that's why I also go with you that there is a bit of a difference between how it shows to the public, because it's more like, I think the way they present their stream is to make it very easy understandable. This is clock. When clock reaches 0, it could launch. And I think there's an alternative reality that is the actual countdown operations that are going on. However, this is also part of what is happening here right now. Tanking is finished on New Glenn quite early. They are already very deep into tanking and loading. And the tanking will actually finish about T-60 minutes. Or actually L-60 minutes, I should say. This is where they start something that other rockets call stable replenishment. They call it replenishment. And from there on out, it's basically just weather checks, go pulls, and then at T-4 minutes, they will enter terminal count, which is exactly lining up with the T-clock understanding we have. So they let the T-clock catch up to the L-clock at T-4 and unpause.
It's
sorry,
very ULA.
Yep, it's very ULA. I was about to throw it to Sawyer as well. Like, did I forget something there? Or that's very ULA.
Yes, it is. And again, I think the big difference that people need to know is that in terms of the propellants, yes, they're cold. You will see the frost, you will see the venting, but this is not super chilled. It's not like SpaceX where they do the load and go, where they chill these propellants super, super cold. So as a result, they do what's known as a load and go, a late load, with 35 minutes to go in the count for Falcon 9 and, 45 minutes for Starship. This, they take it a lot slower, which one of the benefits in the case of especially a new rocket like this is the fact that once SpaceX starts fueling, if they have to stop the clock at any point for any reason, that's the end of the attempt. Whereas with this, as we saw in the first attempt, if they need to bump the clock back, they're not reliant upon propellants running out.
Makes sense. I don't know. It's like, I appreciate Falcon 9 and sub-chilling your propellants and like eking out every little bit of performance, but also I like the idea of just fueling the rocket, getting it into stable replenishment, and then just letting it sit there as you count down to T0, and then you let the two clocks count. Like, I don't know. I think both approaches have merit. And it'll be really interesting to see what they do with New Glenn going forward. I mean, this is obviously just the first launch, but who knows? Maybe Blue starts doing some sort of novel sub-chilling thing in the future too. We're just at the beginning of this road.
And that is very similar to like I know people are the problem. I think the problem people are now falling into is comparing the process flow of a New Glenn on the first flight to a Falcon 9 after over 300 flights.
I think possibly also part of that too. Oh, look at that. The WB-57 is in the air. That is the aerial reconnaissance modified Cold War era bomber with a cool camera gimbal in its nose. One of the folks that flies in it is super active on X. It said that there's going to be some thermal imagery, hopefully coming live streamed from the WB-57. So that is a good sign that things are progressing. We'll probably talk more about this aircraft here in a little bit. But yeah, that is good news. Also, Brevard EOC on X saying they have activated their launch operations support team in preparation for the Blue Origin New Glenn launch window 1 to 4 a.m. Sweet. Things are lining up. All right, here is where we're going to go back briefly. Max, if we still have you, to the question I wanted to ask at the top of the stream before I got ADD sidetracked. Max.
Shoot.
This is a question from somebody named Jack Beyer. I want to know, I've seen you talk on Twitter about something called Operation Starglen. I couldn't possibly imagine what that might entail. What are you, if it launches tonight, what are you trying to pull off?
I mean, it's more of an idea and a concept at this point rather than a realistic plan.
It's really, it's more of a lifestyle if you think about it.
I mean, everything we do is basically a lifestyle because we have dedicated everything we do to coverage of everything spaceflight here on the East Coast, West Coast, and here there where you are on the Gulf.
Star Coast.
Star Coast. Forgive me. Star Coast. Yeah. So since both rockets are currently scheduled to fly technically on the same day, there is a flight in the morning leaving Orlando that would bring myself and D, because we are currently scheduled on the same flight, that would get us in the Starbase vicinity before the scheduled T0 tomorrow. Whether or not we will actually do that is still a massive question mark, and there are plenty of other factors at play, like weather in Starbase, how we are feeling. Are we tired? Do we have the energy? Do we have time to go pick up our cameras from LC-36? There's a lot at play, and you know what? We won't know. We will not have an answer to that question for at least another 2 hours.
Hey Max, our flight takes off in 7 hours.
I don't like that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I love
that. That's not your. By the way, that's not your plane. That is the WB-57, right?
Oh yeah, on screen right there is the WB-57. You can see it majestically flying through frame. Excellent. Well, Max, D, keep us updated on Operation Starglen, please. I'll be following along closely. Hopefully, New Glenn can get off the ground at the top of the window.
Yes, please.
And you guys will have as much time to get here as possible, and I will have as much time to sleep before I have to wake up before sunup to go out and reset remotes. Yay, rockets!
Yes,
yay, spaceflight.
We are in this weird situation, Jack, right now at NSF, because we are in this almost like dance, right? We are getting up for New Glenn, or like actually, I don't know. Time zones at this point feel weird. Time zones at this point feel like a concept that don't exist anymore.
I've been sleeping mostly during the afternoon. Like today I slept from like 1 to 5 and then woke up and then went and did remote stuff. Like it's weird. So it's time has no meaning.
Yeah, so we basically what we did is we went for New Glenn, then New Glenn scrubbed. Then we prepared for Starship. Then Starship delayed. Then suddenly this New Glenn thing came up where they were like, oh, we might go for a 24-hour recycle. And we got ready for New Glenn again. Then we got ready for Starship. Then we went into Starship countdown and started countdown to launch. Then we are back and now into New Glenn. And if this goes all the way to the back of the window, we will have 2.5 hours once the stream concludes before the stakeout starts.
By the way, Adrian, you forgot we had 2 lunar landers launch in there too.
Yeah, and the lunar landers there as well. It's like squeezing in sleep right now in these small little gaps. And to be fair, I have an easy job here because I'm just sitting here commentary. I cannot imagine how it's for people at the Cape or in Boca where you also have to set up remotes.
Yeah. It's, I'm not going to complain for once. I know I'm like Mr. Complainer, but really, what an amazing problem to have. And to Sawyer's point, we had the 2 lunar landers as well. Like, I'm so here for this. I'm so here for this. This is exactly what I want 2025 to be in terms of space flight. And I feel like so often, so many, you know, what's the best laid plans of mice and men? So often things just don't come to fruition. But 2025 alone is going to be crazy. The last several years in spaceflight were crazy. And yeah, we're going back to the moon, and we're going to Mars, and we're doing a whole bunch more, and it's going to be awesome. All right, y'all, if you have any questions, don't forget, we like to answer your questions. So if you have any, at NASA Spaceflight in chat and type your question out, and we'll see it pop up in some software that we have running in the background as we take a look at the moon. I believe this is a shot from D. We're going there.
Yeah,
That's it. That's the whole statement. Yeah, going to stay. Thank you, Max. That's the important part. You know, it's not just a sort of a wartime era propaganda, boots and flags kind of thing. Like, no, let's go. Let's do some science. Let's do useful things. Let's put a gas station there. Let's put a telescope there.
Starbucks.
Moonbucks.
Yeah, Moonbucks. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the fact that we had 2 lunar landers launched this week, I mean, that launch was absolutely crazy to see, and also the deployment sequence and everything, that was so cool to see. If you have missed that, make sure to find a window somewhere to catch up on that. Good luck. But overall, it's such a cool thing to see so much activity starting to focus on the moon, and you can start to see this bigger picture, right? Because there's always you always have to believe a few years after policy sets for a certain goal, because for a few years nothing is happening. There's some rockets being built, some payloads being constructed, but you're not really seeing the fruits. You're not seeing the things happening, and suddenly things start into gear. We see lunar landers. We see lunar landers every single year right now. And to point this out again, this rocket is a key part of Artemis infrastructure. I know people talk about Starship a lot because Starship is the one that is critical for Artemis 3. But down the line, New Glenn is an absolutely critical vehicle to achieve lunar ambition and lunar goals, and also the Blue Moon lander.
Absolutely. And, I mean, aside from all of that, which is monumental in and of itself, Blue's stated goal of establishing an economy and, like, putting infrastructure in low Earth orbit and turning Earth into more of a preserve. Like, we have one Earth. Yes, we should go colonize Mars. We should travel throughout the solar system and someday, hopefully, beyond. But Earth is our one little perfect gem, and if we can treat it in its entirety like a big nature preserve and mine some asteroids and use low Earth orbit as our, you know, industry instead of junking up Earth with it, like, please, can we do that? I'm all for that. Sign me up.
And this is, I think, the wording that Blue Origin always uses, building the road to space,
right?
Which is a lot of their like key message. And I said this on the previous stream, but where SpaceX is like colonizing Mars, that's their big brand, like that's their big headline.
Right.
Blue's headline is building an infrastructure and an economy in low Earth orbit. That's their whole thing. And I also think that's like, do I like Mars colonization? Yes. Do I like moon stations? Yes. Would I also love giant space stations flying around in Leo? And like we see in the night sky, and you're like, oh, that's manufacturing platform 17 flying by. Yes. That would be amazing.
No, it really is. Like that is how you get, like, you know, a space dock where you build a large vehicle that is, you know, something that you could never launch from Earth proper. That's how you. There's so many cool things that it's just a completely different set of goals. And I fully expect Starship to be used for similar purposes, but that's not the main raison d'être, or however you're supposed to say that. I don't speak French.
Raison d'être is the French way.
Thank you, Sawyer. You're the best, except for your takes on bagels. Speaking of manufacturing, let's watch playback from Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut's tour of Blue Origin with Jeff Bezos, talking about the fairing manufacturing. The carbon layup machine thing is so cool. Let's watch.
Jeez. So we're building a fairing half right now, and so that is the head that lays the tape. If you go down, you'll see the tape dispenser is down there, which we can see on the way out. You can peek at it. But basically that head travels in a machine-controlled, programmatically lays tape.
Yeah.
Little narrow carbon fiber tape. And it just builds up the entire, there it's starting to move. I don't know if we'll get to see it do its thing or not.
But layer by layer, just
layer by layer in a highly engineered pattern. And carbon fiber has strength in only one direction.
Yeah.
So what you do is you understand all of your loads, and then you design it so some of the carbon fiber you'll lay at a diagonal, you'll lay some of it perpendicular.
Yep.
And so, but you can lay the right amount because your loads aren't equal. So you can make a material that's not homogeneous.
Right.
It can be designed so that it takes the loads. Here, you change places with me, you'll get a better view.
Oh, that's cool. So does it do a little bit of like curing as it's laying, or
that's
light?
for the glue.
Oh,
so
cool.
the tape has glue on it. So that's why it sticks.
Got it. Wow.
Isn't that incredible?
That's satisfying. That's really satisfying. And does this do is there a honeycomb structure, like an aluminum core inside the fairing, or is it pure carbon fiber?
There is a structure inside it too. Isn't that incredible?
That's insane. That's really cool. I love that stuff. I could watch you shouldn't show me that, because honestly I'd probably just sit here and watch this all day. It's meditation almost.
It's incredible.
Oh, that's cool.
And on the same machine we make it's very versatile. So we make the payload adapters here on the same machine. It's just a different tool. Cool. It's a different tool and a different program.
Wow.
But it's just as versatile as like a CNC milling machine would be.
Yeah, it's like a CNC machine for carbon fiber almost.
Correct.
And it's additive.
Yeah, and it's very predictable. So we're doing non-destructive testing on this, and we have repair methodologies, but we don't have to use them very often because it's a very, very repeatable process.
Yeah.
That's what you're always looking for when you get to production.
Oh, right.
You need the process to be repeatable.
Yeah.
Thanks again to Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut. If y'all are watching this and you're not subbed to Tim on YouTube, I don't know what you're doing. His factory tours are consistently the best. And in fact, the Astro Awards are coming up here at the end of the month in Austin. So if you want to come hang out in person, I'm going to be there. A bunch of awesome people are going to be there. So check out the Astro Awards too, because that would be a cool way to get to see more of our viewers. It's always a treat. When people come out for launches and stuff. And the problem is we're always so dang busy. And so it'll be like, hey, thank you so much. Awesome. I'm so glad you watched the stream. Let's talk shop while I set things up. But I always feel bad that I can't give people my full attention. So it'll be cool to hang out at the Astro Awards. And again, thanks to Tim for letting us share footage from that factory tour. Check that video out. And if you'll be in the Austin area in the end of January, check out the Astro Awards. I think there's still tickets. I have no idea. Either way, New Glenn, am I right? Sawyer, what is your vibe right now? How are you feeling? How excited are you to see this behemoth hopefully come to life in like an hour and a half?
I mean, the excitement is palpable. It's one of those where, are we running on any sleep? No. Would we have it any other way? Absolutely not. This is what we live for. Like you mentioned earlier, this is an era where we have 2 super heavy rockets set to launch within hours of each other. Not days, hours. And this is the debut flight of a new vehicle, a new heavy lift, a new player in the orbital game. More rockets, more better, as you say, but it's true. The competition is nice to have, and especially once you enter that new era with New Glenn having that larger payload fairing area that you could put satellites in and decent mass to orbit. I mean, once Starship gets its full payload bay ready, there's competition here.
Yeah, and that's what drives costs down, and that's how you get it so that if you or I, Sawyer, want to take a vacation to the moon or some sort of orbital hab or something, that's how you can do it. We got to drive these costs down.
Well, but I claim window seat.
Ah, can I get aisle? I just don't want to be middle.
Deal.
Adrian, you're middle. Haha.
Okay.
Now I feel bad. Now I feel bad. You submitted too easily.
Can I just keep standing during the flight? Is that possible?
I mean, who wasn't there? Oh no,
Story
Sawyer.
Musgrave.
Thank you, Sawyer. You read my mind. Story stood up for a little bit of a shuttle reentry, didn't he? Is that the
That
story?
was reentry. Definitely not launch, but reentry, yes.
Right. What a legend. Speaking of legends, all of y'all coming out supporting what we do. Thank you so much. NSF is truly firing on all cylinders this month, year, etc. Yeah, unit of time greater than we're truly firing on all cylinders. Like, huge team of people required to make all of this stuff work, from Kevin and Jay and Carson and everyone in the back channel, Ryan doing all the cool graphics and maps and also helping out editing the videos and also being on commentary. Everybody. I mean, Das out here, Dan out here, all the chat mods, it takes a village. It really does. So y'all supporting what we do. You're the best for it. Sean Museman, thank you so much. They say, hey, NSF, I've been a viewer since the days of SN5. Wow. And I'm so excited to see New Glenn finally launch after being delayed for so many years. Thanks for the coverage, guys. Godspeed, New Glenn and Starship. I like this sentiment, Sean. They're not picking favorites. They're just excited for rockets. And so are we. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing once an emoji and chat command for Nightbot for talking while muted. We might be able to do something like that. That'd be a good idea, honestly.
It's happening so easily. I know it sounds stupid, but it happens so easily. You don't want to cough. You don't want to, make a weird sound while somebody else is speaking, and you mute yourself. You're being considerate. You know, it happens. Sorry, I'm full on tantrum mentality today.
No, you're good. It does happen. John in chat says Jack is the biggest offender. All right, that's probably fair. The 5x5 emoji is really good. Maybe the talking while muted emoji would just be 0x0. Like, we just do a 0x0 in the style of the 5x5. I'm not sure. We do need to. I'm always looking at the emoji. I do feel like we should freshen up the supply here a little bit. Like, do we really need 2 grackles? I know Gage is going to get mad at me, but do we really need 2 grackles? Anyways.
The other day, Falcon 9 deleted a grackle, so...
I think that was a seagull, but yeah.
Same.
Sorry.
It really did delete it. If you haven't seen that clip, that poor little guy. Oh well.
Yep.
It happens. Daryl Swordsman, thank you for the $10 tip to tips.nasaspaceflight.com. They say, well, we've got some time. LC-14 is coming together pretty wickedly fast, and we've seen the Zenith S1 engine come together in nearly no time, given Stage 2 hopped even. Do we think Stoke might get Nova in the air before the end of 2025? It's starting to seem possible to me. Well...
I think Burger's Law might apply here.
Explain to our viewers, for those who might not know. I mean, I totally know what Burger's Law is.
Oh, so
but for the viewers who might not know, explain, please.
So right now it looks like they're targeting Q4 or end of year 2025, something in there. And I think the law is if a rocket targets end of year, it is actually next year. There's so many cases of, it's totally going to be end of this year. And it's always slipping to the next year. Look at New Glenn.
Yeah, perfect example. Okay, first off, if you don't know who Stoke Space is, they are a rocket company and they are targeting full reuse from the get-go. They have an extremely novel, reusable second stage. They're getting close, which is the genesis of this question. I think it's possible. I certainly hope to see it before the end of 2025. But Adrian, I think you're probably on the money. Sawyer, what do you think?
Yeah, I think 2026 is definitely more realistic. It's been exciting to see the progress, though, I have to say, at LC-14. And if you haven't, check out our KSC flyovers, where we go and we actually take a look from the air at the progress. If you compare it through the different months that we've flown, it is night and day. And I am excited to actually see that progress, which does indicate that I think we have a shot at 2026.
Yeah, I mean, just yet another provider coming online would be amazing. And again, Stoke has an extremely novel design, and they're targeting full reuse from the get-go. So, suffice to say, pretty much everybody at NSF is, and I think in the space nerd zone, I guess that's the thing now. The space nerd zone, I've coined a term, is super excited for Stoke.
Yeah, super stoked.
We are stoked for Stoked.
Fun tokens.
You know what I'm also stoked for? This new landing merch we have with New Glenn. So we've had a launch entry landing shirt for Falcon 9 for a long time now, and now we have it for New Glenn too. I love this. I love this. Whose idea was this? Give them a cookie.
I think it was Sawyer kind of throwing it out there, right?
It was after the last attempt that we went live for. We were just chatting afterwards, and I was like, oh, I was wearing my launch entry landing shirt that day. I'm like, it's a 131, isn't it? Wouldn't it be cool if we just replaced Falcon and put New Glenn on it? And the next thing I know, I see this in the shop.
Amazing.
Yep. Shout outs to our the quick design process on this, because this was absolutely stunning, and that was done by our designer Carl, who basically got this done in like a day since we sent him to it. It was like, hey, can you do this? And it was done in less than a day. So absolutely astonishing work. I think it looks fantastic. I love it, and I hope, especially, I always love to see if like blue people appreciate it, because I also love when we have SpaceX stuff, and at least see SpaceX people appreciate it. So it's always cool if the company that is actually launching it appreciate it. So that's always cool to see. So if you like that, it's very, very fun.
Yeah, our general approach to making merch and our general approach to making videos in general is that we want to make things we like. And I like this. I think it's a good one. It's a really good idea. So props, Sawyer. And check it out if you want to support us in that way. You get a little something in return. Here's a really, really interesting question from Cabinet Kenny asking, will the wings, I think they mean the strakes, the arrow surfaces on the booster there, will the wings heat like the grid fins on a Falcon 9? So, chat, I assume y'all out there have seen a Falcon 9 coming in for re-entry, and typically, it's very common, maybe not every single time, but I feel like most times, as the booster is coming down through the thicker parts of the atmosphere, there is plasma that forms around the grid fins as they experience thermal heating from hitting the atmosphere. It's really beautiful. Sometimes the lighting will be just right, or the angle will be just right, but you can see those grid fins lighting up, and it's really pretty. Do we think we might see some sort of process like that? I mean, I guess it's got those forward fins. I'm sorry, I don't know the technical term for what Blue is calling those, and it's also got these strakes along the side of the booster. Maybe something on the forward fins. I don't know, Sawyer. What do you think? What are you expecting this puppy to look like coming in hot?
It is definitely going to come in hot. And I think it's important to note that Blue is prepared for a lot of that. In those areas where they expect the extra high heating, they have a thermal protection material called Comet. So when you look at the rocket, it's actually, there are parts that look like silverish or gold, I guess, or brown. I'm not sure what color you want to call it. But once you do that, you'll see that that is actually where the thermal protection system goes. They didn't paint over it this time. So basically they have it on the fins, the forward module, the strakes, parts of the tank tunnels, parts of the aft section near the legs. And you may have seen it fly before. It has actually been tested on previous New Shepard flights.
That's right.
So, yeah. So, I mean, we may see it streaking like a comet, thanks to Comet.
Oh, I should have known. I should have known that was coming. But no,
hot minute, okay?
That's fair. That's fair.
Hot minute.
As is re-entry, by the way, also a hot minute.
Yes,
Moving right
that
along.
was intended.
No, good. You guys are way more awake than I am, apparently. I need to caffeinate myself. But yeah, Steven here is asking, I know everyone on the NSF team has a favorite shuttle. Can you do a show where you go over the differences between all the shuttles? They looked the same to me. That is, I think, something that once you start to pay attention to them a little bit, they will immediately start to look very different to you. At least certain ones are very different from each other. Like Columbia is immediately recognizable. And sorry, what's the one with the teardrop? Is that Discovery?
That is indeed Discovery, yes, with the couple of black tiles right near the window that looks like a teardrop.
Yeah. So we do a show called Shuttle Sunday. We do it on some Sundays. We haven't done the most recent one yet because it's honestly the Challenger disaster. And we want to do it right and pay it the respect it deserves. So we're taking our time with that one. But we have done everything up to Challenger so far, and we've talked about all the shuttles at length each time a new one comes along, and it's its first flight and etc. Its first mission. So if you want more information on the shuttle in general, check out Shuttle Sunday. And maybe once we run through all of the missions, we'll do like a specific like shuttle orbiter overview, like differences sort of thing. That'd be really cool.
And my Endeavor's the best, yes.
And it's actually Atlantis. But anyways, let's move on. Adrian, do you have an opinion on what's the best shuttle?
Buran, because I have seen it.
I'm so mad. I'm so mad. It's been a long time. It's been a long time somehow since you and I have talked about this topic on stream. But this goes all the way back to like original Adrian and NSF Jack yelling at Adrian streams.
It's just the fact, like, I have not seen the other ones yet. I've only seen the Russian or the Soviet Buran shuttle. So of course I'm gonna pick the one that I have seen. But if I have to pick one of the space shuttle shuttles, it would be Atlantis because it's sounding like Stargate Atlantis.
I was gonna say, and as much as Jack and I disagree on our favorite shuttle, we can both agree Buran bad answer.
Yep.
Wow. I was going to say, hey, Adrian, you get bonus points with me because seeing Buran, actually, that was one of my abandoned spaces, like bucket list, dream things to do, even though it's quite dangerous. And I don't advise anybody to actually do it, but that was one of my dream things, and kudos to you for seeing it.
Yeah, honestly, as much shade as I give you, Adrian, for picking that as your answer, same, Julia. That has been a bucket list thing of mine for a long time. In the same way that like seeing the exclusion zone around Chernobyl and Pripyat, like there's so many cool things.
My contract termination is being actively discussed in the back channel right now for that answer.
I saw DOS typing. I don't want to put anybody on blast, but I just want to let you know that I did see DOS typing. Okay, an hour and 20 minutes to go. The clock continues to tick down to the inaugural launch of New Glenn. This is going to be a good one, you guys. I hope you're all as excited as we are for it. Adrian, where are we at? Like, what's the rocket doing? What's going on with this thing at this moment in time?
So we have to assume a bit here because we don't know the actual launch clock. We assume that the clock is still running to the opening of the window. If that is the case, they will wrap up propellant load in 20 minutes from now, as all tanks will be completely filled and will start a phase that is called replenish. Again, this is very similar to, for example, SLS, which had a system called stable replenish. Basically, it means you're not really putting full flight pressure into the tanks yet. You reach like a very, very high level, and then you start to cycle propellants, and basically as soon as something boils off, you fill it up again. Once that L minus 1 minute, 1 hour point is reached, we assume that New Glenn is going into some sort of hold, where they will take their time to conduct final checks, and then we'll conduct an L-minus 20-minute weather briefing and an L-minus 10-minute go-no-go poll. Once these both have cleared, then the clock would resume at L-minus and T-minus 4 minutes, where it would count down in the terminal count sequence and hopefully launch at the beginning of the window. Again, we assume this We don't have any updated T0 from Blue Origin in any shape or form, and we will see what exactly they go for. If you want to see how it looks like if they go for multiple T0s in the same period of time, go to the last stream we did about this, and you can see Ryan, Caden, Jack, and me losing our mind over time.
Hey, I kept it pretty well together until like the last 2 seconds.
We love you too, Jack.
Oh, thanks, Sawyer. Synthetic 319, thanks for gifting 20 Red Team memberships. That's remarkable. Thank you so much. If you're getting a gifted membership in chat, if your name is suddenly turned green, you just got a whole bunch of sweet perks, and you should probably thank the person that gave it to you. That's only nice. Echo Deal, thank you so much for the support. They say, Mom said it's my turn with the launch zone. Starship in New Glen, like, I'm not touching you. I'll turn this around. There'll be no orbit for anybody. Okay, no, I'll stop. Christopher Clark, thank you for becoming a launch director. Wow, thank you. That is one of the 2 highest tiers of support of our membership program. That is exceptional. Thank you so much.
By the way, would they be telling the other person to barge out of there? Would they barge into their landing zone?
Oh, Sawyer, that was pretty good. I gotta admit. Anonymous grabbing the Starship Flight 7 patch. Adrian, given the excitement around this launch, are you as bummed as I am that we don't have a patch for it?
Yes.
Do you think maybe we could do something in the future?
Yeah. I think there are certain missions of New Glen that, I mean, let's be real. Artemis missions have a very high chance to receive an NSF patch. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I'm not committing to anything yet, but if your mission is part of going to the moon and establishing human presence on the moon, there's a very high chance we are very interested in including you in a patch somehow. Just saying. There are other missions, for example, like the Pathfinder mission to the moon, where I'm just like, I'm in the process of what would be cool, right? We need to find out what is cool, what we do, but I'm not denying the chance that we are doing a Blue Origin patch in the future.
Neat. Space Pope, the Space Pope, gifted 20
Space
Red
Pope.
Team memberships. Thank you, Space Pope. Always supporting us so much. Bless your reptilian soul. Jason Burt saying WV57 is airborne. That was 30 minutes ago when we talked about it. Thank you, Jason. Space Pope again with a $50 super. Thank you so much. They say, bless this test and space be with you. The Space Pope. There you go, Kevin. Kaylin H, thank you for the support. They say, y'all have no faith in New Glen, according to the poll. Yeah, I mean, YouTube chat polls. They're almost never right, speaking as the person they frequently go against. Mr.
Yes.
G, thank you for the support. They say, booster landing on the first try. Eat it, haters. I certainly hope so. That'd be really cool to see. Rankley, thank you for the support. They say, Max and D making their flight. So you're saying there's a chance. Ha! That's the name of the booster, right, Sawyer?
So you're telling me
you're
there's a
telling
chance.
me.
Yeah. Same difference. But yes,
And
so you're telling me
Adrian,
there's a chance.
Adrian, I know you've never seen it, but that is a reference to the classic Jim Carrey film Dumb and Dumber.
Yeah, I've never even heard about it.
Are you being sarcastic?
No, I'm actually not sarcastic.
Really? Oh my god.
No.
Adrian, I'm not surprised.
I'm excited to watch Dumb and Dumber with you, my friend. It's a really good movie.
Dude, the list at this point is like four pages.
Yeah,
and
well,
they are written in very small font.
Yeah, well, get your butt over here for a Starship flight so we can hang out and watch movies.
Yes.
Plus, you love Blue Origin and New Glen, hence why we're all here tonight, and you don't even know the basis for the name of their rocket?
I mean, I know it's a reference. The thing is, so many. Okay, this
You
sounds.
gotta watch it. You gotta watch it.
So many things do pop culture references, and at this point, I'm just like, yeah, I acknowledge it's a pop culture reference.
Right. Well, you know, we'll watch it. No big deal. We're not gonna be mad at you for it. We're excited for you to see it for the first time. It's a great movie. Hopefully, this thing goes when it goes, and Max and D can hop on a plane and haul butt over here, or get some sleep. I'm sure they would appreciate that too. Julia, what's your sleep schedule like in the last couple of days? Is it brutal as everyone else? I assume.
It's ugly, because I also work a full-time job. And if I had a day off, it was probably spent sleeping and thanking Max for babysitting my remote camera in most instances while I was at work. So I work at 10 a.m. tomorrow. I really hope New Glen does New Glen things tonight because it is beautiful out here right now.
It really does seem like an excellent night. And I guess at the same while we have you, I'll ask you about the weather. Like, how is how is it tonight? Clouds have cleared up. Is it really cold? Like, give us a little bit of a sit rep.
Well, I wouldn't say cleared up. They've thinned a little bit. So in my heart, I'm saying that maybe that thick cloud rule is not an issue. Think popcorn clouds, if that makes sense to you, Jack. Which means no matter what, we'd get something of a streak shot. The water is absolutely still, which means there's no wind. So that also bodes well for launch tonight. So I think what we're waiting for is New Glen to come alive.
I like that idea. I want to see New Glen alive while Jack is talking while muted, I think.
You called it. Hopefully we see this thing light up here in like an hour and change. I'd be extremely happy. I think we all would.
Now, with that being said, Jack, I say the weather is beautiful. Max is probably freezing. But as far as launch weather goes, it's not bad.
How are these very small puffy clouds called in American, by the way?
I actually don't know what specific type of clouds we're looking at right now.
Like,
I am not that knowledgeable in cloud types. It's probably like
strato
cirrus or something.
I mean like a colloquial term. Like, do you have like a funny colloquial name?
Oh, no.
Ball, kind of.
We call them sheep clouds in Germany.
Oh,
because they are like a herd of sheeps.
That's adorable.
You're not wrong. I'm gonna send y'all a picture in the back channel that you can share with our viewers. That's an accurate description, actually, Adrian.
That's
amazing. I think it's like a herd of sheep, right?
It is, yeah. I love it. Let's do some more questions. This is an interesting one from the Ace Raichu asking, will it launch? Should I go to bed? I mean, how dedicated are you feeling right now?
Sleep is for the weak.
No sleep till rocket.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an hour and 10 minutes at this point.
Here's a question from Booster 4. I'm going to throw this one at Adrian. They're asking, what is the payload capacity of an expended New Glen? They said Glenny. For our viewers' sake, I will say New Glen.
So there is a bit of a... the problem is the only thing is we have a stated payload capacity, which is 45 metric tons to LEO and 13 metric tons to GEO. I think the assumption is that is in a reusable configuration because Blue Origin, to my knowledge, likes to advertise these numbers as reusable. But they are... we will see what the actual numbers down the line will look like because from experience watching so many rockets over time, what you say on your first flight might not be the real truth of what is right now your payload capacity.
Yeah, I mean, we've even seen that with SpaceX and Starship to where they're targeting 100 tons to orbit. They're, at least with Flight 1, I think is when we got that little snippet from them either on X or on their website, but I think, or maybe it was during that Elon presentation. But like right now, or at least at Flight 1 time, they were doing like 50 tons. So they have a way to go. But that's part of this iterative development process. Although both companies are approaching it differently, they're both iterating. REM is asking, when does prop load start, or did it start already? Let's hit the timeline again really quick, Adrian. As we get closer to an hour to go, just give everyone sort of a rundown of where we're at.
I mean, that prop load started at L minus 4 hours and 30 minutes. So that we can see it. The first thing that is started is stage 2 hydrogen load. And then at 4 hours, they start stage 1 LOX load and stage 2 LOX load. And at 3 hours and 30 minutes, they start booster LNG. LNG in this case also can be referred to as methane load. So yeah, this rocket is basically almost fueled up. There's just 8 minutes of more propellant loading left for them, and then that rocket is fully ready to go, and then they will take final checks. So yeah, there you go.
Awesome. So very close to completing propellant loading on New Glenn. Really getting into the business end of things here. So dang exciting. Sawyer, what happens should this thing lift off post-launch?
That's a great question. So hopefully we see liftoff at T0. It will then take a little while to get to max Q. It takes about 1 minute and 40 seconds, a little longer than Falcon 9, before we hit MECO, main engine cutoff, at T plus 3 minutes and 10 seconds. That's followed a couple seconds later by the separation of the first and second stage. That is then followed 11 seconds later by the ignition of that second stage engine. Meanwhile, the fairings will jettison at 3 minutes and 49 seconds into flight, and then we will have the re-entry burn of that first stage. That is going to take a little bit to happen. That's at T plus 7 minutes and 17 seconds. That is an approximately 30-second burn, and that should result in a landing, hopefully, on Jacklyn about 1 minute after that. Or of the landing burn, starting 1 minute after that, and then the booster touching down at 9.5 minutes in. Meanwhile, that first stage is going to keep on going until 12 minutes and 51 seconds into flight. That is when it is scheduled to finally shut down before they work on powering it on, doing another in-flight burn 57 minutes 42 seconds in, and testing out their Blue Ring Pathfinder. Thank you, Muted Jack.
Wow. I'm really good at this, you guys. Thank you, Sawyer, and thank you, Adrian, for filling us in where we're at and where we're going tonight, hopefully in just about an hour to go. Joe Kangas is asking, will we see a similar re-entry profile to Falcon 9 of the 131 sequence? Yes, we were talking about that a little bit ago. We are expecting a 1, 3, and then 1 engine entry burn sort of profile, right, Adrian?
Yeah, some technicalities about the way the engines work on New Glenn is that of the 7 BE4 engines, only 3 actually have gimbal capabilities and will steer.
Right, gimbling means the engine can be pointed, basically.
Yes,
So you can
yes.
steer using the engine by pointing your thrust in different ways. And typically, different engines will have, and different rockets will have different gimbal limits.
That's correct.
You can't just like point an engine 90 degrees to the side. It'll hit another engine or something. But thank you. Sorry,
correct.
I interrupted you. In case we have, we do have how many people are watching right now? A lot. 20,000. In case you don't know what we mean when we say gimbal, that's what we mean. But Adrian, please continue.
Yeah, it's a row, basically. It's a row of 3 engines that has this gimbal capability and is able to steer. And these, from our understanding, is also the 3 landing engines, which are used to land that on the ship. And I also want to take a quick moment to acknowledge what I see here, the back channel. I will not do that yet.
You can.
Sorry. We'll get there. We'll get there when we get there.
Oh, we have a visibility map. Excellent. Let's take a look at this. If you are in Florida and you are trying to see tonight's launch, this sort of gives you an idea of when you can expect to be able to see it, given where you are in Florida. So, for example, if you're in Tampa, around T plus 2 minutes, you could expect to see it, given weather conditions, clouds, etc. permitting. And this is the first flight of this rocket. We're not quite exactly sure what it's going to look like, how bright it's going to be, etc. So there you go. That's the visibility map out to about 4 minutes. Honestly, if you are anywhere in this circle, please keep the stream going, but run outside and see if you can see it. I would love to have people, post on X and at us, at NASA Spaceflight, so we can post on Instagram or wherever you're posting. I want to see what regular folks out there can see of this launch from around the country. And we have a tweet. This is what you were talking about, Adrian. We have a tweet from Blue Origin. New Glenn is fully fueled for its inaugural mission, carrying our Blue Ring Pathfinder. Let's go. Let's go. How does this make you feel, Adrian?
I mean, absolutely. Like, it's we have talked about the good old nervous tingling you get close before an big rocket launch, and it's starting again, Jack. It is. We are once again back in this. I need to pace myself a bit. I don't want to be too excited too early, but this, like, against all odds and against the weather being a bit iffy, this is turning out to be a possible launch day.
Fingers crossed. I'm not much for superstition, but I will say I'm getting some good vibes from tonight. And you can see the flare stack there. Don't worry about that. That's totally nominal. The flare stack getting a little bit active. Propellant loading finished on the vehicle. So dang exciting.
By the way, I'm only a little stitious, not superstitious about this. So
I've already made that joke on stream in the last month, Sawyer. Come on, you can't be doubling up, buddy. Come on, you're too good for that.
All right, fine. I was trying to come up with a joke with flare as we take a look at some of the flare stacks as they finish up the fuel load there.
Nice, good job, Sawyer. Well, I think with that we should probably say farewell to Sawyer and hello to another host. And let Sawyer pop off here. Sawyer, thanks for being on, good dude.
Oh, it's my pleasure. I will, of course, be watching with everyone with bated breath. Here's hoping for a launch, and go New Glenn.
Heck yeah. Awesome. Well, I think with that, we will welcome in none other than our very own space enthusiast himself, Mr. Ryan Caton. Ryan, how you doing, bud?
Is that my official title now? Is that what we're going to put in the lower thirds and everything?
It should be. That's what you are, right? I'm sorry. You're so much more than that. I'm just giving you a hard time. In fact,
I have a map, Jack.
You
I'm
have
so
a
much
map.
more than that. I have a map. I'm a map enthusiast as well, which you so gracefully made obvious on one of the Starliner launch attempts. I forget which one it was now, but again, it was stupid o'clock in the morning. Stupid o'clock in the morning, like it is now. Oh, we love if a inaugural launch of something isn't happening at 6 o'clock in the morning, then is it even an inaugural launch? You know,
no, I would submit,
this is how these
no.
things. Starliner, Artemis 1, now New Glenn. These things it's just all meant to happen in the middle of the night because why not?
Well, what is your map showing us, Ryan?
Well, right now I am tracking the WB-57, which is, as we reported, left the Kennedy Space Center about an hour ago-ish. It's flying all the way out to the landing zone, which is beyond me. However, it looks like we may be losing signal now of the aircraft because the way that we can collect the data from the aircraft and display it on a map is through technology called ADS-B, and that only has so much range, right? So
that's like
only receivers.
That's like a distributed thing, right? Like if you wanted to host an ADS-B receiver, you could set one up, and that's sort of how it works. Is there's a bunch of people all around that have ADS-B receivers, and the whole system is kind of a giant distributed thing. But if you're over the middle of the ocean, there's not that.
Yeah, exactly. So these are hosted by people who, live on the land. They don't live in the middle of the Atlantic. So unfortunately, it looks like the aircraft might just be about to or already has gone out of range. But tracking it earlier, it was climbing up to its normal altitudes past 40,000 feet. This aircraft goes super high. And according to the one of the crew members on board the WB-57, apparently we might get some infrared tracking of the landing. So you're telling me there's a chance, maybe there's a chance for a Freedom of Information Act request as well later on to try and get some of that tracking, because it's certainly going to be interesting.
I don't know what you like more, Ryan, maps or FOIAs? No, but for real, thank you for being on the ball with those for us. Speaking of being on the ball, I want to thank people out there who are continuing to support us. Hey, Adrian, I see your beautiful face. What's up?
Hello. Apparently we are. I have a déjà vu. We are back again in this last 60 minutes before New Glenn launches, which is
True.
where you sometimes remember we don't mention the clock. I want to quickly
just
establish
did.
the rules
You
from the
just
first
did.
one.
You
Yeah, but
just
we are
did.
not mentioning the time. Not the time. We are not mentioning the time. We have learned from the first attempt, right? Right? So
I don't
let's
agree to this. I'm going to be mentioning that. People are going to want to know what's going on. We have to mention the time.
All right,
there we go.
L minus 58 minutes and 3 seconds and counting. There you go, ladies and gents.
Oh, no.
I did it for Jack and Adrian. I did it for
Thank
them.
you.
I did it for them.
Thank you for taking that punch for us, Ryan. You're truly a king amongst men. Let's speaking of king amongst men and king royalty amongst folks, etc. People who support us. David, thank you so much for the support. Katya, thank you. They say, how many successful launches required of Blue Origin for government contract eligibility? Would this be considered the first? Thanks. That's a good question. Adrian, to qualify for the NSSL contracts, that's the National Security Space Launch contracts, do we know how many they're going to have to successfully do, etc., in order to be qualified?
It's 2. This is the first of 2 qualification flights of New Glenn for the NSSL. So they will perform 1 more qualification flight after this, and after that they are qualified for these high security missions. So the answer
Do we know
is
if they'll have to do a... Oh, sorry, Adrian.
So I was the last time I was aware is this was 1 of 2.
So this is the first of 2.
I was just going to ask if... So this is an inaugural launch, right? We don't know what's going to happen. I genuinely don't know. If this launch goes in a direction which we wish it doesn't, will they then have to do another first certification, or does this still count as the first certification? Because I guess the Space Force would want 2 good flights in order to... I don't know. Is it just 2 flights or 2 good flights? Do we know? I don't know. So I'm just... Ryan in chat is asking.
I think we have a good example of that with the recent Vulcan mission, where there was an observation, but to my knowledge, it still satisfied some of the requirements. So I think it matters on what goes wrong and in what capacity goes wrong. I think, for example, on today's mission, reaching everything after reaching orbit for sure, I think would be considered mostly bonus for the Space Force.
For sure.
For example, a landing mishap. I don't think the Space Force has any interest if the landing is going the way it planned, as long as that payload reaches space somehow. So hard to answer because the requirements, I think, are not really set in stone. It's more like a look at what we get as data and do we have confidence going forward kind of situation.
Yeah, I mean, if it doesn't go completely perfect, but it goes mostly perfect, and then the second one goes perfect, there's I think a little bit of wiggle room there, probably inherent, but obviously Blue and everybody else that's got skin in the game here wants this to go well the first time.
Yes.
Continuing to thank some folks. Neptune08 gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much. Lex Friedman. Holy cow. Is that real?
We have verified that is real.
Holy cow. Thank you so much for the super chat. They say, thanks for doing this live. Hey, buddy. Welcome to the right place. This is exactly what we do day in and day out. They say, great fun vibe. Can't wait to see the launch. It's going to be a good one. Well, welcome. And thank you for the kind words. I love your interviews. They're fantastic. So you're in the right place. We are NASA Spaceflight. NSF is a crazy distributed organization full of very dedicated rocket-chasing individuals. We try our best to bring you guys the latest and best in space news. And the only reason we can do this is because of support from viewers like you. So thank you for that. That really means the world. This is our camera right now. This is our feed. This is not we're not scraping something. We have a person with a camera out there right now? Is it?
Well, we have multiple people with
Yeah.
multiple cameras.
Yeah,
So
no
we,
kidding.
We saw that behind the scenes picture from D earlier. They're dual wielding, or sorry, they're triple wielding like 3 cameras at the same time. It's crazy.
Right. Whose shot is this?
I believe this is Max's.
Right, and there's
that was Max's. This is the behind the scenes camera.
Nice. There's the BTS camera. Yeah, we're not messing around here.
Yeah.
Eric Beavers, thanks for the gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Elliot becoming a Pad Rat member. Thomas gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Ahmad grabbing the launch, entry, and landing t-shirt. They say, I work at Blue Origin and love this shirt. Had to have it. Bingo. There you go, Adrian. That's the highest thing we could possibly get.
Yes.
Thank you for all your hard helping build the future, Ahmad. We're all thankful for it. Rest assured. Ralph becoming a Pad Rat member. Zhang becoming a Pad Rat member. Jerwa, thank you so much for the $10 super. Another regular. We love you, Jerwa. They say for Space Beagle. There you go, Space Beagle. Ralph, Pad Rat member. Awesome. And Nick saying, been waiting on New Glenn merch from you guys. Love this design. They also got the launch entry landing shirt. Neat. Seriously, y'all, we are pulling out all the stops for this new space age, and every little bit of support really means the world. So thank you. And if you can't support us, don't fret. Just hit the like button. Tell your friends about us. You don't have to. It doesn't have to be a monetary thing. The cool thing about what we do is it gets to be sort of crowdfunded in this way. So please, every now and then someone will be like, oh, I'm bummed I can't. It's like, no. Please. Everyone does their part in their own way. Speaking of doing their part,
Look
Julia,
at that pad at night.
It's gorgeous. It really, truly is. This gives me almost shuttle vibes. Julia, how are you feeling right now? We're under an hour. I don't even know if I should say that out loud. But you're out there, hopefully not freezing your tail off, looking at this thing on the pad. Talk to us.
Well, I am successfully back to my camera view. I took a nice chilly walk, and shout out to those who are in the vicinity of me watching the NSF stream. I saw you, but Blue Origin folks are starting to stream into this location to watch the inaugural launch of their rocket, and the vibe is pretty darn good down that way. So thought it would be good to come back down here and check out our view of the rocket. And yeah, I'm hoping things continue to progress without saying any notions of time to progress as they should. And I'm enjoying watching these flare stacks right now. So yeah.
Yes, indeed. All right, well, fingers crossed here as we inch ever closer to launch that tonight is in fact the night. But Julia, you said a word right there. You said the word flare stack. KSP Kid 1 is asking, please explain flare stacks and how safe they are, i.e. lights the fuel on fire. I mean, it seems safe enough, right? I think it's more of an air quality issue. But Adrian, there's 4 flare stacks at this pad, are there not?
Yes, they are burning hydrogen and liquid natural gas on the tank farm, and they are burning hydrogen and liquid natural gas at the pad. Most of that is also because you don't want to release methane, for example, into the atmosphere. That's a very hazardous gas to release, especially for the I'm lacking a word here. I'm sorry. It's a very hazardous gas, so burning it off results in it turning into CO2, which is still not optimal, but way better than methane. So that's why you burn that off, both on the tank farm and at the pad. That's the more bright stack. The more bright stack is methane, or liquid natural gas. The right next to it, on the right side there, you can see a second flare stack that is just very faint. That is the hydrogen flare stack. Hydrogen being loaded, of course, on the Glenn Stage 2, GS2. And that is basically the overflow of that tank farm, because you don't want to also just have a lot of gaseous hydrogen flowing around usually, because also that can be a bit of a combustion issue. And you don't want to ignite that all at the same time.
Right. Cool stuff. Regular Human Person, nice name. They say, do you know if that college, that's BYU, that was measuring the audio power of rockets are out there? I don't think BYU is out there based on Dr. Kent G's X posts of recent days. I'm not positive, though, but I certainly hope they're able to gather some data on New Glenn here soon, as well as more Starship data, because you know what I always say, more data, more better. Ryan, you have a new map behind you. What's the deal?
Yeah, well, the deal is, you remember the thing I said on the last attempt stream where I don't do weather, and then I immediately pointed to the weather?
And then did weather? Yes, I remember that vividly.
Yeah. If Kevin is ready, I would like to do that again, because let's just say, I don't know if anyone remembers, but we had a kind of thick kind of blob of cloud that was trending towards the Cape on the last attempt, and it doesn't look like we have got a similar big blob of solid looking cloud, but there's a lot more clouds, and they're thinner, but there's more. So is that good? Is that bad? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. One thing to consider though is it's nighttime. As you can see, it's nighttime, which means that the visible RGB spectrum makes it a bit more difficult to actually spot out the clouds because it's dark. So it kind of blends into the sea a bit more because, you know, the sea isn't blue at nighttime, it's black because it's just water reflecting the sunlight. So that's something I'm just keeping an eye on for the moment. The clouds seem thicker, TLDR. The clouds, sorry, excuse me, it's late. TLDR, the clouds seem thinner, there's more clouds, but there could be some gaps. So fingers crossed our photographers, videographers, loads of tracking. There you go, you can see. It seems thinner over the Cape area. We've got some cloud down here, we've got some cloud up here, but there's a big band of thinness here. So fingers crossed our tracking cameras get a good shot through the clouds or non-clouds. We'll just have to wait and see. We've got 46 minutes to go, so fingers crossed.
I feel like I bring this every time up there's clouds around during a launch, but the classic scene from the film The Aviator about Howard Hughes, where he's like, we gotta have clouds for context, otherwise the planes don't look like they're flying fast. So, you know, maybe if it's just the right amount of clouds, it ends up just right. Adrian, I cut you off.
Yeah, I mean,
what were you gonna? Oh, no.
It's right. Wispy around here, so
it's quite wispy.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
We have confirmation, by the way. Blue Origin is still targeting the opening of the window, which is in 45 minutes from now. So as of now, it seems tanking went smooth. Everything works well. So we might see an inaugural launch of New Glenn in 45 minutes from now.
This is starting to feel real again. It's starting to actually feel really real. It's so exciting to see a rocket launch for the first time. You never know what is going to happen. Like, we have no idea what's going to happen tonight. The range of possibilities extends from literally nothing to complete success. How exciting.
And I want to start talking about expectations again, because Blue Origin has been very clear in their message about what to expect for this. And they have said some very good words about that on the last attempt, and I'm not having the exact words here open, but I kind of want to paraphrase them. Actually, I have them. They have said, we want to be clear in our objectives. This is our first flight, and we have prepared rigorously for it. But no amount of ground testing or mission simulations is a replacement for flying this rocket. Our key objective today is to reach orbit safely. Anything beyond that is icing on the cake. We know landing the booster on our first try offshore in the Atlantic is ambitious, but we are going for it. No matter what happens, we'll learn, refine, and apply that knowledge to our next launch. So, just setting the expectations here, getting to orbit is their primary goal. Landing a rocket on the first attempt is an attempt.
Right. It's an icing on the cake moment. SpaceX, you know, they would call it like a secondary objective. It's not the primary mission kind of thing. But we all hope to see it. I mean, I'm sure everyone in blue does too, because you get that booster back, And the data that you can pull from flight hardware that has gone to space and come back is you can't simulate that. You can't fake that in a computer. You just have to do it. There's some information, there's some data that you can only get by flying. And, if you expend forever, then you never get the thing back and you never get that data. But if you can land the very first one, boy, that probably informs every single booster that is in the production flow with whatever modifications are necessary or tweaks to get it to be exactly right, or perhaps even better.
Yep, and from what we have been told, they have about 3, 4, 5 boosters in flow, somewhere in that range.
And there were 7 upper stages, right?
Yep, 7 upper stages in flow. They want to have the next booster ready in the next few months. And we have seen lots of hardware of that. If you watch our KSC flyovers, every time they come out, you will have seen many tanks moving around exploration park. There's so many upper stage tanks. There's so many first stage tanks. They built a factory to produce a lot of these. So expecting more than 1 or 2 more launches this year is totally, I think, not out of the question if this goes in any reasonable shape or form well.
How exciting. We truly live in a new space age. I don't know. I feel like if you went back in time 10 years or 15 years and explained to me what January 2025 is like, I don't know that I would have believed it. I probably thought the person explaining it to me was not mentally fit.
Yeah. I mean, we have so far had in this month, I mean, you cannot always forget Falcon 9, right? Because since the beginning of this month, we had 2, 4, 6, 7 Falcon 9s that have launched. So we had already 7 orbital class booster landings.
Yeah, and it's
in
January 15th. So that's what, an average of roughly once every 2 days. That's wild.
Yes. Yes.
And by the way,
Alex
23 hours ago, we launched to the moon. Like,
oh yeah, sorry, Zaid.
You're right, Ryan. We to the frickin' moon.
Yeah, we had so far 2 moon landers being launched in January. We had 8 Falcon 9s landing. We have the launch of one of the biggest rockets of all time today, attempting to land on a barge in its maiden flight, and we also have the biggest rocket of all time planning to launch tomorrow to be caught by a tower.
Also, it's the biggest rocket of all time again. It beat its previous record, which was already beating its previous record. So this is the 3rd time it'll have beaten its... Or 2nd time it's beaten? Either way, it's ridiculous. It's huge.
There's a tweet by Ryan Caton that got stolen all over. That is very good for explaining that.
Yeah, that one is amusing to me. Not that it was stolen, but that it uses like the font that we use. So you can just immediately tell that that's a graphic that Ryan made because it uses that font. Well. So goes the internet. I'm going to thank some more people because we're getting behind, and I don't want to get too behind, especially as we get further and further into the count. So here we go. Jason, thanks for the kind words. We appreciate you grabbing some stuff from the merch. Jamie Aldis, thank you so much for the support. They say, I work in a bar in the hospitality industry, and I have the greatest respect for you guys and the quality of content and commentary you provide. That's very sweet of you, Jamie. At the same time, I, from the bottom of my heart, have the greatest respect for everybody that works in the service industry. I get to go mess around with my camera and largely work by myself, listen to podcasts, listen to music, point my camera at cool things. Weather's challenging, hours are challenging, lack of sleep can be challenging, but truthfully, it's a relatively easy and awesome job when it comes all down to it. I don't have to deal with other people, so thank you so much for the kind words. Hopefully, your work in the hospitality industry is not too brutal. Mark, thank you for becoming a Pandrat member. Chris S., thank you for the very generous super chat there. They say, appreciate all the hard work. Thanks so much. Y'all, you guys are the sweetest. We would literally be doing this either way, because I think that's one of the sort of filters for working at NSF, is we're all kind of bonkers for rockets in the same relentless way. So, but the fact that we get to share with everybody really does make it so much more fun. Nick.
Good secondary tagline, by the way. Bonkers for rockets. NSF.
Nick, thank you for the support there. They say, sleep, who needs it anyway? Appreciate you and the team keeping up the streams with these crazy schedules this week, adding to the Red Bull fun. Thank you so much. I just cracked a energy drink. Josh Schulten, thanks for the support. Another regular. They say the future is rockets that can service shipyards like Utopia Planitia to build the ships that can boldly go where no man has gone before. Yes, I'm a Trekkie. I'm also a Trekkie, and I also agree. I mean, that's what we're excited for, right? Chris, thank you for the Red Bull /Monster Fund. Sheriff Tracy gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you. Hans, thanks for the super chat. They say first time super chat. Thank you, Hans. Why are they launching at 1 a.m. in the middle of the night? What is Jeff trying to hide? Nothing. Right, Adrian?
Yeah, there's good reasons for launching at this time. I'm sure Ryan Caton will have, like Ryan Caton showed last time, a flight corridor map, but overall, this is a very busy corridor, right, Ryan?
Yeah, and I mean, we can even see right now, there's, let me count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 aircraft here in the vicinity kind of area where this rocket will be launching from. Now, don't worry, I highly doubt that an American Airlines plane or whatever is going to be getting in the way of the launch of New Glenn 1 here shortly. But I can see 10 planes here, right? And it's, what's the time? It's just gone past midnight local time in Florida, right? Imagine this at rush hour. You have Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Tampa, Orlando, and then a lot of these flights like to go up to, say, the New York area, Washington, D.C., Boston, basically the entire northeast of the United States. You have planes going up, down, north, south all day long. And if you, say, want to close off a big chunk of airspace here, that then means the planes have to go all the way around Florida and then come back into Miami that way. So the airlines would rather they didn't do that if they don't have to. The FAA also, especially on weekends, say such as Thanksgiving, which is the busiest week for aviation in the US, they're like, hey, if you could just ease off a little bit. That's the same reason why Starlinks go at horrible times of day, because they don't want to close off. You know, this is a huge amount of airspace here, roughly tracking where the WB-57 has gone. Imagine you have to close all of this off. Right. All of the planes go from the south to the north and from the north to the south. They didn't have to go around. That's more fuel, more money, more time. Just do it at a horrible time of day where only we get annoyed and not millions of aviation passengers.
Yeah, there you go. So not trying to hide anything. That's just kind of how it goes with a inaugural launch of a rocket. And, you know, props to Blue for playing nice.
We are, I think, what I would refer to as the loop again. If you're if you have watched the first attempt, you're aware of what the loop is, because we are now looping.
No.
What? Yeah, no. I mean,
no,
so
really?
far as nothing has happened. Not so far as nothing happened, but we are in that moment where we went back to a lot of times.
Yes.
So we are now entering a phase we have experienced like 7 times before.
Yes, a lot of times, more times than we would have liked. But honestly, it's a brand new rocket. And Adrian, you were saying a little bit ago that you wanted to set expectations and you wanted to sort of, set everybody up for what could or could not and what to expect to happen tonight. And you know, if we get into that same loop as last time, that just is what it is. This thing will launch when it launches. The thing that bothers me isn't repeatedly resetting and trying again and again multiple times in a window. That's what a window is for. We know how this works. It's not our first rodeo. What can get slightly irritating with that sort of loop process is the lack of communication as to what's going on, what sort of issue it is, what steps might be being taken to fix said issue, etc. Because then, in the absence of evidence or information, we're just in a vacuum and we're just guessing. And we don't want to be guessing. We want to be telling people what's going on so that everyone, if you're in Florida, you can go out and look up and watch. And if you're wherever else around the world, you can either continue watching us, hang out, and wait for the future of space to unfold before our eyes, or, I don't know, get some rest if you need it.
Yeah. I mean, this is totally, this is expected, and I saw a lot of comments after the first attempt being like, "Oh, this is so why are they having so many issues?" Have you paid attention to any other rockets coming up ever?
I think I really do think a lot of people that are interested in this stuff these days have gotten interested either from Falcon Heavy or from Starship itself, and they missed those early days of Falcon 9 where it was a very scrubby vehicle. And that's okay. That's good. I want more people coming in and being excited about spaceflight, because if we don't get more people excited about spaceflight, we're not going to the moon and we're not going to Mars. Everybody's got to be on board with this. So I'm happy that people are coming in that don't, or that weren't around or weren't paying attention during early Falcon 9 days. But this is very much par for the course, right, Adrian?
Yeah, absolutely. Falcon 9 has been very scrub prone in the beginning, which is normal. It was very like every other company had to learn how to fuel a rocket. Right. Starship, to be fair, didn't have that many problems in its final launch countdowns, but ask about Booster 7 test campaign. I can tell you there are several NSF commentators that have found memories of the Booster 7 test campaign, because it was tank farm spooling up, cars to the pad, tank farm spooling up, cars to the pad, repeat that 4 times, end of day. It happens to every rocket, and that's fine. Rockets are difficult. Like fueling a rocket is not like topping up your glass of water. Fueling up a rocket has so many sub-processes, so many little things you need to get right, so many valves that need to open, pressure you need to watch, temperature you need to watch, and we saw it on the last attempt. It took just one APU subpart being frozen over. One little valve being frozen over, and that was in the end scrubbing the launch.
Yeah, that's all. I mean, that's all it takes. But as much as I hate to say it, like you said, Adrian, space is hard.
Yes.
I like how you said it, though. You said it's difficult.
Yeah, I wanted to exactly avoid the phrase.
Yeah, and I ruined it. I'm sorry. Chat saying we have an echo. I'm not hearing an echo. I'm not sure if it's me. Maybe it's coming through my mic. But we'll see what we can do to fix it.
31 minutes.
Nope, sorry. Bacon Warrior 750, thank you for the support. They say, in my opinion, best shuttle is Enterprise. I know Elysia will be happy with that. But, I mean, it didn't go to space, so sorry. Ian, thank you for the store purchase of the Glenn Edition Launch Entry Landing shirt. They say, Wide and I have been working on the rocket for about a year. Very excited to say the least. I assume they mean wife. I'm gonna guess that's a typo. Neat. More people that work on the rocket buying the shirt. And Oliver, thanks for the support. They say, how big is the fairing? Please use duck-sized horse units. Somebody want to chat GPT that one?
Very big.
Yeah, large.
I was like, that super chat sounded exactly like what we would type into a chat GPT prompt. It's like, question, but make it complicated.
I mean, technically, it's just horses. How many horses could fit in the fairing? But they're ducks.
Yes.
The size of horses. That's not too complicated. Somebody chat GPT it.
Yes. It's certainly a thing. And it is a very big fairing. Like, to quickly address that, the payload volume is 487 cubic meters, or 17,185 cubic feet. And it is, minus Starship, to my knowledge, the biggest fairing in rocketry.
I mean, I'm going to be Mr. Pedantic here for a minute, but Starship doesn't have a fairing.
True.
It has a nose cone with a little door in the side. I mean, how? Okay, we're under 30 minutes, so it's time to get really pedantic. How do you define a fairing? Because would you define the Starlink door as a fairing? I wouldn't. That's a door to me.
I mean, yeah, right now, but I think eventually there will be some variant of Starship with some sort of fairing. Also, ChatGPT says roughly 80 to 90 horses, giving them a little bit of space to move around and breathe. So yeah, they are.
That's an interesting one.
It's actually volume constrained, not mass constrained. That's interesting. If ChatGPT is to be believed, I'm going to go back to hosting and going to stop Googling things.
I'm now going down a mental rabbit hole with this fairing stuff, because Jack, do you think Starship will have a deployable fairing, or will it just have like a door?
You know,
because then
I think
if you say door, we get into a big rabbit hole. Because then is neutron, is that a door and not a fairing?
Oh,
is the shuttle's payload bay a fairing?
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. Okay, no, the shuttle's payload bay is definitely not a fairing. Neutron's nose cone, whatever you want to call it, its door. That's tough. I feel like that is a fairing. We're going straight on vibes here. Like I'm not using logic. But I do, to answer your question, Ryan, I do think at some point it's not implausible that we'll see a starship with some sort of fairing, whether it's expendable or it remains attached to the vehicle or what. I look at what you can do with a fully expended ship. Like, just imagine the ship ends up being the bus for some sort of massive telescope or what have you. You don't need a nose cone. You don't need even flaps. You don't even need a heat shield. You just need a way to expose whatever payload at the top of the rocket once it's in the vacuum of space. So, I'm
just got to bolt JWST to the top of that thing and then just,
I'm in.
shoot it into orbit.
I'm in.
Problem solved.
Yeah. What could go wrong?
I'm just calling to every space meme creator out there that we need a fairing alignment shard. That's what I need to establish here. Like if you're watching and you're making space memes, I think it's time for a fairing alignment shard. Please expose to me when you're done with it. Thank you.
Well, I can think of no one better to do this than Moldy Space. Moldy, if you're out there watching, we need a fairing alignment chart, pretty please.
Yep.
I know you'll do a great job.
Thank you.
T Custra 8. Thank you for the support. They say, why are they strictly set on the 1 a.m. launch? We went over that. It's about airspace availability. Bruce T, gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Thanks so much. Coley, thank you for the store purchase, grabbing the patch for Flight 7. Aaron, thank you as well. They got some Thrust Collection merch and also the patch for Flight 7. They say, watching for years, your growth and maturation is inspiring. Thank you. Thank you. That's very sweet of you. Doug Ramsey gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Vijayanta, I'm probably butchering that, and I apologize for it. They say, what's the difference between T- and L-? Adrian, I'm looking at you. What's the difference between T- and L-?
L- is actually counting down to whatever the target of a launch right now is. It is more informational clock. Basically informing us a launch could be targeted in 26 minutes from now. And the T- clock is more of an operational clock. There are certain steps in the rocket that are performed during certain parts of the T. And sometimes a T clock, like we are probably in right now, is paused while the rocket is more in a steady state. And there are things performing, and so the T- clock is holding. Right now, we expect it to hold at T- 4 minutes. While the L- clock is catching up. And in the end, at every single rocket launch, T and L- clock need to be at some point aligned and will together run down to 0.
Talking while muted.
So,
again.
Yeah.
Thank you, Adrian. Let's keep going here. Carl Magnus, thank you so much for the support. They say, hope Glenn. All right. Turtle Sanctuary, thank you for the support. They say, went to the merch store, did not find the shirt with Adrian crossing that bridge when he got to that bridge. We do need that shirt.
I'm not sure if I want a shirt about crossing that bridge when we get to that bridge.
We will cross the bridge when we get to the bridge.
Have you found the bridge yet, Adrian?
Yeah, the bridge is about 24 minutes away. 24 minutes and 55 seconds, that is the bridge.
I mean, based on the statement, if he had found the bridge, he would have crossed it already. Because if he's at the bridge, then he's going to cross the bridge.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a bridge to cross here. Everybody who has not watched the first attempt will be so confused right now what we are talking about.
Well, serves them right. Ethereal Swordsman, thank you for the support. They say T- 30 minutes, T- 15 minutes, T- 10 minutes, T- 30 minutes again. Yeah, we don't want that.
No.
Hopefully that's not the loop we find ourselves again in tonight. 24 minutes to go. My heart rate's going up, that's for sure, as we get ever closer. Doug Ramsey, thank you. The $50 super chat. Say thank you all in the team You're doing a fantastic job bringing a new space age to the public. I'm ready for 2 iconic launches today. Oh my God, Starship is going to launch in like what?
I'm trying to
16
focus
hours?
on New Glenn right now because my brain just cannot compute these 2 launches happening at the same. Like, I have discarded everything else in my life this week. My brain is solely focused on New Glenn and Starship, and everything else is just gone. I physically cannot comprehend I cannot compute this in my brain. It's not big enough.
Yes, I have no valid driver's license starting Friday because I canceled my appointment to refresh my driver's license because I was so tired after flight 1, so I know that feeling. By the way, I need somebody pick me up on Friday to bring me to the place where I need to renew my driver's license. Thank you!
That's amazing. But really, like when I say, we are NSF, we're a group of people who are ridiculously dedicated to covering this new age of spaceflight. It's it's the truth. It's the truth, perhaps more than anyone out there who's not in NSF really realizes. Even if you think you do, it's remarkable the dedication of literally everybody on the team. I'm so honored to get to work with all of you. Blackhawk New Zealand gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you. And then 10 more. Thank you. Katya, thank you for the support. It was 2. The answer was 2 launches to qualify for NSSL contracts. Nelson's Wings, thank you for the support. They say, where's Jack? I'm right here. Matt Selmer, becoming a Padrat member. John, thank you for grabbing the Flight 7 patch. They say, here's to a successful New Glenn launch tonight. Fingers crossed. And Starship Flight 7 coming up. Excitement is definitely guaranteed. ×2. Oh, my head's getting cut off. Oh, no. There we go.
Also, you're sitting in the New Glenn
You have a very flat head.
Let's just... We're on rails. It's 22 minutes to go. Rails.
Okay.
Luke, I'm trying here, Ryan. You're not helping, but I'm trying. Julia, if you're still there and you're not asleep from my boring voice, Luke Skywalker, whoever that is asking, did the naval crew stay out at sea since last Wednesday? Has Jacklyn just been out there hanging out?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. They've just been hanging out. Because, you know what? They have plenty of supply on that gigantic tug that brought them out there, Harvey Stone. And it would be a pretty long journey back and out. So you might as well just wait it out until that rocket's ready to come to you.
I wonder, what their constraint would be for staying out. Like, what do they run out of first? Fuel? Food? Sanity?
Probably fuel. Well, sanity. I vote sanity because those giant tug ships were actually born out of the crews that would go out into the Gulf and drag around oil rigs, much like the ones that SpaceX had originally, thought about for landing platforms. So that gives you an idea of size. With that being said, those crews can be out there for, I believe, a month. They have dry storage, cold storage, freezers. They're like a city on a ship. So they're fine. They're probably eating very well tonight, by the way.
I would hope so. Hopefully it's like steaks and delicious sides all around.
I hope so.
I kind of want to... I hope for them, like... In a weird way, I love the idea of hanging out a few days offshore to wait for a rocket booster to land on a platform. Like, that sounds cool to me. I don't know. Like, hanging out there every evening, make some barbecue maybe on the landing platform, if that's allowed.
Probably not on the landing platform, but I will tell you that's a bucket list item for me. So if there's anybody out there who would like to host somebody who can bake cookies on their ship, and take them out for a recovery experience, I'm your girl. I am your girl.
Oh my God, Julia, I have 3 cookies left, and I'm scared. I'm scared to eat the rest of them because I'm going to be really sad when they're gone.
I'm sorry to interrupt here, but we have a hold for New Glenn 1 currently. The clock at the press site has stopped at minus 20 minutes and 50 seconds. So this is approaching the weather check at 20 minutes to go, so there is the possibility that within Mission Control, Blue Origin have decided that the weather is currently no-go for the opening of the window. That's just speculation because we have not heard anything official from them at the moment, but for now we are holding with no information on a new T0 at the moment. So 20 minutes, 50 seconds to go, and holding.
Okay, this is interesting. This is different behavior than we saw the first time around. I don't recall us actually hitting a hold and then stopping the clock last time, Adrian. Is this different?
Yes, it seems like Blue Origin is improving their overall countdown communications, what I want to appreciate here. Like, I'm very, very happy and open to the idea of having a bit better situation communication about the countdown. And this also feels like the actual mission countdown. The last time I would say it felt a bit more like a countdown that was put as an overlay on a live stream that is not actually the mission countdown. This feels now maybe like also with the clock quicker synced.
Well,
so yeah,
we shall see. I'm optimistic. I'm not super worried about this. We'll see how it goes. Plenty of time in the window. You guys know how it goes. You've seen us talk about it for many hours at this point with New Glenn alone. Brand new rocket. This is to be somewhat expected. So we'll just wait for official word from Blue and stand by here. Keep answering your questions. Keep asking questions in chat at NASA Spaceflight, and we'll see the questions pop up. Because, hey, we all want to see this thing launch tonight. Please launch tonight. Please, 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 please.
Yes.
Because if it doesn't, and Starship launches today, then I will be on commentary like 4 or 5 hours after Starship launches. And I will be a zombie. But I will be so caffeinated. Honestly, I kind of hope that does happen just so we can take the insanity level to 1,000%.
Oh no. I'm not ready for this. I really am not ready for this. And again, I know people are panicking because there's the big orange hold. This is a long window. Don't panic. This one they have plenty of time to get a new clock running and a new T0.
Maybe you need to get Jay to make like a happy hold and an angry hold, and one is just like a darker shade of orange than the other. So we know how much.
Or like
to
a
panic.
smiley.
Nope.
Yeah,
all
like
shades
a
of orange.
smiley face hold.
all
It's
shades
like
of orange displayed on the NSF channel must be hex code FF4F00. So saith I.
Did I get the hat color right?
You did, Julia. Thank you for the care package. Care packages. You're the sweetest. Honestly, both of them made my entire week. So thank you. You're the best.
So shout out to viewers. If you see Jack, make sure he's wearing his hat.
I now have my favorite orange beanie. I have a black beanie that's basically the same design, and then I have several orange beanies. One a viewer gave to me, and 2 you have given to me. So I don't have to wear any one individual beanie out. It's great. Anyways, welcome to Beanie Talk, the show that nobody cares about. Ryan, tell us something we care way more about, and that is the weather.
Yeah, so we don't know why this clock has been held at minus 20 minutes and 50 seconds, but speculation-wise, this is very close to the weather briefing, so perhaps it could have something to do with the weather. At the moment, the clouds are pretty much how they were. When did I last talk to you? 20 minutes ago, maybe? It's kind of thin over the Cape Canaveral area here, but luckily this thicker stuff is staying to the south of Florida. We've also got some thick clouds to the north of Florida, but we've got a nice kind of thinner band here, which is, fingers crossed, going to stick around for the launch whenever that may be within the next 3 hours or so. Now, we can only see the clouds here, but I will also mention that the limit for the recovery of the booster, we don't know what that limit is. So Blue hasn't published a limit that they have. However, the first, not the first launch attempt we went live for, but one of the launch attempts before that one, it had the waves were forecast in the general area of Jacklyn to be about 4 meters, and then the last attempt that we live streamed for, it was about 2 meters. Today, And tomorrow it's forecast to be about 3 meters. So maybe we could be around the limit of Jacklyn, but that is entirely, big speculation alarm here that hasn't been confirmed on the official forecast from Space Launch Delta 45's Weather Squadron, which is the Space Force squadron at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, as it's known now. They were listing today's launch attempt as a 60% probability of violation. That means 40% go. And they were listing the landing of the booster forecast as moderate. I think they have low, moderate and high or something like that. So it's kind of in the middle for that booster landing. But again, we don't have any official confirmation yet. That's just a bunch of speculation. So we can try and figure out what's happening at the moment with the hold. But again, just speculation. We don't know, but that's some information which could become useful shortly.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Ryan. Very informative. Interesting. I mean, I do wonder if Blue ends up getting to a point where they're like, all right, the sea state for Jacklyn is not that great. We're just going to send it anyways. Like, I wonder if they do get to that point. Because I know they want to recover this thing on the first try real bad. But I'm sure they also just want to get it off the ground finally. I mean, Adrian, do you think there's a possibility they just accept a likelihood of land? Oh, wait, hang on. We have a tweet. We have a next post from Blue Origin. New T0 forthcoming.
And this is proper communications. I want to quickly say they are now saying we are entering a hold with the countdown clock at T-minus 20 minutes for BE4 chillin, new T0 forthcoming. This is how you properly say this. We know why they're doing it. We know where they're holding, and we know they're getting us a new T0. I want to point out this is a proper way to do it. And after we have criticized them on the last attempt, it seems they have learned from the feedback of journalists, the press, whatever, the public, and have adjusted their media accordingly. So props to Blue Origin's comm strategy here.
So Adrian, could this just simply mean that the engines are too warm? Like they just need to make the engines cooler in order to actually be able to, fire propellant through them? Because if you put really cold propellant in something that's not really cold, you have the chance to make it a bit brittle and a bit maybe we might have an observation, to use Tory Bruno speak.
Yeah, I think this one basically hints to the fact that the BE4s, of course, were not chilled as much as they hoped for at this point, because they, of course, go for more chilling. So it seems there's a situation here where they need more time to chill down these BE4s. Otherwise, they wouldn't explicitly mention this. Yeah, that's probably the situation they're in right now. Again, I'm just glad we know why. And this also doesn't seem to me like a huge deal. And also, I want to point out, they don't mention weather. They don't mention weather here. They don't say also watching the weather, or the weather also was like, they are explicitly mentioning the BE4s.
All right. Well, a little bit more time for those engines to chill down, all 7 of them. Hopefully, we'll get a new T0 here shortly.
Yeah. Trevor is asking, nice. Go ahead.
Trevor Riley is asking, where is everyone located tonight? Commentating on the stream. Is this a true worldwide cooperation? Absolutely. That's one of NSF's superpowers, is we have people literally around the globe. Adrian, you're in Germany, right?
Yes, I'm in the very western part of Germany, close to the Dutch border. So yeah, very much not in the time zone this rocket is flying from.
And Ryan, where are you?
I am in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, specifically in the county of Norfolk, in the southeast of the country, as you might be able to hear. I don't have that thick of a Norfolk accent. I have a bit more of a generalised accent, but there you go.
Nice. And I am currently in Starbase, Texas. Chat, wherever you're watching from around the world, let us know so we can know where. I see Deutschland, I see Australia, I see Los Angeles. My heart goes out to everybody in Los Angeles. The fires are still going. Kenya, Toledo, Ohio, Chicago, Simi Valley, California, Arkansas, Poland, New Zealand, Nepal, Florida. Yeah. So to answer your question, yes, this is a true worldwide cooperation.
Yeah, and thanks to the 40,000 people who have joined us at this late hour. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, hold tight, everybody. We are going to get you the information as soon as it is out there. Hopefully, we'll get a new T0 here shortly, and we'll be able to continue here into the count. Again, we are NSF. We are a group of extremely dedicated spaceflight news reporters and photographers and writers, whatever you want to pick out from all of the various disciplines that we put content out in. But yeah, we are here. We are rolling up to launches with our cameras wherever we can, whenever we can, to bring everybody the very best coverage. You know, we're not the like PR company, like standard, you know, very stodgy, like, and hello, and we're not following a script. We're literally just hanging out here with you guys, talking about rockets, answering your questions, and being excited for the future. That's what we do. That's what we're here for. We're not like some kind of, you know, news agency or PR company that's going to give you a prepackaged, you know, bland thing. We're here to hang out. We're here to have a good time. And we're here to tell you what's going on without any sugarcoating. So please, hopefully you enjoy our style of coverage. Rob D79, becoming a Red Team member. Thank you so much. Anonymous, grabbing some stuff from the store. Ramses, thank you for the support there. They say fairings are structures that reduce drag. It improves the appearance of the vehicle or aircraft. Fairings can be found on airplanes, bicycles, motorcycles, boats. That's true. Yes, that's all true. But will Starship have an expendable fairing? That's the ultimate question.
To your explanation of who are we, by the way, Alex in the back channel saying we are tired.
Wow. Good job, Alex. I mean, honestly, that, you know, fair play.
It's
true. The fun part is depending on how long this hold goes, Adrian, it sort of dictates how much sleep I get.
Yeah, absolutely. Our stakeout stream starts in, and watch out, this will angry several producers at NSF. 6 hours and 7 minutes for Starship for our stakeout stream.
Yeah, the road will be closed in 9 hours. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cameras to set up still that I've been delaying setting up because it's just pouring rain here. Yeah, fun. So please, Blue Origin, get us a new T0, get this thing off the ground, and get it back. I really hope they can stick the landing, but I'm pretty confident. I mean, I can't help but feel like when SpaceX was landing a booster for the first time, you know, it was unprecedented. It was crazy. It was something people didn't even think they could do, or even if they could, they didn't think it was worth it financially. Blue Origin sort of has the benefit of not only all of their new Shepard data from flying that vehicle, 26, 27 times, but also the benefit of just expertise in the industry in general. I mean, Adrian, are you feeling relatively confident for a landing, given the hypothetical that it does in fact lift off tonight?
I think there's very good arguments for certain parts of the flight where Blue Origin has the expertise. I think they are probably the second most experienced rocket company in the world about writing some sort of landing guidance software. The first one, of course, is SpaceX, but after that, their new Shepard vehicle certainly helped them understand some parts of landing a rocket booster. I feel like especially the software part is something that they probably have a good experience with. Let me just phrase it like this. The moment they get through re-entry, because we know re-entry can be a bit of a beast, is the moment where I get very hopeful for a landing. Because I feel like re-entry is this one thing they don't have that much experience for, because of course New Shepard is operating in way lower orbital velocities, or not orbital velocities in general speed. So that's something they probably have to learn. But if they get through that, I have actually a good confidence they can get very close with that landing.
Yeah. I mean, good points all around. Ryan, anything to add? Do you feel completely differently?
I am 50-50. You know, New Glenn is of an entirely different scale to New Shepard. We know that, but it's there's just something in me that has hope. There's something in me that says either they're gonna I don't want to say stick the landing, but the vehicle will end up on Jacklyn, is how I will phrase that.
For some period of time,
in a
however
manner.
brief.
Exactly. In some manner, the vehicle will end up on Jacklyn. Or Falcon Heavy demo style center core, we're going to see the GS1, Glen Stage 1, just pile drive into the sea, just beyond the drone ship, just beyond the camera view, and we'll see a big kind of just straight into the Atlantic, never to be seen again. So those are my two scenarios, and to be honest, I would be happy with either of those scenarios. Either of them would be super duper cool.
Right, as long as it launches, please launch tonight, Blue, please. I know they all want to launch as well, but we don't want Go Fever as well.
I've been dreaming, you know, I was looking at the Static Fire video Blue released the other day, and I was just like, boy, I can imagine this vehicle lifting off. I've seen it fire at the pad. I can just imagine this huge white tube just ascend from the pad and hopefully make it to orbit. I can imagine this now. I just want to see it with my eyes. Just want to see it with my eyes in real life. Make it happen.
Photon Empress in chat says, I think you're all crazy. While I would love to see landing success, an orbital class booster is a different beast. They will have some tough lessons to learn on landing still. I mean, either way, one really cool thing about this attempt that's going to teach us a lot is, you know, how it's one data point, right, in the chart of like how special is it that SpaceX is landing boosters left and right. You know, if Booster pulls it, or if Blue Origin pulls it off on the first attempt, does that take a little bit of shine off of what SpaceX has been able to do? I don't think so. But at the same time, I mean, SpaceX did have to, you know, sort of crawl, walk, run with Falcon 9. You know, first there was the crazy parachute ideas, and then there was the soft water landings, and then they got it on the barge. Blue's just going for it right out of the gate. It's maybe we are crazy, you know, maybe we are being a little bit too optimistic, but here we are in this hold, waiting for an update on T0, and you know, sometimes you get a little bit optimistic when you're waiting on a massive rocket to get off the ground. Wade, thank you for the support and the kind words. Adrian, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I want just to quickly summarize. We are still in the hold here. We know that Blue has opted for holding at the T-minus 20-minute mark, as they have to still redefine a new L clock. We will await once that has happened, and they're still in a hold for what we suspect, like not even suspect, what they have confirmed to be BE4 chill down.
I also would just like to note that landing and recovery are two completely different beasts. You know, if they in the 100% ideal world, everything goes perfectly, which isn't real life, and this booster makes it to Jacklyn in fully intact, lands successfully. Blue's never recovered a booster at sea before, ever. This is a whole new process they have to learn, and yes, they've worked with their simulators that we've seen at the port. Yes, they've taken the drone ship out to sea to do some communications testing and the like. We've seen FCC permits for that, but they've never actually done it with the real thing, right? So they need to be able to strap the booster down, this huge booster, this 7-meter wide booster, strap it down to the drone ship, and then tow Jacklyn all the way back to Port Canaveral. And, you know, if it's windy, I have fears that New Glenn might actually act as a bit of a sail, and maybe, I don't want to say it, but may end up in an axis other than vertical in the Atlantic Ocean. But we'll see how Blue does. We'll see how they do.
I mean, hey, maybe they can save some fuel by using the strakes on the booster as like a sail. I'm joking. I'm joking. Barbara Wells, thank you again for the super chat. Jason Bewley becoming a flight engineer. Jason, you get literally all of the perks. You get every behind the scenes piece of content. You get the members' multi views. You get all the good stuff. And you get your name at the end of the Flame Trench and NASA Spaceflight live episodes. So thank you, Jason. That is extremely awesome of you. Chris Bray, thank you for the support. They say, thanks for getting me through a late night at work. No worries, Chris. That's what we're here for. Helge, I think is how you say that. Adrian, agree, disagree?
Sorry, I had to sneeze. Helge Comfort.
Nice. They say, this is the day both birds will fly. Thank you for your great work. That's awesome. Photon Empress gifting 50 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much. That is insanely generous. You're the best. Isaac Chapman gifting 5. Thank you as well. Robert, thank you for the support. They say, do you know if there will be any onboard camera shots? Honestly, I'd be shocked if there's not. Adrian, what do you think?
We know there's. I think.
Sweet.
We have some. Based on the blast, we have seen some cameras. The question is always, what will they show? But honestly, Blue Origin has been very good about cameras on their vehicles. Looking at the new Shepard footage, they have also been very good about just showing stuff. So I wouldn't be worried that they don't show it. We have also seen cameras on Jacklyn in the past that they have installed. So I wouldn't be worried about that. They're very much a company that gets they're very considerate about how they frame, I think, their cameras, but they have cameras. They show them.
Yeah, similarly, we have a question here from Stephen Lewis asking, will the barge have landing cameras? Will we see it? Forgive me if I'm wrong, but we saw shots from the barge on the previous attempt, right? So I think we're hopefully going to get some landing shots on the barge. Whether or not they'll be able to maintain signal, I'm not sure. But Ryan, am I hallucinating, or did that actually happen?
We definitely got what appeared to be live shots from Jacklyn, and they had spotlights on the deck. So they've got the, props to Blue. They have the lighting on point for this launch. They have the rocket lit up perfectly. They don't have the hangar lit up, the towers lit up. They have just the rocket lit up. They have the Jacklyn, the drone ship deck lit up. This is like, I'm getting real Saturn V vibes from just how good this lighting is, because they have the rocket and nothing else lit up. It's just, a night launch might be unfortunate because you might prefer a day launch to be able to see the rocket easier, but hey, we have got beautiful lighting from Blue Origin, so props to Blue for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, we are at 20 minutes and holding. That means we are waiting for a new T0 from Blue Origin. This does not mean the night is over. The night is young. The window is long, and there is, 2 hours and 56 minutes to go in the window, Ryan?
Yeah, to bring back a quote from the first time around, there is more window left unused than there has been window that has been used in the window. So we have got 2 hours and 55 minutes currently that Blue can launch in. They've used about 4 minutes, 4 minutes and change so far. So plenty of time to get this big bird off the ground. Fingers crossed, as you can see, top left, awaiting a new T0.
And the clock went to 00, and there is our new T0, targeting down 30 minutes from now, which I believe could be sorry, that's my time zone. 1:35?
Yeah, 35 minutes past the hour, I believe.
Let's go, it's ticking again.
All right, let's get official confirmation from Blue here shortly, but the clock resetting is a good sign, as we were literally just talking about how fortuitous. We're waiting on that new T0, so hopefully in 30 minutes here, New Glenn will light its engines and lift off the ground for the very first time. I'm hyped.
Fingers crossed the BE4s are cold enough this time. Fingers crossed the weather is good. Fingers crossed the range is clear. Fingers crossed. All the fingers are crossed, everyone. Everyone, cross all your fingers, all your toes. We need to be ready.
Rockets really are just extremely fancy plumbing. It's got to be your plumbing has to be the right temperature. It can't be too hot, can't be too cold, can't be frozen like the APU lines got on the previous attempt. Like everything has to be just right. Bose, thank you for the support. They say if you could ride on a starship, would you? Absolutely. I mean, I would ride on not literally every rocket, but practically every rocket. With the caveat, as long as it's a safe one, safe-ish. Yeah, I don't know. Adrian, would you ride on a starship? Would you ride on New Glenn if they had a crew capsule?
No.
No. Oh, that's right. You don't want to go to space.
Yeah, I'm the one at the team that is like, no, I'm very fine staying on the ground. Actually,
Why
I would
on
do.
earth do you work at NSF, Adrian?
I like rockets. You can like planes without constantly being on a plane.
That's fair.
It's like I just don't. I like Formula One. I still don't want to be in that car.
Oh, I do. Sign me up. Give me that G-forces, baby.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I would probably do New Shepard. It's a short trip, and I like. There's two combinations for me. I want a short trip, and I want an abort system.
All right, yeah, those are good. Good criteria. Ryan, would you?
I would, pending it's a flight-proven vehicle first. I am no test pilot, and 2, I am put through a very rigorous training program with lots of fitness stuff. Because trust me, right now, there is no way I would survive one day on space food.
Chris B in our back channel says, "I'd do Ares if it meant going out in style."
But you used Ares, so you're not going out in style.
I mean, agree to disagree. Teresa, thank you for the support. Alex Vaughn, thank you as well for the support. They're asking, what will the payload be on the second flight? So on this flight, the payload is Blue's Blue Ring satellite bus. But on the second flight, what's going on with payload for that? Do we know yet? Is that going to be Escapade? What's going on?
It kind of depends when that launch is, Adrian, isn't it?
Yeah, it's either the Pathfinder Mission 1, which is one of the potential candidates, which is the launch for basically a Pathfinder launch for their HLS Lunar module. It will feature some life support. It will feature some other components that they want to prove out for the HLS systems. Or will be Escapade, which is the Escapade and Plasma Acceleration and Dynamics Explorer, which is a NASA payload going to Mars. So it depends a bit on when available and how, but these are the two payloads in contest that should be on the second flight.
There you go. Wow, there are 47,000 people watching right now, and I think if you were going to sit in on an NSF production meeting, and we discussed, like, oh, what kind of viewership do you think we'll get for New Glenn? We would have hoped for 47,000 watching. I don't know that we would have expected it, but the fact that you all care really fills me with joy because, again, this is major. This is how we are going to get to a world where human beings that aren't test pilots, aren't someone that's been training for years and years and years and is the exclusive realm of, like, the storied few. This is how we get to a world where anybody can go into space if they so desire. And I'm so here for it. And y'all are too. Hooray!
Yep.
I'm going to keep thanking folks while we watch the clock tick under 30 minutes now, although maybe I shouldn't have said that out loud.
Oh.
25 minutes and 25 seconds. I took one for the team. There we go.
Thank you.
We are just 5 minutes away from the furthest point we have ever gotten today, and B, from the fact that we arrive at that weather briefing again, which will probably be repeated again, because usually what you do is you will repeat the steps leading up to your launch, because the weather briefing kind of changes if you hold for a few minutes.
Yeah, I do hope they didn't do one weather briefing and then just assume the weather will be fine for the next 3 hours. You kind of want to know, have a consistent, regular update on the current weather conditions.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty normal for either the company itself or the range to be releasing weather balloons at set intervals during something like this, just to make sure they can get a correct read exactly of the winds aloft, because it's not just about the winds on the ground, it's also about winds in the air, whether there's shear, which means different levels, like at different altitudes, winds going dramatically different directions. So you could be flying vertically up through the atmosphere, encounter a couple 1,000-foot section of the atmosphere where wind is going, say, 100 miles to the east, 100 miles an hour to the east, and then a couple 100 feet above that layer, there's another, completely different bunch of winds going a completely different direction, which rockets don't really like. So we'll have to see how all that plays out. But Adrian, let's do a quick recap of the timeline. Where are we at? Like you said, we're getting close to the furthest we've gotten so far, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And to quickly recap, all 4 tanks of the New Glenn rocket have been already fueled. Since 4 hours and 30 minutes, the propellant loading is in process, starting with stage 2 hydrogen. After that, LOX load on both stages, and then LNG load, which is also called methane. Since then, they have wrapped up propellant loading at about T-1 hour, L-1 hour, I should say. But of course, that L clock has moved since then. They will next conduct in 3 minutes from now a weather status check, which is most likely one of the final checks that they will do from the weather. And then we hopefully get to the point where they will conduct a so-called no-go, no-go poll, where all relevant stations of New Glenn will be polled and will be checked if they are go for launch. Should that go, no-go polling be successful, they will resume the T clock at T-4 minutes and align it with the L clock, pressurize the tanks for flight, which means they will bring the tanks to certain conditions that are used at liftoff to fuel these 7BE4 engines, transmit the vehicle to internal power, activate the deluge system, and then activate the autopilot and ignite these 7BE4 engines. And once again, after these 7 engines are ignited, and the status is go, they will release the launch clamps, and hopefully we see New Glenn rise in 22 minutes from now.
It'll be a bit awkward if they forget to turn the autopilot on and Jeff's just in mission control with his joystick, just having to fly the rocket manually.
Ryan,
that's true.
I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I think you need more sleep, my guy.
Everybody.
Yeah, right. There'll be plenty of time to sleep in like 3 days. Of course, there'll still be stuff happening. SpaceX will cryo ship 34 and we'll be like, ah!
Don't say that.
Hey, at least they're not going to static fire it. It doesn't have engines yet.
Don't say that.
Yet.
You see, like that's the moment where you see like a convoy going down Highway 4 of engines, and you're like, huh?
Hey, I'm here for it. I can't remember the last time I got lens on a Raptor. It feels like months ago. I mean, it was months ago. Anyways.
There we go.
Hopefully tonight our Cape team can get some lenses on BE4. I'm so excited for the imagery that they're going to create, both with the tracking cameras and with the remote cameras. Fingers crossed, not only does Blue Origin get this thing off the ground, but also our team gets some amazing imagery. Because I know Max and D and everybody has put a bunch of work into this one.
You see the NASA helicopter there on you right now, which is
the range clear.
Yeah, it's a range safety asset that is helping them to keep the range clear. That helicopter has been doing some turns the last few minutes, probably checking the range ahead of flight. So seeing that in the air is always a good sign.
Oh man, we have a tweet, Adrian. We have a tweet from Blue just now. BE4 is chilling in and ready to fly. Weather is green. New Glenn's new T0 is 1:35 a.m. Eastern Time. Let's go. Weather is green.
Weather is green, and that's the result of that L-20-minute weather briefing. I'm very sure that's very, like, at the moment where that would happen, this means pending the vehicle going smoothly the next 20 minutes, we might see the maiden launch of New Glenn. The maiden launch, because it's New Glenn maiden launch. There we go. Take over. I'm getting nervous.
I will now talk so that you no longer have to talk because you are nervous. No, this is really starting to feel real. I'm so thankful for this communication from Blue here. The BE4s are chilled in properly, which was the reason for the hold, and the weather is green, so we don't have to even speculate on the weather. The weather is green, although they didn't really say anything about recovery weather, but I'm just going to take it as a blanket green across the board. Ryan, you got a new map behind you? What's going? Oh, there's the post, by the way. There's the X post. We could reply as Kevin Michael Reed if we wanted to.
Yeah.
But yes. Go ahead,
I've just
Ryan.
been keeping an eye on that helicopter that we spotted from one of our Cape cams just a moment ago. It's down here at the moment, just heading down towards Patrick Space Force Base. It's over, I think it's directly overhead where D and Max are watching from at the moment. Perhaps, maybe they'll be able to confirm that in the back channel or not. But you can see it left the shuttle landing facility, officially called the launch and landing facility now. Let's be real, it's the shuttle landing facility, NASA, and then it flew out over towards Complex 36, did a circle, then went out to sea, and then did some zigzags, probably getting a little bit dizzy, then did some more zigzags, tight zigzags, and then is now hovering over here. So just looks like one final sweep maybe of the immediate area around the pad, which is just on the edge of the Cape here, making sure there's no wayward boats, there's nothing in the way, in the range, that will prevent a launch in, dare I say it, just under 18.5 minutes time.
Please, 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 please.
I'm getting. I still think, because last time the T0 was a bit iffy. I know we were technically lower, but I think this might have been the lowest we actually were ever. I don't think they ever
agree.
got to this point the last time. So I'm getting very, very nervous.
Me too. Although I'm not really necessarily nervous. I'm getting very excited.
Yeah.
I honestly, I feel like Blue, their motto, right? It's gradatem ferociter, which means step by step ferociously. And you know, if they get this thing off the ground, I'm being pretty optimistic. Maybe I'm just wildly optimistic, but either way, this is gonna be an amazing launch. Hopefully here in 17 and some change minutes.
I want to get excited, but I'm just too scared to get excited unless, because we might be granted with bad news again. But maybe Blue has just changed. I don't know whether Blue has just changed their communication strategy on social media or whether things are actually better this time. I don't know, but the more tweets we're getting is making me feel more excited. But we got to like minus 9-8 minutes on one of the attempts on the previous stream, and I'm like,
but
it's only 17 minutes. Again, like, did we really, or are they just communicating better this time? Like, I don't know what the truth is. I don't know what reality is anymore.
And I once again want to mention, what an improvement, what a turnaround on communication strategy.
Yeah, Ryan, to your point, like, I think it's both. I think they are communicating better, and I also just think it is going better tonight. I think it's a little bit of both, right? Pretty neat. Oh man, what do we even do right now? I'm just sitting here staring at the rocket. We could do questions. I could thank people for support. I'm just so adrenaline racked at this moment. And once again, like, we're not we're not a like PR firm or what have you. We're not a communications we're just out here. We're fans of rocketry. We're fans of spaceflight. We want to live in a future where humans can routinely and cheaply access space. And it's not a big deal. And the whole stupid old idiom, space is hard, isn't a thing. So yeah, if you like our coverage, maybe, I don't know, hit the like button or something. Honestly, it's a YouTube cliche, but it does really help out our channel. And we love what we do, and we'll keep doing it if you guys keep watching.
I do have to say, like, there were some, I don't want to say fears, but there was a little bit of worry that, maybe New Glenn won't get as much, viewership as Starship does. Maybe people won't be as excited about New Glenn. But you guys in chat right now are literally turning out full force in the middle of the night at a horrible time of day. Right. And we are just, so I have to be honest, I have not been as excited for a launch maybe since Starship Flight 1. But the Starship Flight 5 and the booster catch, that's close for me. But you don't get the inaugural flight of a heavy lift rocket every day. We've had New Glenn, we've had Starship, we've had Falcon Heavy and Vulcan, and that's since 2018, right? These things don't come around every week. How can you not get excited for this?
right? We are truly spoiled. Like it's a phrase I use a lot, but new space age. We do live in a new space age, and we are truly spoiled for variety and just amount of launches. And with this new vehicle coming online, hopefully in 14 minutes and change, it's another step towards launch becoming routine. And hopefully our streams end up being more like those streams you see of people like streaming airplanes taking off and landing at the airport. It's like, oh, what did NSF stream today? Oh, like 5 or 6 launches.
Yeah.
There was
We had,
a
like-
couple
we
Falcon
had-
9s, a New Glenn, a
Yeah.
Vulcan.
Yeah, they had like 6 launches. It's like they're doing their lunch break right now, so they might miss one, whatever. Like,
I'm so excited. I can't wait.
that's what we want to get to.
Absolutely. Oh man.
Whew.
Under 14 minutes.
It's becoming very real here right now. This might be happening, and I'm so excited to see this beast fly.
Happening, it's.
Yep.
Approximately 5 minutes until we get to that point. The furthest we've ever gotten into this countdown, supposedly, according to the clock Blue Origin is providing us with. Depending how accurate that is, we don't know, but let's assume it's accurate tonight. Just over 13 minutes to go. Things are getting real. I'm so excited.
Adrian, timeline-wise, you want to give us a quick refresher? Vehicle's been fully fueled for a hot minute now, but like, where are we at? What's going on as we come up on 13 minutes to go? This is getting real.
The big thing is coming up. 3 minutes from now, they will poll all stations for a go/no-go poll of the New Glenn rocket. Should this poll be green, they will, for the first time ever, on a launch attempt, enter terminal count on a New Glenn rocket, which basically means you're conducting a very specific set of actions. You're basically running down your final steps to condition for a certain launch time. So we are very, very close to that. And I want to set expectations. Entering terminal count and going through terminal count is a notoriously hard thing on rockets. Ask everybody who has ever covered SLS. That was always the big fear point they had in the countdown. They were always like, once we get into terminal count, we will take some attempts. And then remember how Artemis 1 went. Because everybody thought there's no way they're getting smooth to terminal count. And then they did. And then suddenly these FRBs ignited. So be prepared for this to potentially go.
Yeah, and if it holds again, if it pushes again, no big deal. Again, plenty of time in the window. As Ryan would say, there's more time left in the window than has been used in the window thus
And
far.
you know what, Adrian? Just to throw my thoughts in on that terminal count, we didn't believe it when it happened, and it was a fever dream. And I don't really honestly remember liftoff all that well, except for jumping up and down and screaming. It was a blur, okay? I couldn't even hold up my phone to take a shot with my phone. I just wasn't thinking, and I expect to have those same feelings tonight.
Fantastic. Sounds like we've got some pad sounds coming through from Blue as well. That's excellent. Love to hear those sounds of a rocket coming alive.
And we are potentially just 1 minute away from that go/no-go poll.
We did not get to hear the poll.
I am sorry. I just jinxed it.
Oh no,
I just jinxed it. That is my fault.
Wow, Ryan.
I just jinxed it.
All right, so we are in another hold. T-minus 11 minutes and 3 seconds and holding. Again, as we've said repeatedly, brand new rocket. This is not unexpected. Don't fret. We will wait for official word from Blue Origin as to what's going on and an updated T0. In the meantime,
I let myself get excited.
I did too, and I was even thinking as Adrian was talking and saying he was getting excited, which got me even more excited.
Sorry.
I was thinking to myself, like, you've been hurt before. Don't let yourself get hurt. It's like, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me 7 to 12 times, I guess still shame on me.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. Hopefully, Blue Origin confirms what the actual problem or the actual issue, like whatever hold the countdown here right now is. We'll see. We know it's not weather probably because the weather briefing was indeed go.
Right, and
So
it's not the BE4s because those were chilled in according to
Yeah.
Blue's tweet. This could be something not even vehicle side for all we know.
Yep.
Oh goodness. Let's answer some questions while we wait for a bit of information from Blue. The Buzzer One is asking, why isn't there any launches on the West Coast? What? There are.
Oh.
There's a bunch of launches. What? What's funny? What's so funny? Huh?
So didn't even notice that there are launches from the West Coast. That must have hurt.
Yeah, because I'm not there. What would you rather have, Adrian? Starbase coverage or West Coast coverage? From me.
As in, like, I mean, Starbase.
Das, I don't know if you heard that. Das just yelled in the background. Starbase. Das, why are you awake? Go to sleep. Oh, he said making cameras. All right, that's fair. Stay awake.
I love how like that's like the most casual answer ever of like making cameras. Everybody else sounds like when you make scrambled eggs.
Yeah, you would think when we got the day delay here in Starbase, it would be like, okay, cool, everybody get some rest. It's like, no. Okay, cool. What is all the remaining things that we can do that we didn't have time to do that we can now do?
Yeah. How to use the next 24 hours efficiently?
I think DOS is currently accomplishing stretch goal number 1 million. Props to the entire team for just cranking it out on this entire week, time. I don't even know what's happening. Remember when Starship was going to launch on Monday? Remember that?
Yeah, that was good times.
Okay.
Remember when New Glenn was going to launch last year?
Yes, I do also remember that. Thank you, Ryan.
Wait, why? There was no reason to bring all this pain.
It's the only way I can feel anymore, Adrian.
Wonderful.
I'm hearing in our back channel that the reason or the issue for the hold was a wayward boat.
Oh.
Yep.
It's not even their fault.
And there's a tweet from Blue themselves entering unplanned hold due to range red for a wayward boat. New T0 forthcoming.
For everybody that just chat and chat that's the Blue Origin's fault a few minutes ago when it was a hold, I want to point out
Helicopter goes lower,
you owe an apology.
they'll get rotor washed.
What, Julia?
I said I can see the helicopter hovering over where I believe the range violation is in the it's actually straight ahead of me, but off on the horizon. And if that helicopter goes lower, then I would confirm to you that they'll get rotor washed.
Oh yeah, sometimes if they're not
If they
getting
don't
the message,
respond, yeah.
you can get the helicopter can get a little bit lower and splash them. That's cool.
Time to pull up marine traffic, y'all.
I don't think they're on marine traffic. I'm not sure why. We have a new T0 though, according to Alex in the back channel. We'll wait for the old tweeterillo there we can show on screen.
I might potentially have a map, Kevin.
Oh,
this is the most professional way of doing it. But last minute stuff. I think I might have a map. I've got one of NASA's helicopters up right now, and it's doing this racetrack holding pattern in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean right here. This could potentially have something to do with the range violation. Just speculation, but the other helicopter you can see all the way down here is now currently going up and down the jetty. So this is the most probable helicopter going after that boat. So on behalf of the 50,000 plus people watching right now, just shoo them away. Come on, we want to see this thing launch. Come on.
Yeah, somebody apparently didn't look at the current notice to mariners.
Clearly not.
I kind of wonder where they launched their boat from or if they've been out there all day, because I can speak to where I am now. The Coast Guard puts up signs closing docks that could impact the range. So either they came from, somewhere south in the Atlantic where you could launch, or yeah. But you actually can't access the local docks close to the range right now.
All right, so new T0 2:03 a.m. 33 minutes from now.
It's so weird. We are still in this 30 minutes going back and forth pattern again, but this time it's not even blue. It's like it's just them waiting to get this boat out of there.
I wouldn't have predicted this one at this hour of the night, not gonna lie.
Oh boy. We'll see how they go forward now. I don't want to be the captain of that boat right now.
No, absolutely not.
I think there will be some talky with some officials.
There might be a finey.
Yeah.
Maybe a pointy to the mappy saying, "Look at this big red area here. You shouldn't sail here."
Yeah, it's like you know this whole notice to mariners. They are for actually mariners to look at them.
You clearly did not notice, but you are a mariner.
Yeah, informing you. Sorry, we have to trash talk that. Like it's a thing.
Yeah, I mean, anytime we get a wayward boat, when was the last time this happened? It feels like a long time. Was the last time that cruise ship? What mission was that? It was a SpaceX
was
mission.
It was
Cosmo
a customer
SkyMed?
mission.
Yeah. Wasn't that stream where everybody looked at that ship leaving and we were like, that's an odd timing to leave, and then like 20 minutes later, it was like confirmed a range violation.
Yeah.
It's exactly that stream. Yep. So
that was
y'all,
a good one.
If you don't know what we're talking about, they need to clear significant portions of areas around the launch site and around areas where, for example, the booster's coming back down to the barge. All of this encapsulates the range. And the range needs to be green, meaning nobody inside of it that shouldn't be there. And so right now there's a boat in the way, and that's not very safe for the people on the boat. So working on getting them out of there. Hopefully, with this new T0 that we have, that's an indication that the boat is moving in the correct general direction, and we will be able to get into the count proper here. Hopefully. We allowed ourselves to get excited. We shouldn't have done that.
It was a boat, Jack. It was a boat.
That's gotta hurt especially bad for teams at Blue. Just because everything is finally ready to go, and the thing that prevents you from continuing into the process is nothing that you have any control over outside of sending a helicopter to go put some rotor wash on a boat. Those poor, my heart goes out to everyone at Blue.
I think this could be a zoomed-in view of that helicopter from one of our Cape cams here. So, it's obviously, as you can see, it's very dark. We can just see the blinking lights. So, I'm not sure how low the helicopter is, but fingers crossed, they're encouraging the boat on its way.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Encouraging is such a nice word for what they are doing.
Yeah. They're politely suggesting that boat gets out of the hazard area at maximum speed immediately. Politely. Using rotor wash. That's very polite rotor wash. Timothy, thank you for grabbing a launch entry landing mug. They're asking, so you're telling me there's a chance, that's the booster, that's GS1, is recovered. What do you guys think they'll do with it? You think they'll tear it apart and inspect all the little pieces? Or do you think they'll try and refly even this very first GS1? Adrian, I'll let you take this one first. Whoa, that's a cool shot.
Wow, that's a good flare stack there.
Solid flare stack. We got Frosty and Flamey all in the same shot. Can't go wrong with that.
That's a very, very, very good view. Honestly, I think based on what they have told that they want to fly these things a lot, think they will fly that again. I think there's a very good chance that if they recover, you're telling me there's a chance they will fly that booster again.
That'd be amazing. I mean, surely they'd inspect it a whole bunch, but I wouldn't put it past them to fly it again. Ryan, what do you think?
I have to agree with Adrian because it's really they can't fit this in their lobby like they did with that new Shepard booster, right? This thing's much bigger. If they put it outside Exploration Park, I think it might be in the way of the approach to the shuttle landing facility. And we know SpaceX had to clear some hurdles to put their first landed booster outside their Hawthorne HQ because there's a private airport right behind their headquarters in Hawthorne, California.
Right.
And Blue's HQ is in Kent, Washington, which, if you don't know the geography of the United States, is on the exact opposite side of the continental United States to Cape Canaveral. So it might be a bit difficult to get this, huge booster all the way back to Washington State. So
right.
I'm going to side with Adrian here. Reuse, I think, is probably the most realistic option because it's just going to be too difficult to put this on display anywhere. It's too big.
By the way, it's kind of funny because I love how Blue Origin has now really, in a weird way, it feels cool that we are now in the situation where they're really saying like, yeah, we are ready. There's just a boat in the way.
Also, I want to point out that they are describing it as a, quote, wayward boat repeatedly. And I mean, maybe that's like a standard term of art in the maritime world, but wayward boat, like when you tell me wayward boat, it's like, that's a rocket, like, nerd meme. Like, wayward boat is a meme. Like, they are acknowledging the meme with the communication.
There's an official graphic right there from Blue Origin.
That's quality. That's quality. Good job. Yeah, I approve.
If somebody would come up to me and talk with me about it and would describe something as a wayward boat, I would immediately be friends with them because there's a good chance they have very similar interests to me.
Right. It's like, okay, you get it. It's like if someone comes up to me and they're like, hey, man, I love Boards of Canada. I would be like, wow, nobody knows Boards of Canada. We're best friends.
Yeah. They're like certain parts of your portfolio of cool references that if somebody else gets them, you're like, yeah, we are now friends. We will stick to each other until the end.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you skipped the line. Like you unlocked the correct code. We're friends.
Yep.
You know who I'll be friends with? Everybody at Blue Origin if this thing launches in 25 minutes.
You heard it here first.
Pretty please.
Can I send you like a friend request on MySpace?
Yeah, MySpace, LinkedIn, LiveJournal, other hilarious, outdated social media sites. Yeah, that was a great joke, Jack. Uzbek is asking, on some Falcon 9 launches, I've heard the term jellyfish. What does that mean? And is there a possibility on New Glenn? So, a jellyfish, as we sometimes refer to it, is the name given to the effect seen visually when a rocket launches at just the right time, either before sunrise or after sunset, when the viewer is in shadow and the rocket ascends out of shadow into the sunlight. The plume of the engines gets illuminated and it looks kind of like a jellyfish. Because this launch is not at the right time, either just after sunset or just before sunrise, we're not expecting a standard jellyfish. Although if you watched last night's lunar lander launch of Blue Ghost and friends, then you know that every now and then, when the conditions, again, are similarly just right, we can get what's called a moon jellyfish, which is basically the same effect, but instead of the plume being illuminated by the sun, it's being illuminated by the moon. It's dimmer, still looks really cool. Hopefully we see some interesting plume interactions tonight. But yeah, Adrian, what was so funny?
I'm going to be really pedantic here, but isn't technically a moon jellyfish also just a normal jellyfish because the light is just reflecting from the sun on the moon and then onto the jellyfish?
No.
I found
okay, thanks for clarifying.
So for a normal jellyfish, the viewer is in shadow because of the curvature of the Earth. Like as the sun.
Yeah, but for a moon jellyfish, the viewer is still in shadow because of the curvature of the Earth. They're just in a bigger shadow.
Not really. I mean, yes, I understand what you're saying. You're in the shadow of the sunlight, but you're like, you've been outside on a full moon. You can see
I'm being
much better
pedantic on purpose because I'm bored and we've been here all night.
Yeah. Temo in chat says he's technically right. But yeah, no traditional jellyfish tonight. Maybe we'll see some interesting plume interactions. See how it goes. Plasmator 1, thank you for the support. They say, saw Baran in Germany at Technik Museum Speyer. Don't tell them, but I had to touch it, lol. Don't touch it. Don't touch the space hardware.
Actually, you can touch, I think so there are parts of it that you can easily touch.
Are you supposed to?
Like,
That's a key question.
It's just accessible. I think you can touch the hatch when they remove the hatch, so you can look inside of Baran, and you can get a stare up, and you can just like it's very close. And also, I think on the aft end you can see the aft bulkhead, and you can also that's also an area where there's very easily touchy with Baran.
Touchy with Buran. That's the quote of the show.
There we go.
I have no words. Did I really say Blue Lander Ghost? I meant to say Blue Ghost Lander. I'm losing
Jack,
my brain.
there's the thing called the mute button. Just making you aware.
I was muted.
Yep.
I was muted in Discord, but not in vMix. There's too many mute buttons.
No problem.
And a mute switch. Ignacio, thanks for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Sean plays too much. Thank you for the support. They say new name for Hoppy, Hoppenheimer. I don't hate it as much as I hate Hoppy. RC Horseman, another regular C. Thank you for gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Corey G, becoming a Padrat member. Katya, thank you for the support. They say fun quote of the week. Adrian summarizing limitations of non-NSF commentaries. So this is a rocket. Real. It's real. I mean, I think a big part of what we bring to the table is we're not going to give you some kind of canned, boring commentary. We're going to hang out with you. We're all friends here. We're all excited about spaceflight. So if that's what you want, you're in the right place.
I actually have to shout out somebody because Harry Stranger cannot be on the stream today, but I still want to shout out Harry because a document we use and some summaries and information we use behind the scenes for this launch is very much curated by Harry. So quick shout outs to Harry for doing that while he cannot be on stream today.
Everybody for joining us. We're
Absolutely. I'm bummed that Harry can't be on, but I'm glad we at least got
the message of Wayward Bodis has cleared.
Yeah?
So maybe this means the boat is on its way. We'll await confirmation of that. But
the banner, the lower third on boosters.
Exactly.
Okay, got it.
So
interesting.
Oh, they're still waiting for
They are still waiting for it here. Okay.
All right, well, we're staying tuned. Hopefully in 20 minutes, the thing will be out of the way. A lot of times for something like this, they can continue with the count as long as there's indication the boat is moving in the right direction at the right speed. So when they hit T0, it'll be out of the... Adrian, what did you're face palming. What did I do?
I just did a very stupid in my head because I was like, damn, we should really send somebody out to film that boat. And then I noticed that would be a range violation. So that's a very bad idea. But my initial reaction was like, that's a good idea. We should really send somebody out. And then I was like, nope, we shouldn't.
I don't think these are prime KSC flyover conditions right now, Adrian.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the visibility might be a bit restricted.
Under 19 minutes. Hopefully for real this time. Hopefully that boat gets out of the way. I'm going to keep thanking people. Bob Morris, thank you. Anne, thank you. Kevin, thank you. For all my friends at Blue, rooting for you all, they say. So are we. Soup Wizard, thank you for the support. They say, I'm old, so private space launches with reusable boosters and handheld computers with radio networking mean I'm living in the future. Heck yeah. We all are, and that's why we're all so excited. Look at that. The rocket's just sitting there, venting, fully fueled, ready to go. The weather is green.
Can we call this the T-4 hour to T-4 minute vent?
Yes.
Yes. It's the constant vent.
It's just the T-. It's just the T- vent.
Yep, and I think that vent should be coming from the TE actually. It's hard to see here, but I think that is a TE vent. As well as these, I think, double vents that sometimes are coming from the second stage. I love that the counter commentators can see the stupid motions I
We're
make
being
to
yelled
this.
at. Kevin is yelling at us. It's the L- vent, not the T- vent.
Oh,
because
sorry,
we're-
Kevin.
We're in L- right now. Thank you, Kevin. We love you, Kevin. All right. Thank you, James, for the support. Socrates, thank you for the super chat. They say, can you talk about the fuel benefits of New Glenn landing in the ocean rather than having to return them to the pad like Starship? And how do you view that trade-off? I mean, when you land downrange, you can use your fuel that you otherwise would have used to null out your velocity and head back to the launch site instead to loft the payload. So you get way more payload mass to orbit. Obviously, the trade-off is you have to have marine assets. I mean, RTLS is valid. Drone ship landing is valid. I don't know that. I don't know. What do you think, Adrian? How do you view that trade-off?
I mean, it Starship kind of avoids that being that crazy of a trade-off with the fact that they can retank the ship. So they don't care that much, I think. But I mean, it totally makes sense if you can do it, and I still don't rule it out that down the line we will see some like Mechazilla equipped landing platforms stationed like downrange to get more performance. Like
I think this is asking the opposite, like basically polar opposite, like New Glenn landing in the ocean versus RTLS. Like I think maybe,
I mean,
in the future we see New Glenn doing RTLS missions. That's
Oh, yeah,
not
same.
impossible, right?
Yeah, I think the same applies there. Like, if you have enough performance down the line, why not do it? It just makes recovery easier. But we'll see.
Ryan, any thoughts on the fuel benefits of downrange landing and how you view that trade-off?
I'm not gonna, I don't want to sit here and act like I am SpaceX and I know everything about marine recovery and I know how expensive it is and I know all the logistics, all that stuff. But nice scale there. Blue has never worked with a marine fleet before, right? This is their first time doing this, and I have a feeling, I have a vibe, as the kids say, that Blue might discover that marine assets, while they might not suck, as Sir Peter Beck says, they might be very expensive to operate, and if you can save some dollars on just coming back to a concrete pad next to your launch site, rather than having to send out Jacklyn and their support ship Harvey Stone and a whole support crew for both ships and all of that stuff, and then have to tow it out there and tow it back and spend all that money on the crew, on food, on fuel, on the tire, all of that stuff. Just bring it back to a concrete pad that doesn't, you don't need anyone to staff the concrete pad, you just need a big slab of concrete essentially. That surely that would be more cost effective if you do not need the performance of that launch for a heavy payload.
Right.
But again, I am not a CEO of a company. I'm a nerd who is just commenting on stuff which may or may not be true and is just speculation in my brain.
Whoa. Hold up. You are a nerd?
Who'd have guessed?
I would have never guessed. Never. Jesse Moore, thank you for the super chat. They say saying hi to Courtney, Parker, Poppy, Sasha, and Rover, watching from Satellite Beach, Florida. Go New Glenn, go Starship. That's neat. Hi, everybody. Oh, goodness. Julia, we're getting close again. Do you believe it this time? Do you feel it in your bones?
I feel it in my bones. I just want that boat to go away.
Yeah, please get that boat out of here. Get that boat out of here. You're the port person, Julia. What do we do? How do we fix it?
I'm on the wrong side of port to fix this problem. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We forgive you.
I do have to say, if the helicopter I was talking about earlier is actually following that boat, which I can't confirm at the moment, it's still doing racetrack patterns in a very similar location. Like, that helicopter hasn't really moved. So I don't know what to say. Potentially the boat is still there, but I can't confirm that at this time.
All right. Well, hopefully the boat is getting the message from the helicopter and rapidly exiting the hazard area as we get under 13 minutes once again. Oh my goodness.
So this is a pro tip for everybody who's ever steering a marine asset. If there's a helicopter constantly circling above you, you should be concerned that you're doing something wrong right now, especially if it's a range asset.
Yeah, generally a NASA helicopter will not sit directly above your boat and or do racetracks around you, unless you should probably pay attention to what they're doing and why and what they want you to do.
Usually NASA is not cycling your boat for just giggles.
Like funsies, yeah, that's generally not a thing. Well, at least we can't complain about these epic views of the rocket venting at the pad. You can see the Comet heat protection material on the forward module there, the top of GS-1, the first stage of New Glenn. You can see the strakes. You can see the Comet on the aft module as well, where the vehicle widens out to like almost the same diameter as Starship, right, Adrian?
Yeah, it's 8 meters. It's just a meter short of Starship. So there's plenty. This rocket is quite wide. The overall main body is 7 meters.
Wow, that is a big rocket. And Harry in our back channel is saying 8.5 meters is what it actually tapers out to. So
I'm sorry.
How dare you round? We only square here.
No, Harry's absolutely right, and I should be ashamed of myself.
All right, 11 minutes. Still hoping that boat is in the right trajectory to be out of the way. No additional updates on that as of yet. Ryan?
Sorry, quickly chiming in here, we are 1 minute away from that no-go again. So let's hope they proceed with it.
Yeah, let's hope we can hear it. Again, we did not get to hear it on the first attempt a couple days ago. But it seems like Blue's been doing things a little bit differently this time around. So fingers crossed that we can get our ears on that no-go. If we do end up hearing it, we will shut up so we can listen into it. But who knows if Blue will actually make it audible or not.
We'll see. And hear, actually.
Just like
Mostly
we can
here.
see and hear New Glenn right now. I love the sounds of a rocket venting. The other day, EJ and everyone, we were all out at the pad, and Starship started venting, and EJ was like, I was like, no, it's fine. It does that. All right, here we go. Momentarily. Bingo, we are under 10 minutes on the L- clock.
Yeah.
Heart rates are beginning to spike.
Hold your breath.
This is where the range would give a no-go or go. This is basically, that's why they hold here, because the range probably last time said no-go range asset. So this is where we learn it.
Right. Well, standing by for some updates from Blue. Please let that boat be gone. I'm sure a lot of people, both at the company and out there in Viewerland and here at NSF, all want to see this thing lift off tonight in the 9 minutes. Please.
Yeah. The poll is incoming, apparently. Blue are waiting to start that poll.
All right. Good deal. Hopefully we get an update on the range here and we get that poll shortly. 9 minutes to go. I'm trying to temper my excitement, but I'm getting nervous. I'm getting very excited.
I will be totally honest with you. There's a good chance I will jump around once this thing launches.
I hope Kevin shows it on screen.
Don't show it on screen.
Oh, goodness. All right. Max, I don't know if we have you still, but Godspeed with this launch. We love you. We know you and Dee are going to kill it. We know Julia's going to kill it as well. Max, any final words before we let you go do your thing? Oh, wait, hang on.
Oh.
Roger, report when those are complete. Recovery. Go. PLI. Go. LSO. Go. OSM.
Go.
RC. Go. ESR. Go. AC. Go. and BMD. Go. LD is go as well. All stations LD on count 1 with the terminal count, briefing all personnel remain in current positions until launch. Maintain operational silence in the control room. All controllers move to count 1 for launch. If a constraint is observed between now and launch, commit. Announce hold, hold, hold on count 1. Briefly state reason. OSM LD set hold fire switch to launch position. Launch. And LD is in launch. Guido, verify, abort, request, flag, false.
Abort request is false.
Roger.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
All right, that was a good poll. We heard the poll. That was a good poll.
That was a go from all 8 stations, and then the final go for launch from the launch director. So it's go across the board. We are go for launch. Less than 7 minutes to go. Less than 7 minutes to go.
I'm so glad we got to hear the go no go poll. It's like it's one of the best things in all of spaceflight is getting to hear each individual station chime in that they are ready, and you can hear the trepidation in their voices. You can hear the excitement in their voices, and just as every individual station gives their go for launch, this is really happening. This is really happening.
And imagine how the Blue employees feel right now. We are getting nervous, but imagine putting your heart, sweat, and tears into this vehicle every single day
for years.
For years, and now seeing it approaching terminal count just 2 minutes from now. If our timeline is correct, they will resume and start terminal count in 2 minutes from now.
That's
deep breaths.
I mean, this is like, I'm at a loss for words.
Woo!
Here we go.
I'm starting to talk gibberish.
Yeah, I'm trying really hard to maintain some semblance of being able to talk, but this is something special happening here before our eyes. And forgive me if the eloquence of our discussion drops rapidly as the time on the clock does as well.
Yes.
Adrian, can we talk timeline a little bit? You said in like a minute or so they're going to enter terminal count.
Yes. They will enter terminal count at T-4 minutes. At T-2 minutes and 30 seconds, they will start the tank pressurization of all 4 tanks of the New Glenn rocket. This is where they will bring it up all the way to flight pressure. 60 seconds later, at T-1 minute and 30 seconds, they will transfer the vehicle on internal power, meaning the vehicle is for itself, kinda. At T-20 seconds, the water deluge system at the mighty pad LC-36 will start. At the same time, they will also engage the autopilot, which is the auto steering system for the New Glenn rocket. And at T-5.6 seconds, is the engine ignition of the 7 BE4 engines. They will perform most likely a quick health check, and then at T-0, they will retract the launch clamps, and New Glenn will hopefully lift off from LC-36.
20 seconds until terminal count. 20 seconds until terminal count.
This is the furthest we've gotten so far in any of the attempts. This is truly a milestone in the commercialization of spaceflight and in making humanity a spacefaring society. Here we go. L-4 minutes. The vehicle will now be in the terminal count. And it bears repeating, we're going to have to say it again, if things do not progress through to a launch in this portion, there's still plenty of window left.
They have transitioned into terminal count and are below T-4 minutes.
We're going to have to go a minute until the vehicle starts to press for flight. That's where the tanks
You can see it!
To their flight pressures. Think of an empty soda can versus a full unopened soda can. The full pressurized one has way more strength.
You can see it. They have opened the valves again so they can let out the gaseous boil off now to press up and fill it up with liquid with liquid propellants again.
Hang on, I think we're getting some chatter on the loop. Let's listen in.
Our team is now securing all the commodities.
Oh, it
3
sounds like
minutes.
they are getting everything in order. 3 minutes. Ryan, are you doing okay?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I finally feel confident that if I can talk about the time, I will not be responsible if anything happens. And I will leave it at that.
Yeah, good call.
The flight termination system for New Glenn is now armed.
Amazing. Really quickly, 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Hopefully this thing gets off the ground. Once again, we probably have a lot of new viewers here with us. We are NSF. We're a group of dedicated spaceflight reporters, and we do our best to bring you
T-minus 230.
coverage of rocket launches.
GS1 pre-press
So thanks
start.
for joining us.
Booster vent has stopped and the second stage vent has stopped, which means they are now topping off the rocket for flight pressure.
Excellent. 2 minutes.
Here we go.
We are now pressurizing the tanks to their flight pressures. Of course, this is crucial
GS2
for the
chilled pre-press
performance
start.
of our engines. Getting ready for launch.
Oh boy.
T-minus
This
2
is
minutes.
incredibly close. We are incredibly close to the maiden launch of this behemoth of a rocket.
We're now going to be switching off the ground
98
power supply
meters.
and transitioning New Glenn to its internal vehicle batteries. When this happens,
Oh my
the
goodness.
vehicle is now powering itself. Let's do this, New Glenn.
Transition to internal power.
My heart goes out to every single person that has worked and put blood, sweat, and tears, taken time away from their family,
T-minus 130.
and absolutely made the future happen before our eyes.
Power internal.
Power internal. The rocket is on internal power for the first time.
There it is. New Glenn is alive.
Let's go.
The countdown is still progressing.
Minute to go. Let's do this. I can't even.
At T-minus 20 seconds, watch for the bottom of the rocket. You will see the mighty deluge
60
system of
seconds.
LC-36 pull up.
Range green.
45.
AFSS flight enabled.
Flight
We're about to
enabled
witness-
from the autopilot.
We're about to witness a moment in spaceflight history here, everybody.
Look at the bottom.
30 seconds.
I'm looking, Adrian.
There will
We
be
can hear the
deluge.
alarms.
This could really be it.
20 seconds. Should be
There it
seeing
is.
deluge soon.
This could really be it.
There's that mighty rocket. Everything going good. They're
There's
progressing. There's the deluge.
Oh my god. 5, 4,
Ignite
3.
these.
Ignition. Oh my god. And liftoff. Maybe? There it goes!
There it goes!
Liftoff of New Glenn 1. Congratulations to Blue Origin. Look at it go!
Look at that blue!
That thrust to weight ratio is so low! It's crawling off the pad.
Pitching downrange.
Let's listen in as the sound hits our cameras.
Your pressures continue to look nominal. 1 minute into flight.
Wow!
All 7 engines continue to look good on the first stage. Data quality is good. Coming down from the
Insane.
vehicle. Body rate response to normal.
Everything
1
progressing
minute
nominal.
15 seconds into flight.
As we build a road
Blue! It's so
for
blue!
the benefit of Earth.
7 healthy BE4s.
All at full thrust.
Look at that blue.
I cannot get over how slow that liftoff was off the pad. That was so slow. Vehicle supersonic.
Vehicle is now passing through max Q.
Now passing through max Q, maximum dynamic pressure.
Look at that. Is that the WB-57?
I think it is.
That might be a ground-based tracking cam. I'm not sure.
But it's cool.
good. Chamber
It's
pressure
cool
looking
either
good. All
way.
7 engines.
Well, it's hot, but it's cool.
Maximum dynamic pressure.
Everything nominal.
The toughest
Look
part
at the blue in the
of flight on that
clouds.
vehicle. We
Now
have
passing 2
punched
minutes
through
into flight.
it,
And that
you're
booster
going to
burn
see it's a
is
sensitive
almost
74
complete.
engines.
1 minute
Acceleration
until
profile is
stage
good. Body rate
separation. 1
look good.
minute.
Truly impressive.
1 minute
These
to go.
BE4s doing work.
Everyone asking Jeff where the engines are. I'll tell you where they are.
Right there.
Launching into space.
B3U LH2 chill-in started.
Wow.
Force continue
Our
to
camera's
perform
still
well throughout
tracking it.
the
30 seconds to Miko.
Now passing 2 minutes, 30 seconds into flight.
That might be WB-57.
Look at that
It's
streak.
so blue.
Wow. That is
What a
40 seconds.
spectacular.
What a
20
magnificent
seconds to
rocket.
stage set.
And here we
Watch
are,
for that
coming up
shutdown
on the
sequence, and
Miko.
there is a long period between Miko and stage set. Don't get nervous about that.
Thank you. I would have gotten nervous about that. Looks like we
Look at-
have... It looked like Miko for a second. This camera might have a little bit of a delay. New Glenn at 200,000 feet and rapidly climbing.
And
Coming up
we
on 5,000 miles an hour.
should get any separation anytime soon. There's the BE4 shutdown, I think.
We have stage step.
There it is.
Good stage step. Good stage step. I hear the crowd going wild. I think I hear Max losing his mind.
We want to have a confirmation of the
And we have
BE3Us
ignition
being
on
ignited.
both BE3Us.
There
Chamber
it is.
pressure's good.
Chamber pressure good.
Yes!
Here we go.
Go, baby, go!
Look at
Truly
these.
Here we
impressive.
come.
Passing 3 minutes, 40 seconds into flight. Body rates look good.
Is that the engines gimbling?
Data quality coming
Wow.
down from both stages.
Yeah.
I think so.
Looks good.
Looks like some
And
covers coming off there. Probably completely nominal.
GS2 performance
Don't be
picks up
irritated by the
body
fact
rates
it's hydrogen. The
phenomenal.
plume is hardly visible, but look at the stage 2 velocity at the bottom.
We have
Oh
good
my
payload bearing
goodness,
jettison.
y'all. They're doing it. They are doing it.
It's amazing. And this means stage
4 minutes
1.
into flight.
Of the
Stage 1, so you're telling me there's a chance we'll now attempt a re-entry burn.
Oh my goodness.
That
How long
burn should
until we
start
come up
at
on
T
that?
plus 7 minutes and 17 seconds. So we are just under 3 minutes from that re-entry burn. That will last until T plus 7 minutes and 45 seconds. The landing burn should then come at T plus 8 minutes and 52 seconds. So we are just over 4 minutes away from potentially the inaugural landing of Glenn Stage 1.
Absolutely
Oh, there it is.
spectacular launch. The blues from those 7 BE4s was every bit as beautiful as I was hoping it would be. I cannot wait to see what the Cape team has captured.
Look at
It's
that.
going to be phenomenal. I already know.
There's the difference now between first and second stage.
All right.
And you see the booster re-entry burn now on the timeline.
It looks like the booster might be about to hit apogee based on its speed coming up and sort of it'll peak if it's anything like Falcon 9. The velocity will peak and then start to drop and then actually no, maybe it's coming back down. I don't even know what's going on anymore. Second stage continuing to pile on velocity. 5 minutes and 40 seconds into flight. Ryan, when did you say that the re-entry burn was?
So re-entry burn starts at T plus 7 minutes 17
stage
seconds.
2.
That should complete at 7 minutes 45 seconds. The landing burn should then start at 8 minutes 52 seconds with touchdown approximately half a minute later. Unlike Falcon 9, we are not expecting anyways a hover slam. We're expecting similar to what they do with New Shepard. They'll ignite those BE4 engines, they'll slow down to a hover with this huge booster, and then hopefully, fingers crossed, slowly touch down on the deck of
GS1 engine
Jacklyn.
still active.
1 minute to booster re-entry burn.
Yeah,
Everyone
just
is stood up
hovering-
in mission control.
Yeah,
minute
look
now
at that.
remaining
That's
to
you can see
echo
Jeff Bezos
atmospheric
there, and
engine
also
ignition.
CEO of Blue Origin, Dave Limp.
6 minutes, 30 seconds into
I
flight.
mean, this is a big moment,
So
right?
coming up here, we're
Not
gonna
only
see
just
the
launch, but
middle of-
landing as well.
Engine chill has started for the booster re-entry burn.
Whatever happens with this landing, already a wild success on this launch. Looked like a fabulous ascent, a good stage set. Second stage is on its way under power of BE3U engines. Now, we're just looking for the icing on the cake. Of course,
I think that's D, who might still have a track of the second stage as it goes into the distance, getting very dim. Those thin clouds I was talking about getting in the way a little bit, but it's so blue, really living up to the Blue Origin name, if I dare sneak a pun in.
Booster re-entry burn will be 1-3-1. We will see one engine, 3 engines, and then at the end 1 engine. Very similar to the Falcon burn. So let's wait for that. I think I see deceleration. That looks like deceleration. I think we have an entry burn.
All 3 engines relight confirmed.
There we go.
Excellent. No onboard views looks like, but that's okay. The engines are burning. Oh, there we go.
Continuing through its planned burn. 7 minutes, 45 seconds in.
Let's go. Let's go. Stick the landing, folks.
If they do this.
Come on.
I'd be more focused on the callouts from mission control here. Live video is hard, let alone from a booster plummeting from space. So don't be surprised if these videos cut out. This is the first time Blue is doing this. They're going to be learning a lot.
Engines,
yeah, no kidding, Ryan. Thank you.
Chamber pressures continue to look good throughout the burn.
This is the hard
8
part.
Minutes, 20 seconds.
Chamber pressure is good on the upper stage. Looking good across the board so far. Weird that the timeline is sort of frozen.
Tank pressures staying within their acceptable limits. Body rate responses look good.
Yeah, it seems there might be some issues with timeline.
8 minutes, 40 seconds in.
Yeah. Again, focus on what mission control is saying. That is the most reliable source.
When do we expect landing burn to start? At T plus what?
Landing burn should begin at T plus 8 minutes and 52 seconds with touchdown approximately 30 seconds later.
All right.
Now passing 9 minutes into flight.
So we should have seen landing burn by now.
Continue to see data from both stages.
Continue to see data from both stages.
That's good. Second stage, that's the main deal here. Continuing on into orbit, piling on velocity for several more minutes yet. Let's see if they tell us what's going on with the first stage. Based on the lack of information and cheering, I am not optimistic. But
yeah,
we'll see.
we should see touchdown by now.
Look good throughout the burn. Chamber pressures, both engines staying very close to each other.
All right.
GS2 trajectory is nominal.
I'm cheering there.
That's good.
A lot of talk about the second stage, not a lot of talk about the first stage. We should have seen touchdown by now.
Now remaining in the GS2 burn.
I think
yeah, I would be hesitant to say that it landed at this point.
Us.
We'll obviously wait for official word from Blue, but if it had landed, I feel like we would know about it. But we'll see what they say. My gut is that they are going to, from a PR perspective, focus on the main part of the mission here, which is getting Blue Ring into orbit with the second stage, which is continuing on nominally. Obviously, we all want to know what's going on with the booster. But around the time that we were expecting to have landing burn, didn't they say they were still getting good data from both stages? Did I hear that call out right, Ryan?
That's what I heard as well. So I don't trust the graphics as your #1 source, right? Listen to what Mission Control is saying, and they were saying they were seeing good telemetry from both stages. But so if you're seeing telemetry, it doesn't necessarily mean that your engine's reignited.
Data quality.
So we'll just wait to see what they say.
Everything I could just hear Mission Control say is that everything's looking good.
Yeah, but they said on GS2, which is Glen Stage 2, that's the upper stage. I don't think we've heard anything about the first stage for a good couple minutes now. Touchdown should have been 80 seconds ago.
I suspect when the second stage is done doing its thing, they will...
GS2 is now 1,700 kilometers downrange, traveling at 6.7 kilometers per second.
Yeah, I suspect when the second stage is done doing it, a tweet and say, you know, we did it, got to orbit, here's what happened with the first stage. Something like that. We'll see.
Data looks good coming down from Tigris.
I mean, I can't imagine that they would have actually stuck the landing and not said so yet. Can't imagine that.
Yeah. Unless they lost like complete telemetry and everything from the...
Yeah, and it's just sitting there, but they don't have confirmation yet.
Both BE3Us continue to look good, tracking nicely in chamber pressure. Body rate responses are stable. 12 minutes, 10 seconds into flight.
Fantastic. Really, just everything looking great with that ascent. Second stage doing its thing. All the rates are are in acceptable limits. All the temperatures and pressures are in acceptable limits. Fantastic stuff. Really would love to know what's going on with that first stage.
GS2 is now orbital.
I mean... Oh, it's orbital.
Orbital.
It's orbital. They did it. They went orbital. New Glenn went orbital before Starship, although that's largely a choice on behalf of SpaceX's development program for Starship, but still...
It's a fact. It's an undeniable fact.
We live in a timeline where New Glenn went orbital
And they're approaching
before Starship.
Seco 1.
Let's go.
And we have engine cut off.
There we go. Blue are in orbit.
Wow. They did it. They did it,
Body
everybody.
rate
They
is good.
freaking did it.
This is
Thank you again, everybody, for joining us.
Go ahead, Adrian. What were you going to say?
I mean, this is the first flight of a brand new rocket. Reaching orbit in your first attempt is a thing many have failed to do. Many have failed. This is undeniable, a huge win for Blue Origin.
Huge accomplishment, regardless of first stage doing anything one way or the other. Huge. Look at that.
What a day. We see our team
Well
down in
earned.
Huntsville, our teams in Kent. I know the team out at Card Park down here in Florida, they are all losing their minds. Congratulations, everybody. What a day. We are in space. We've got our Blue Ring Pathfinder ready to warm up, ready to start drawing in all of that great information. What a day.
Wow.
We're going to go to Cars Park here. We have Eddie Seifert.
I mean, just fantastic. Really, all of these employees, we say it again and again because it really, I mean, these companies, it's not about the CEO, it's not about Jeff Bezos, it's not about Elon Musk, it's not about any individual person, it's about the people that make all of this stuff happen. It takes thousands and thousands and thousands of human work hours to make stuff like this happen. Like years of collective human effort to make something like this happen. And it fills my heart with joy to see Blue Origin just knock it out of the park on this first launch and get that second stage into orbit, get Blue Ring into orbit. Yes, we'd love to know what's going on with the first stage, but at the same time, that was not the primary objective. Just absolutely stunning work on behalf of Blue, and I could not be happier for all of the teams
Blue
working.
saying that they lost telemetry on the booster and they very well may have lost the booster.
There you go. May very well have lost the booster.
We
did
in fact
lose
lose
the booster. All right, there you have
There
it.
you go.
GS1 unfortunately did not make it back to the drone ship, but again, that was not the primary objective. That was the icing on the cake. The cake itself, well, that's what we're looking at right here. GS2 hanging out in orbit. I can't stress that enough. In orbit. It's not a suborbital trajectory with like a very close perigee to orbital, but not quite. No. This baby's in orbit. It's up there. It's staying up there until they don't want it to be up there anymore.
It's and it's not only the first orbital attempt of this rocket. It's the first orbital attempt of the company Blue Origin.
Right.
This is not common to reach orbit in your first company attempt. This is absolutely insane.
I mean, I can't help but continually think about Blue's slogan or motto, step by step, ferociously. That is very clearly what we have witnessed tonight. Is the culmination of, 25 years of just continually, day in and day out, getting things exactly as they need to be to pull this off on the first try. Because that's what they wanted, right? They're not approaching this from the same angle as SpaceX and Starship. They're the completely opposite methodology, right, Ryan?
Yeah. Dave Lim, CEO of Blue Origin, has been very public on X before this launch. Success for this launch is to achieve orbit. Landing the booster would be icing on the cake. Well, Blue Origin, they have a cake. They might not have icing, but that is a really, really tasty cake.
Yep. Everybody at Blue Origin can be so proud after this. And they will get this landing at some point. They will get it.
Yeah, there's zero doubt in my mind that they'll figure it out. I'm sure that the data they got from the booster in flight is already invaluable, regardless of how far it did or did not get. Just treasure trove is what we're talking about here in terms of data. Julia, I see you are back in comms. Do we have you? Give us a reaction.
Oh my gosh. Remember how I said it was all like a blur? It was a blur. It was a lot of jumping up and down. It jumped off the pad very slowly.
Very slowly.
Which was so beautiful, though. And the sound, I don't think I could describe it to you, so I hope you all heard it on our mics.
We did. It sounded great.
It's a crackle. It's a roar. It was really beautiful, y'all. And I could hear the Blue Origin teams down the way from me cheering, and that made it really special.
I mean,
that was really cool.
You and the entire Cape team have been really putting in the hours for this one, so thank you for that. You earned this experience. I mean, just wow, how slow is that thing off the pad? I can't get over that.
I know, like, I was afraid it wasn't going to get off the pad, but boy, when it got off the pad, it's something.
Honestly, that was a little bit terrifying. Like, there was a moment there where I was like, it definitely moved up a little bit, but it's definitely not moving up at the rate that I would expect. I'm slightly concerned. Ryan, did you have the same reaction?
I thought my video froze. Honestly, I was like, wait, is it moving? Let's be honest, chat. We've all been awake for a very long time. We're like, is it moving? Is my video froze? But it just kept going. It just kept going. And that flame was so blue. And I also just want to mention, after Starship Flight 1, is the pad still intact? I think should be an item on the checklist. And from this angle, at least, the pad looks intact.
Yeah, I have no idea what we even said during liftoff, by the way. Do you know these liftoffs where you, like, just forget? I forgot. I have no idea what we just said, and I'm so happy about it.
You know what, Adrian? I think that's called being in the moment.
Yes.
And I'm glad you were. Because I sure was. So much so that, y'all, I forgot to record, and I'm so sorry, but I was in the moment.
It happens. It happens to the best of it. Best of us. Oh my gosh. We have an all caps message in our back channel from DWise, rendering what might be my favorite slow-mo ever. All in all caps. That's going to be a treat. We do have replays coming down the pipe, so stay tuned for the replays. Don't go anywhere. Launch itself may be over, but there's still more to come. Oh, hey. Dee, do we have you in comms?
Yes, I am here in comms, and my slow-mo is in fact rendering right now.
Oh my goodness. How was that? What was your reaction to seeing it crawl off the pad like that?
So I knew it was going to be slow off the pad. I did. I was ready for it to be slow off the pad, but I just kept watching it, and it wasn't really moving, and it was just barely moving, and I was wondering, like, that it seems too slow to be right, but oh my gosh, it launched, and I feel like slow-mo was almost unnecessary for that liftoff section, but wow, we just watched that happen.
I'm pretty sure I can hear Max losing his mind in the background. Yeah. Max, are you there?
Me too.
Maybe Max? Maybe no? All right, we'll come back to Max. Harry, we have Harry. Special bonus. Harry, I don't even know what you're feeling. Are you alive?
What's the definition of alive?
I mean, I can hear your voice, so I'm going to assume that I am not communicating with a being from beyond the grave. So you are alive. I'm glad.
Yes.
You've been
yes.
following this program, Harry, closer than anybody I know. Just give us some thoughts. That was exceptional.
I don't have a watch on or anything, but my heart is going ballistic right now. It was so slow off the pad. I heard you guys saying this before, but it was so slow off the pad, and I was ready to fall on the floor and cry. Like I was like, "What's going on?" And then it cleared the TE, and I was like, "We're going." And I was just like shaking the whole time. I could not function, and that doesn't happen to me during launches. But I could not function. I am so happy. I just want to give a shout out to the whole team at Blue Origin. I am so proud of them for this. This is amazing, and I know they've been fighting for this for a long time, so I just want to give them a shout out. Everyone who put their heart and soul into this.
Absolutely, Harry. Thank you for doing that. I really feel like it's something that we should reiterate frequently, that all of this stuff is on the back of we got the replays. Oh my gosh,
Look
we
at
got
that.
the replays.
I have been on 100%.
Here we go.
This was the moment I expected a pet fallback.
Right.
This was exactly the moment I was like, oh no.
Right.
It was so slow.
It's so cool to see how the plume changes from origin. Changes from orange. I can't even talk. The plume changes from orange to blue as it ascends, and there's less other things for it to burn other than just methane. Absolutely beautiful. Max, while we're watching replays, are you alive?
Dude.
Like,
I'm borderline speechless. It finally happened, dude. She's gone.
Finally happened. It
I'm
finally
looking
happened.
over at 36 and she's gone. New Glenn's not there anymore, dude.
Now, okay, I'm not asking you to commit to anything here.
Wait,
all right?
replays. Oh, this is my camera.
Oh, this is you?
Oh my
Holy
God,
cow,
yeah.
my guy! Look how slow it is. Look how slow it is.
It's so slow.
Look at the mock diamonds.
Look at the mock diamonds.
Oh, look at the mock diamonds. Look at that. Max, you made that footage. You made that art today. You just made that.
Speaking of art, I did still step away for a moment. I need to upload something to shop.masterspaceflight.com. Be right back.
Go.
Oh my God.
Go. Let's more replays. I demand more replays. More.
We need more replays, people.
More replays, more better. Max, give us your. I mean, any further thoughts as you are coming off the adrenaline roller coaster here?
All of the predictions we had, or that I called about this looking like just a scaled up Terran 1 were absolutely correct. That exhaust was incredibly blue, and the mock diamonds looked incredible, but it moved so much slower off the pad than I initially thought. I didn't know if something was wrong at first, but there were a bunch of blue employees over here at the edge of the pier, and they were all losing their minds, as you can imagine, as it began to clear the tower. Oh my God, dude, it's gone.
It's gone. All right, so I'm not holding you to anything here. You're not committing, but the audience all wants to know. Operation Starglen ?
Oh God, is this really the time to ask that question?
I had to do it, dude. I'm sorry.
Can I answer and just say that we have already pushed our flights based on when this went in the window? And yes, they are the same flight once again, but it's iffy. But maybe
chances are not zero. But if Starship does end up pushing to Friday for whatever reason, then we will both be there.
Awesome. Well, I hope one way or the
stations
other.
The stations are polling maybe for that operation.
Rental car, maybe. Airplane ticket, maybe. Baggage fees, maybe.
Very quickly, I just want to say this shot here is from Fleet Cam, venerable old Fleet Cam, which has been at Rusty's for years and years and years, and we just found out the other night whilst getting ready for this stream, Fleet Cam could actually see Harry's going to kill me now, Launch Complex 36. Sorry, Harry.
I
You
forgot
can
Harry's
see the
here.
pad.
How could you forget?
I'm sorry, I'm a terrible person.
I'm just so happy we can sit here and celebrate such a cool launch. And again, I know there's some people it didn't land. How do you know how rare it is for a company to reach orbit on the first attempt? That's incredibly rare.
It is. It really is. And again, I'm gonna keep saying this. I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record, but their freaking motto is step by step ferociously. And here we are. A lot of people don't know Blue Origin's been around longer than SpaceX. They were founded before SpaceX as a company. So it's been a long, long road. But hey, how do you get down a long road? Step by step, ferociously.
Can I give some context to that?
Please, by all means.
About
Harry.
the whole. Okay, so I won't go too long here because I'll bore you all and you probably kick me out. But the whole thing about Blue Origin being older than SpaceX, there's nothing wrong with that, right? The company was founded before, but they had a very different approach because, as far as I understand, SpaceX from day one was like, okay, we want to get to orbit, whereas Blue Origin was like, okay, we're going to do research and development, and they had no intentions of going orbital until, what was it, 2016, something like that. Well, that was at least when they announced it. But so they started much, much later, and I just want to provide that context because I think a lot of people seem to think that Blue Origin were trying to get to orbit from day one, and that's not the case. So.
I'm almost done with metal print work here. Give me like 2 more minutes.
All right, you got it. You got it, Harry. That was a fine answer. We wouldn't be mad if you gave us a long answer. We like long answers here.
I don't think I have a long answer in me, to be honest.
That's fair. Completely fair. I don't even know what to think anymore. That was exceptional. The entire team. I'm so excited to see the stuff they make. Adrian, I'm excited to see what you're doing in the store right now.
Yep. 2 more minutes.
You said that a minute ago.
Give me a minute.
But when will then be now?
Then will be now very soon.
Okay. Is it now?
Just let me finish this, please.
I'm the worst. I'm sorry. Luke, thank you for the support. Daniel, thank you for the support. Anonymous, thank you. Anne, thank you. Chris, thank you. Josh Schulten, thank you. Sumner, thank you. Y'all, we can't have teams on multiple coasts covering this stuff without your support. Speaking of your support, look at what those cameras are being supported right now. That is this crazy Boss Hog new tracking rig that we have deployed at the Cape. Das got this all tinkered up and worked out, brought it down to the Cape, and then immediately flew here to Starbase for Starship. Meanwhile, D and Max have been working out the bugs and getting this thing up and running, and holy cow, I can't wait to see D's slow-mo. But yeah, that's three.
But the color of that plume on the clouds, it almost looks like moonlight, like a spotlight
so
just
blue.
gently growing on that cloud.
Yeah, you're right. It
that looks like a jellyfish, dude. It's in the middle of the night.
It's wild. It's just wild.
Hey, Jack.
What's up?
If that's how New Glenn looked at night, imagine Starship.
I was just thinking that, Max. You read my mind. This has gotten me somehow even more hyped for Starship night launches. Terran obviously got me hyped for night launches. Vulcan obviously has me hyped for Methalox night launches. But holy cow, dude. New Glenn. I'm so bummed I couldn't be there for this one, but rest assured, I'm so excited to see New Glenn lift off in the very near future.
So,
look
there's
how
this person...
slow it is! Do you guys think... Go ahead.
I think it's... Well, I actually... No, give me like a moment because I think Kevin needs time to pull it up.
Do you think it's this slow just because this is the first launch, or do you think it was this slow and it will always be this slow? Payload,
I don't know if the
payload weighed like nothing.
I think ahead of time we all kind of predicted that the thruster weight was going to be around like 1.15 or 1.2, which is not very high. So just as, oh my God, look at that light!
Dude, it's beautiful. It looks like it's got
spotlight.
a cone of light coming from
it's
it.
A spotlight, dude.
Yeah, it's insane. And then it starts to go through the clouds, and the way that it illuminated the clouds was just so beautiful. What a frickin' machine, you guys.
I've got to say, maybe this might just be my eyes, but it looks like the rocket speeds off the pad, then as it clears the TE, it slows down, and then it speeds up again. But that might just be me, but that's kind of how it looks to my brain, unless it's like a optical illusion or something. But it looks like it goes fast, slows down as it clears the transporter or vector, and then speeds up again as it begins its gravity turn.
Okay, everybody. I think I'm ready to present something here. There's this person on call that is called Max Evans. And Max Evans tends to deliver some photo magic around launches. And I think, Max, I will just let you add to this. What the hell?
Dude, oh my god. That was so much more blue than I ever could have imagined. And it came out so well in the imagery. That was incredible.
You cooked, Max. You cooked.
He cooked indeed, and everybody who wants to eat really well today can order this now at shop.nasaspaceflight.com.
Yeah, as a reminder, the metal prints are printed directly on metal. They look great, they're easy to hang, and a portion of the sale goes to the photographer who took the image. Also, we have paper prints as well if you just want like a poster kind of thing. But the metal prints are cool because they don't need a frame, they don't need anything, they just hang them on your wall as it is. And you will be supporting Max and NSF at the same time by acquiring one of those prints. I know Max would appreciate it for sure. Right, Max? Yes, Jack.
One more time, Jack, sorry.
You appreciate it when people buy your prints, right?
It's a dream come true, and it never gets old, and it's always immensely appreciated, so absolutely.
Wow, is this a drone view from Jerry? My God.
Absolutely beautiful.
That's
good.
Ridiculous.
I am so excited for our pad cameras. This is going to look incredible.
Oh,
Dude,
yeah.
It hung around so long around the pad, too. It's like, you don't even got to worry about buffer. You don't got to worry about nothing. It's going to be there.
We were initially worried because the spot is around a mile away from the launch pad, or about 7/10 at its closest.
Right.
And we were all worried about the sound getting there in time, but it was slow enough that we can safely assume that the sound got there in time.
Holy bananas. We have a $500 super chat from Christopher Laub. Chris, Chris, thank you so much. There are no words for that amount of generosity. Thank you, Chris. That's truly exceptional. I mean, yeah, what do you even say to that? Thank you. We will do our best to give you the very best coverage we can, as we always do. Look at the way the color bounces off the clouds!
And it goes through it again!
Yes.
It goes through it again!
I love it.
It's so purple!
I love it.
I can also tease already that a certain Sawyer that has been on the stream before today is working on a highlight video of all of these angles.
Nice. Oh, here's a sick shot from Jerry.
Look how blue the clouds are.
That's dude, and that is exactly how it looked with our naked eyes. It was so blue.
It's like, yeah, it's not that the photos and videos have been edited to make it super blue or whatever. It just was.
That's just how it looked. Exactly.
It's just how it be.
I think this might be Cape Cam 2, perhaps, which is one of the remotely operated robot cameras.
This is a Gage
driving this track.
Yep.
Look at the plume! The Mark Diamonds!
I don't think I've ever heard Ryan so animated in my life.
Oh, you know, I've got to say, I love me a Mega Mark Diamond from the base of Super Heavy, but you can see the individual Mark Diamond. This is like the RS-25, but you've got 7 of them instead of 3. This is just beautiful, and it's methane, and it's so metallic, and it's just, it's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is...
I'm so
I will once again underline. I expect, I think we all agree that New Glenn is a very fancy and beautiful rocket on the pad. And I'm glad that this visual continued to carry it during the launch sequence. It is an absolutely visually stunning rocket.
Agreed. Can you imagine when we get a day launch of this puppy?
Oh. We are in full fan mode. Like, this is just us basically hanging out here at this point and just being fans about this. Wonderful drone shots there, by the way.
Yeah. I'm just like, what on
This
earth?
thing actually happened.
Yeah.
On the second, can I call this the second time of asking? They did have a few attempts. See, this now we're getting into pedantics. We've gone through the replays. We're now getting.
It was
into
the second
pedantics again.
attempt. It was the
Let's
second
just call
attempt.
this the second attempt, right? On the second time of asking of a heavy lift vehicle, their first orbital rocket, Blue delivered. Like, according to the objectives set out before the flight, Blue have achieved orbit. As of now, this is a 100% successful mission. Anything they can do beyond now will just be icing on the cake.
Do you think, we got a fast mo.
They're blue.
It's so blue. That spotlight effect, that's so wild. Do you think that's just because
It's like a lighthouse.
Do you think that's just because the engines are so efficient? They're really bright? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not a rocketonomer. Thanks, Harry.
You can still see the little speck of light through the clouds.
Really remarkable work from the entire Cape team. Congratulations, not only to everybody at Blue, but everybody at the Cape who's been working their tails off for what was really a spectacular launch. A hard one, but truly spectacular launch. Oh man, there's so much support. We got into that like hold 30 minutes kind of thing. Let me thank some people, because I do want to make sure that every single person that is contributing to enabling us doing what we do. Look at that! That's so crazy! I can't, oh my god, I can't believe that just happened. Josh Schulten, thank you so much. Sumner, thank you as well. The things aren't clicking. I can't click the things. They're not clicking. WSU Chris, thank you for the super chat. Dane, thank you. Or Diane. Nicola, thank you. Terra Prime, thank you. Ninja Decimator, pew, pew, pew. Thank you so much. Jacklyn, thank you. They say, where did you guys obtain official launch countdown? We got that from Blue themselves. They released it. Jay, thank you so much. They say, Jack is the best. Long live bacon. Love all the work you do. Thank you so much, Jay. Chris again with some duck-sized horse math. Anthony Pinder, thank you for the support. Bill, thank you. Let's see. Ross, Steve, Joe, Tyler, Wagner, Wanger? I'm sorry. That one from Ross, too, was a $50 tip. They say, I'm a frequent NSF user. The depth and detail of your information is just amazing. Thank you so much. Abdusar, Ben Creasy Vision, Steven, Fernando, Subatomic Vulcan, Axel, Anthony Pinder again, Bose again, Samantha Newen, Daniel, Echo Deal, Andrew, Fernando, Loopy, Jonathan, Kevin, Michael, Stormvet, Hall Harris, Matthew, Stormvet. I told you there was a lot of support. TJ Smith, Stormvet again, Paul, Katya, Martin, Tyree. I'm still not even close to done. I'm 91 minutes old. Steve, Tara, Eggs and Bacon, ahoy. I can't read that one because it's not in the right language, but I'll show it on screen if the panel works. Please work, panel. Oh god. No, okay, you saw it. There you go. Rockin' Woman, Tyler Bell, Ryan, Collier, Geosword, Boneem, Geosword again, Abdu, Sar, GRBR, Marvin, Ian, Lalo, Abdu Sar again, Tau again, ES, Abdu Sar again, Drizbane, Rockin' Woman, The Haunted Runs, Pesky Girl, William Aaron, Alan Van Kirk. Oh my god, I need to take a drink of water. Adrian, say something.
I'm not fully.
Great English.
That counts as something. Alan Van Kirk, Stuart King, Rockin' Woman, Junder Gaming, Rez, Wascally Wabbit, Soup Wizard, Tone Deaf Coyote, Celadon Hair Extraordinaire, Angry American, Andrew, Anthony Pinder again, Slarty Bartfast, good reference, Jaden Booth, Slarty Bartfast again, Senior Bungus, Benzis42, Zathers, Aravale, Revhead, Anna, Benjamin, Marcelo, Anonymous, Space Pope, Virgo, no, Vigo, Scott, Ryan McWhirter, Ellis, S. Silfar, Christopher, Michael, Chromatic Order, and Sammy Cross. Seriously, we're running 3 24/7 live streams, publishing a bunch of videos a week, doing live streams for launches when and wherever we can, get Lens on them, and sometimes even when we can't. And, that ain't even the half of it. So we'll keep doing what we do. You guys keep coming out and watching the shows. and all will be right in the world. I think here we have D's slow-mo of liftoff, and it's super extra slow because of how slow the rocket left the pad. Truly exceptional stuff.
This is an insane slow.
Here comes the plume. Here
Let's
comes
go.
the plume.
And the diamonds. And
Look
the
at-
diamonds. It's like a big smiley face.
Yeah.
Adrian, thanks for being on, man, and sharing your Blue Origin expertise and following this program in depth along with Harry over the years.
I mean, I can tell you this is a very good day for both Harry and me. We have loved every second of tracking this rocket getting to this. The flyovers are one of my favorite videos we all do. And finally being here felt good. I had some tears during the launch, I can tell you that.
Absolutely. Look at that. You can see everyone's info popping up in the top right. We had Alex on earlier. We had Chris Bergen, NASA Spaceflight Actual, on earlier as well. Also, D out in the field getting this amazing slow-mo footage. D, fantastic work as per usual.
Thank you so much. What a launch this was.
Indeed. Harry also as well, popping in, surprising us all, getting in on the launch stream after all. Thank you so much, Harry, for again, following this program so closely so that we have the benefit of all your knowledge. It's been truly a delight.
Of course. And thank you for letting me in the last minute. I know I wasn't available today, but I appreciate you guys letting me in. And you know what? Like, once again, I want to give a huge congratulations to the whole team at Blue Origin. And I want to thank everyone, like, for helping cover Blue Origin. All the flyovers, like Adrian mentioned, and just everything else that we've done is amazing. And I'm so glad we can provide updates to everyone and do cool things, right?
Heck yeah. Oh, wow. You can see the 7 individual engines. What? That. I'm done. That is just bonkers.
I have no words.
There are no words. Jay in the background operating the stream along with Kevin Michael Reed also in the background. Max also out in the field along with D capturing some epic footage as well. Max, thank you for being you.
What a time to be alive, everybody. Thank you very much for tuning in.
Heck yeah. Oh, Ryan also on commentary with us. Ryan, thank you for sharing maps and also sardonic humor.
You're very welcome, Jack. You know, as I was saying earlier in the stream, these things don't come around every so often. Since 2018, we've had 4 debut heavy lift rockets. Falcon Heavy,
Wow!
SLS.
I'm sorry.
Vulcan.
That is bonkers. Look at that. D, you cooked. Words. Sawyer also was on the stream. Everyone's info's popping up. You can see it. Ryan, I'm sorry. But look at that. How can you not?
I 100% agree with all the words coming out of your mouth right now. These shots are incredible. But yeah, these things don't come around every so often, and I'm very, very grateful for being, you know, trusted with the opportunity to present this historical event to, you know, tens of thousands of people. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you, everybody. Finally, we are at the precipice of SpaceX having some competition. Finally.
Yeah, that's a good thing. That's a good thing because once again, that will drive down the cost of launch. Well, I'm Jack Beyer for NSF. We are going to be live for Starship in just a couple of hours, so stay tuned. If you haven't subscribed, be sure you do that. And make sure you hit the like button if you like what we do here. We do our best to bring you the best coverage we can. But until Starship coverage starts up here in just a moment, we will see you guys on the next one. I love you.
And here we go.
We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be normal.
RS-68 chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Water planet.
Water towers, fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside speed off. Bring in speed off.
It's orange!
145.
Oh my god!
Décollage. Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
If there's methane, would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You dead? Sure. We don't need any more of these.